Deputy Speaker.
Oh, Richard.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to Minister for Aged Care.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As soon as Australians woke to the news that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II had passed away, constituents in my electorate of Lilley began queuing outside the door of my electorate office in Nunda. Some were seeking a portrait of the Queen to have something to remember her by. Others sought to express their condolences and pay their respects by writing a message in our condolence book. All expressed their disbelief and grief over the loss of a figurehead whose presence and influence has spanned multiple generations of Australian families. That day, my office received scores of calls from constituents requesting a portrait of Queen Elizabeth, so many in fact that our stocks were exhausted within hours. Another 100 requests quickly filled the waiting list. 2 days later, the Lilley community turned out in force for this year's Nunda Festival, an annual celebration that has been cruelled twice by COVID. Congratulations to the Nunda Festival organisers, yet again, on another great festival, and to the organising committee for its continued success. Thousands of Northsiders attended the festival this year with their families on a beautiful sunny day, and I know that local Northside families like mine mark the progress of our families by the photos we take each year at Nunda Festival, and it's a very special community tradition I'm looking forward to us continuing. In the midst of the Nunda Festival atmosphere, many more Northsiders signed the condolence book that I brought with me to Canberra this week to be sent on to Buckingham Palace. Lara Myers from Nunda wrote, "Thank you for your service. You have been my queen for my lifetime, and for the rest of my life there will be kings. It was amazing that you were able to forge the way for what female leadership can be, and an inspiration for us all. An authentic person true to your nature and forever true to your duty and service to your people. Thank you and rest in peace." Lisa Harris from Aspley wrote, "My sincerest condolences for the passing of this unique lady who has been part of my life since I was a little girl. I admire that Her Majesty has been an immaculate sentinel for the truest of values and unswervingly held them to the end. If Sir Thomas More was a man for all seasons, then Her Majesty was a lady for all times and all people, and I will miss her." Turian Lee from Stafford said, "Deepest condolences to the royal family during a time of mourning. May God bless the Commonwealth of Australia. It is heartening to see our community come together in this time of grief, but it's not a surprise. Whether it be through grief, loss or natural disaster my electorate faced in the February floods this year, the residents of Lilley joined together, drawing on our shared strength, and we can help each other to move forward." And Deputy Speaker, with my remaining 23 seconds, let me cheekily congratulate the North Devils on back-to-back premierships, which they celebrated on Saturday. Has an amazing achievement for them to do that back-to-back, particularly against the Redcliffe Dolphins. I'm sad that the member for Petrie isn't here to join me in congratulating the North Devils on this monumental achievement. Congratulations, lads, and the whole Devils community that works so hard each year.
Thank you. Member for Wentworth. Please.
Australia has one of the best healthcare systems in the world. We have some of the best health professionals, the best health researchers and some of the best facilities. But all of that counts for nothing if Australians can't access the healthcare system. And this begins with seeing a GP. If you can't get to see a GP, you can't have minor concerns resolved. You can't get a prescription. You can't get referred to a specialist. If you can't get to see a GP, the health system is basically Google and a pharmacy. Access to GPs is absolutely critical for the health and well-being of Australians. But for the residents of Wentworth, access to a GP is becoming increasingly difficult and expensive. This affects everyone, but particularly lower-income residents. Those members of the community depend on bulk billed services. They can often not afford out-of-pocket costs, especially if they need regular consultations. So many residents raise these concerns that I asked my team to survey clinics in the community. The results were deeply concerning. Of the 49 GP clinics in Wentworth, just 4 offer exclusive bulk billing services. Another 20 offer mixed of bulk billing and full fee services, but 5 of those told us that bulk billing was only offered at the doctor's discretion. A number of others have restricted eligibility, such as limiting access to children or pensioners. This really worries me, but I'm worried that this number is also shrinking rapidly. So far this year, at least 7 clinics have shifted from being bulk billed to mixed fee practices. I know others are considering this. But most worrying is that if some of the GPs who offer bulk billed care at the moment are nearing retirement, when they go, they may know there not be another GP to replace them, certainly not one who bulk bills. For those who have to go to full-fee clinics, the out-of-pocket costs can be significant. Half the clinics charge patients between $50 to $80 for a standard consultation. Many charge more. And at least 6 clinics have already raised their fees this year. Many will follow. I have spoken to local GPs about this. They understand it makes it difficult to access care. But they say it's not viable to operate bulk-billed clinics anymore in Wentworth. What they receive from Medicare is not enough to cover their costs. And at the same time, we are facing an acute shortage of GPs around the country, an acute shortage of GP training. This is fast becoming a crisis for Wentworth, as it is for communities all around the country. I have shared my concerns directly with the Minister and urge him and the government to act on these concerns urgently and ensure that Medicare remains the effective, respected and accessible system it was intended to be, and that we are training and developing and retaining the GPs we need to meet community needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Brisbane Water is the beating heart of Robertson. Our towns, our villages snake this body of water, and our history owes much to the prosperity it has provided over many years. No matter where you are in Robertson, you are sure to have a view of this waterway or only be a short drive away. Brisbane Water influences the very lifestyles that we enjoy in Robertson. Its waterways provide ideal environments for activities like sailing, kayaking, swimming, or simply enjoying a peaceful walk along the water's edge. I personally enjoy walking this beautiful area, taking in the natural beauty and serenity. The unique and charming coastal villages that surround Brisbane Water are complemented by friendly and community-minded people who I am very, very honoured to represent. The villages of Yatalunga, Saratoga and Davistown, also referred to as the 3 villages, are especially committed to ensuring their suburbs are well looked after. These villages are home to the 3 Villages Community Group, which is an assembly of passionate residents that advocate on behalf of the wider community that call these 3 suburbs home. I recently met with the 3 Villages Community Group to learn more about what they would like for their communities and how I can provide my support for their causes. It was insightful listening to projects that they have been a part of, including the upgrades to Jaramba Reserve Playground in Saratoga and the work that they are now involved with to upgrade the Linton Street Public Wharf and associated car parking. It is also very important noting that the group compose and publish a monthly newsletter that is distributed by volunteers to every household in the 3 Villages area. An outstanding community service that must be applauded. I look forward to supporting and working with the 3 Villages Community Group, and my special thanks and appreciation goes to Ty Sansom, Monique Roy and Stephanie Blower, and all the volunteers that help contribute to making this group, the 3 Villages Community Group, an effective and successful residents' organisation on the New South Wales Central Coast. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've been making a lot of noise recently about aircraft noise. There's been a push to divert more Brisbane Airport flights away from inner-city Brisbane and over the Bayside community that I represent. I've been working to make sure that my constituents are aware of these proposed changes and make their objections known before these plans take off. The TRACS review of Brisbane Airport flight paths, commissioned by Air Services Australia and released in mid-August, recommends options be considered, including redirecting existing departure routes towards the Redlands. Air Services Australia have now formally accepted these recommendations and are preparing a final decision on the future of Brisbane's flight paths. I've called for more consultation with the Redlands in relation to these proposals, noting that shifting the problem of aircraft noise onto our bayside suburbs is not a fair or evidence-based solution. Following my request, Air Services Australia kindly relocated one of their consultation workshops to within my electorate, and although it was held at very short notice, it was one of the best attended, and the attendees were very clear in their opposition to these proposed changes. The review process will be ongoing, and there will be an array of community consultation to come, but my message will be clear. I will not accept any erosion in the amenity of the Redlands. I've been accused by Brisbane-based activists of trying to drive a wedge between communities. Well, Deputy Speaker, if I am dividing opinion by seeking to have my community consulted and our voice listened to, then so be it. My constituents chose to live in the Redlands for a quieter lifestyle, while inner-city residents chose to live under existing flight paths for more convenience in the hustle and bustle. While local residents are already complaining of more aircraft noise following the adoption of simultaneous opposite direction parallel runways operations in February, which has resulted in more planes over the Bay and the Bayside suburbs. It is critical that Redlanders mobilise against these proposals now, rather than waiting for decisions to be made over the next 12 months. I've launched a community petition to demonstrate the level of local opposition to these proposals. And through you, Deputy Speaker, I encourage locals to visit my website and lend their support to my campaign. I'll be keeping an extremely close eye on this situation on behalf of my community and will push back strongly against any proposals that are not in the best interests of the Redlands. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, I was pleased to organise a street stall along with the member for Bruce in the suburb of Narre South. Many raised the difficulty in accessing mental health support in my electorate of Holt that morning, an issue that has resurfaced since my campaign as a Labor candidate for Holt. Mental health is a crucial factor for every other aspect of our lives, and mental health issues affect a person's overall well-being and livelihood. As the representative of the youngest federal electorates in Victoria, I'm particularly focused on ensuring every young person in my electorate and across Australia has access to mental health care they need and deserve. Numerous surveys and reports note my electorate's acute shortage of mental health support. Research by the City of Casey observes that Narre Warren Headspace Centre, the closest one to my electorate, received a caseload twice the national average. The high caseload inevitably results in considerable stress on the Council's mental health services, which cater to residents of all ages. The South Eastern Melbourne PHN Annual Needs Assessment 2022 and 2025 also found that the City of Casey's significant distress rates were above the state and national averages. The Salvation Army's social justice stocktake reflected the difficulties in accessing mental health support, noting 60% of respondents in my electorate reported mental health as their primary issue of concern. I am proud the Albanese Labor government are committed to improving mental health outcomes. In such a short period, the leadership of the Minister for Health and Aged Care, Mark Butler, and the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, Emma McBride, has resulted in a better access to mental health care. The additional $1.2 million to the Headspace Centres in Dandenong, Narre Warren and Frankston in the neighbouring electorates of Bruce and Dunkley will ensure more young people benefit from additional access to mental health support. I am confident the Albanese Labor government will continue to improve access to mental health support, particularly for young people. This will help reduce youth disengagement, underemployment and strengthen educational outcomes. I thank you, House.
Thank you, and I give the call to Member for Hinckley.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to inform the Federation Chamber of a $103 million upgrade on the Bruce Highway that is underway right now in my electorate. It will be an 11-kilometre upgrade, including overtaking lanes, as well as floodproofing 2 bridges and a number of floodways that are required. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, for those who don't live in Queensland, who don't see the changes of the weather up there, the fact that we do get floods and we do get cyclones, the Bruce Highway is the lifeline for regional Queensland. This is how people receive their food. It's how they transport themselves when they need medical support and assistance. It's how they keep their businesses running. And this upgrade includes an upgrade of the Saltwater Creek Bridge, which is actually the boundary, right over the boundary between myself and one of the Parliament's most passionate advocates for road safety in the member for Wide Bay, Lou O'Brien. A former senior police officer in the Wide Bay area. There is no one, in my view, who has a stronger view and a stronger supporter of road safety. Now, myself and the member for Wide Bay fought hard to make sure that this project was delivered. And, of course, we do know that it's creating some angst amongst the community. 11 kilometres is a very long way through roadworks when you're on one of the main highways for the country. But I'd urge all of my constituents and businesses and truck drivers who are using the road, please have patience. It will be completed and the upgrade will be quite incredible. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we were very surprised about was the fact that Premier Palaszczuk decided to open said bridge early without inviting the two local members, and I think the Premier mustn't have got the memo from the new Prime Minister Albanese, about the kinder and gentler Parliament, which is quite inconvenient and upsetting. However, our local constituents know who delivered this bridge, who delivered this upgrade, and it is $82.4 million from the former coalition government that's making it happen. This is how things happen. They get fought for here, they get delivered, and of course we see the local state members line up any single time. They love it. They get down there, anything to get themselves in the paper and the press, Madam Deputy Speaker. But this is an important upgrade. It is a pinch point for the Bruce Highway. It is affected by flooding. It doesn't even have to be that serious to block the road. And I know the member for Wide Bay fought very hard to get the Section D bypass as well. However, not to be outdone, we've certainly improvised, adapt and overcome. Myself and the member for Wide Bay found a couple of bollards and some ribbon. We had our own opening, which created some interest amongst the local press. No problems to have Saltwater Creek Bridge in the background. And can I thank all of those individuals who are out there working on this upgrade. It is hot and hard work, laying bitumen, doing upgrades, driving trucks. It is hot, it's dusty, it's difficult. But this will make the Bruce Highway faster, less affected by flooding and safer, and that is what we all want, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all have seen the impacts locally of very bad accidents on the Bruce Highway. I in particular don't want to see any more. We know that it continues to get blocked on a regular basis. So anything that can be done to improve road safety, to improve the quality of the road for the people of Queensland, I support.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the recent Jobs and Skills Roundtable I held in my electorate of Spence on the 23rd of August in the lead-up to the Prime Minister's Jobs and Skills Summit that was held on the 1st and 2nd of September. It was fantastic to have over 40 representatives from across the northern suburbs representing many different backgrounds, including state MPs, local government representatives, unions, NGOs, business groups and charities. I would like to thank my colleague, Senator Marielle Smith, for joining and assisting as co-chair for the roundtable. Her assistance was invaluable and ensured we delivered a very productive session with all participants. Deputy Speaker, our government took office at a time of rising inflation and interest rates, falling real wages and $1 trillion in debt, which is now more expensive to service. The Jobs and Skills Summit was an important step in helping to address some of these challenges. Our goal is building a bigger, better trained and more productive workforce, boosting incomes and living standards and creating more opportunities for more Australians to get ahead and to reach their aspirations. The discussion at the Spence Roundtable was free and frank, with the following prominent key local issues took centre stage after a long discussion across several subject areas. Increased engagement between education institutions and industry, expanding technical skills through mentorship, creating tangible career pathways, creating competitive advantage through increased productivity by investing in education, innovation and research and development, investing in wraparound services for our culturally and linguistically diverse communities, workers with a disability and also young and experienced workers entering or returning to the workforce. Equal pay for women through transparency in the workplace, including access to affordable childcare, and encouraging investment in large advanced manufacturing projects with local employment requirements focusing on industries such as defence and clean energy technologies. I would like to thank the City of Salisbury for providing the venue to host the Spence Jobs and Skills Roundtable, but also for their participation throughout the process. Also, my state parliamentary colleagues, Rhiannon Pearce MP, John Fullbrook MP, Lee Oldenwater MP for attending, and to the Honourable Zoe Bettison MP, the Honourable Nick Champion MP and Tony Piccolo MP for sending representatives. I'd also like to thank Trinity College, St Patrick's Technical College, Northern Adelaide State Secondary Schools Alliance, TAFE SA, Northern Area Community and Youth Services, along with the 3 main councils and their chosen representatives. It was a fantastic event and a valuable contribution. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If there was something everyone in my hometown of Kalgoorlie knew about the Della family when I was growing up, it is that we are all sports mad. My siblings and I relished in any opportunity that we got to kick a ball or to shoot some hoops, and if it wasn't for my mother's own personal experience, hockey might have also been on the table. But it is not just the athletic component that drove our desire to be involved in sport. Community participation, creating new friendships and strengthening existing bonds are all a byproduct of being involved in sports. And nowhere is this truer than in regional communities, and I know Madam Deputy Speaker understands that as well. Last week, together with the Shire President Anthony Middleton, I had the privilege to cut the ribbon at the grand reopening of the Pauline Matica Sports Court in Newman. The redevelopment was jointly funded by the Shire of East Pilbara and together with $1 million from the Coalition Government's Local Road and Community Infrastructure Program, which was funding that we provided during COVID to our local councils. Now, talk about a very proud local member moment, watching the young athletes take to the courts after the official ceremony was such a delight. Young athletes, their families and the broader Newman community now have state-of-the-art netball courts, basketball courts and also tennis facilities. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, they deserve nothing less. Growing up in a regional town, I understand that sporting facilities and other opportunities are not always on a par with those that are available in the city. But the Coalition will never accept such discrepancies as normal or acceptable, because we understand how vital sport is to our regional and our remote communities. I was so proud to witness a group of young female netballers train. They are currently training 3 times a week in the hope to represent West Australia's state team. Now, Newman is close to 1,200 kilometres away from Perth, so all their growing and all their training must be done on home soil. So these girls, I think everyone would agree, they deserve a court that's not covered in cracks or uneven or unusable when it rains, and they now have something that is fit for purpose. Last Tuesday, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a real personal moment of reflection for me as I watched these young athletes in Newman take to the court. Our regional and remote communities are overflowing with athletic talent, and the sad reality is that the dreams of many are never realised due to the disadvantage of growing up so far away from the city. And this kind of inequity must become a thing of the past. I will never stop fighting for rural and regional Western Australians to make sure that they receive the same opportunities and access to quality facilities like those that we've recently supported in the beautiful town of Newman.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak to 2 critical issues for my electorate of Newcastle, the first being the ongoing erosion of Stockton Beach and the second, the critical need for the diversification of the Port of Newcastle. I've had many discussions with my constituents about the dire state of the Stockton Beach and what this means for the health and well-being of that community. The ongoing erosion of Stockton Beach, made worse with every storm and extreme weather event, has been a source of great anxiety for residents in that community. Indeed, it has meant the loss of vital community assets like the sudden closure and demolition of the Stockton Early Childhood Learning Centre, the only childcare facility in Stockton. Now, the Stockton Surf Life Saving Club, the popular Cafe Lexi's on the beach, and the nearby Stockton Caravan Park, all of which are publicly owned assets, are now in real danger of being lost too. The continued erosion of Stockton Beach is having a devastating impact on residents who are feeling more and more vulnerable to disasters now. Coastal communities like Stockton are already living the shocking consequences of increased storms and extreme weather events on their beaches, public assets and way of life. We can't leave them stranded. That's why I wrote to the New South Wales Minister Paul Toole, strongly urging him to apply for the Commonwealth funding and to nominate Stockton Beach erosion as their #1 priority project for the state, which they have done. I have discussed this issue, the circumstances of the Stockton community and the funding application with the Federal Minister for Emergency Management, Senator Murray Watt, and I know he understands how important this funding is for my community. I stand with the Stockton community and make the promise that I won't stop fighting every day to help secure that funding. This project will be the start of bringing sand back to Stockton Beach, but Stockton needs mass sand nourishment, and there is an issue around the mining licence that absolutely needs to be resolved, and I look forward to the state and local government working on a solution for our community. Another urgent issue is the diversification of the Port of Newcastle. Newcastle and the Hunter have powered Australia for generations, and under Labor it will continue to power into the future. This Labor government sees the opportunity to transform Newcastle to a renewable energy superpower and will be creating more jobs, cutting power prices and reducing emissions in doing so. That's why Labor will fund $182 million into the development of key infrastructure and prospects for the production and export of green hydrogen in the Port of Newcastle. Thank you.
Thank you, member. And I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to unashamedly brag about a fantastic win by the Norwood Redlegs at the SANFL Grand Final last Sunday. And for the many people here that are not from South Australia, I can simply reference to you that that win was the exact opposite of the AFL Grand Final 2 days ago. A one-point win by the Redlegs. Last goal of the game just a couple of minutes before the siren. It was an absolute thrill. And I take the opportunity firstly to congratulate all members of the team. They had what turned out to be an unbelievable fairy tale finish to a season. They were not the favourites in that game. They were not necessarily by some expected to even make the grand final. And it was only 4 years ago that I was at a grand final of the same two teams, North Adelaide versus Norwood in 2018, which had a very different and very disappointing outcome compared to last Sunday. So there was a little bit of poetic justice in the win this year, and I've now been to a couple of grand final wins of the Norwood Redlegs in the last 10 years. It's great to see how healthy and strong the club is. It's very important for me to point out as the member for Sturt that despite the fact there is a club called Sturt in the SANFL, I absolutely do not support them. I'm absolutely, very proudly, a Norwood Redlegs fan, and in fact my electorate office is just down the road from the home ground there on the parade. And we had a fantastic time getting back there from Adelaide Oval after the game. An amazing celebration, and frankly, this is the great thing about SANFL football. It was a real community celebration to all head back to the parade, be there at the fantastic redeveloped grandstand that the former coalition government was able to put excellent financial support towards, meant we could really enjoy ourselves into the Sunday evening and celebrate a great club with a very long, proud history and tradition of being so central to the Norwood community and more broadly the eastern and northeastern suburbs of South Australia, very happily overlapping the boundaries of my electorate of Sturt. The SANFL is a really important part of the sporting fabric of South Australia, and of course the football code, excellent work that's been done in South Australia, increasing female participation in football over the last few years in particular. We've had some great investments in football infrastructure, particularly female change rooms, to facilitate that participation. And we've got a game really where there is so much opportunity for everyone in our community to be a part of it, and the SANFL and clubs like Norwood are doing great work in the community. I'm so proud of them. Congratulations on their win. It was a thrill to be there.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business notice number 1, motion relating to research commercialisation.
And I call the member for Aston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to research commercialisation in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Madam Deputy Speaker, research commercialisation was a strong focus of the coalition government in our last terms of government. Now, why is that? It's in part because it goes to the heart of our economy. Because when we do good research and we translate that into new products, into new way of doing things, into new industries, then of course we're growing the economy, we're creating new jobs, and ultimately we're improving productivity. And indeed, it is one of the very few ways that you can improve productivity. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Australia produces excellent, world-class research. We punch above our weight in that regard, but we don't do as well in translating that research into commercial products. And this was our main focus in our last term of government, which I was leading. When you look at the number of papers written, for example, over the last 20 years, we've massively increased the number of publications that we had. In 2000, there was 23,000 papers published by our universities. By 2020, there was over 100,000 papers published. But when you look at the commercialisation metrics over the same 20 years, they had barely changed. So what did we do? Well, we took a very concerted effort to addressing this particular problem. We established an expert panel of 10 members, people of the most brilliant researchers, brilliant business minds, brilliant university leaders. And they provided guidance to us on what ultimately became the package of measures which we introduced. And that package was called the Australian Government's University Research Commercialisation Action Plan, which we released in February of this year. And it lays out a comprehensive set of reforms to completely shift the dial in this area, unlike anything that had been done before. We backed the plan with money, $2.2 billion over the next decade. And we aligned the priorities around the 6 modern manufacturing strategy priorities, such that all of the initiatives and priorities of the government as a whole became those 6 modern manufacturing priorities. The cornerstone of that plan was a $1.6 billion Australian Economic Accelerator. Now, that's a 10-year investment in a competitive funding program where universities, with their commercial partners, will go through a series of stage gates. You start with applying for small amounts of money earlier on in the process, and gradually that increases the amount of money as you get to stage 3. And indeed, at stage 3, there can be contributions of up to $50 million made. They'll be done by CSIRO, and they'll be done on an equity basis from them. The second major element, which is already underway, is called the Trailblazer University Initiative. And this one was largely modelled off successful initiatives overseas about scaling up existing centres of expertise and industry collaboration. The aim was for these trailblazers to be world leaders in a particular area of focus, again aligned with the modern manufacturing priorities, and that has taken off. We had so many fantastic applicants that we actually increased the number of trailblazer universities, increased the amount of money that we have put in. The results already have been absolutely outstanding. Those 6 trailblazer universities that we supported established 170 industry partnerships already, and more than 60% of those partners are in small and medium-sized enterprises. The trailblazers, they think they'll create, through these initiatives, over 7,000 jobs in the process.
On top of this, we supported more industry PhDs, more industry fellowships, so that academics can make a whole career out of research commercialisation, just as they can make a career out of publishing pure research. And we also reformed some of the other research programs to support this overall objective as well. We want our research to be terrific, but we want it to be relevant for Australia, and we want it to be translated into new products, new technologies, new industries, and that's what this package will do. My call on the government is to get on with the job of putting the legislation through to implement the economic accelerator. I believe they support it, but just get on with it so that these universities can get on with the job.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded?
Motion seconded.
Sorry.
What was it? Yes, the motion seconded.
You reserve, Rod?
Yes.
Reserve? Thank you. The question is that the motion by the member for Aston be agreed to, and I call the member. Thank you. The question is that the motion by the member for Aston be agreed to, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is without doubt that Australians are great innovators, and our research at Australian universities and research institutions have led to the discovery of some world-changing inventions, and this includes Wi-Fi, discovered by CSIRO researchers, cervix cancer vaccines, and polymer banknotes and spray-on skin. The member for Aston's motion is, however, a brazen attempt to rewrite history about the former government's abysmal record at support for Australian universities. Let's look at the facts. According to the Global Innovation Index, Australia has fallen 6 places to number 25 since 2013. Between 2018 and 2021, the Morrison government oversaw the steepest decline from position 20 to number 25. Similarly, in the World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness Index 4.0, Australia has fallen 2 places since 2018 to number 16 overall, but ranking as low as 29th in areas such as infrastructure and ICT adoption. Australia has fallen 10 spots in Harvard University's Atlas of Economic Complexity in the past decade. A 2019 International Institute for Management World Competitiveness Centre study highlighted that Australia has slipped from 9 in the world in 2015 to 14 in 2019 for digital readiness. And who can forget the Coalition's abandonment of Australian universities during the pandemic? 40,000 jobs were lost from higher education, and hundreds of courses were cut, including thousands of researchers. They refused to support international students, telling them to go home instead during COVID-19. They politicised and interfered with research grants, and this included significant delays when announcing outcomes and targeted cuts to the humanities, arts and social sciences disciplines. An Albanese Labor government is supporting research. We are supporting innovation and we are supporting education. Labor made it clear before the election that we will support the University Research Commercialisation Action Plan, and that remains the case. Labor is also committed to 2,000 start-up year loans to help support final year students to bring their ideas to life, working with higher education institutions, entrepreneurs, investors. We'll be better placed to identify opportunities for commercialisation of university research. $15 billion of National Reconstruction Fund, which will turn science into jobs through co-investment, loans, equity and guarantees. Labor has a strong record of investment in the University of Newcastle too. When Labor was last in government, we funded at the university $30 million into the University of Newcastle's New Space campus in the CBD, $212 million in research grants, $30 million to the Newcastle Institute for Energy and Resources, $20 million for a Clean Energy Innovation Centre and $48.5 million for the Hunter Medical Research Institute. In 2022, Labor is partnering with the University of Newcastle again to build a new facility to test and invent solutions to global challenges when it comes to the use of hydrogen and other new energy industries. We are investing $16 million in the University of Newcastle to provide the enabling industrial-scale infrastructure that is needed to get a new energy skills hub off the ground and running. The skills, techniques and technologies developed by this project will enable local industry, including the new hydrogen investments that we've announced for the Port of Newcastle, to grow to their fullest potential and to do that in a safe and speedy manner. The Albanese Labor government supports research and education so that Australians will continue to be the great innovators of the future, as we always have been.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion by the member for Aston be agreed to, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm very happy to be speaking in support of this motion today in two facets. One, the commercialisation of Australian research is something of an important personal issue for me, one of the reasons that I entered into this field, but more importantly, what this speaks to for our community, the careers, livelihoods and fulfilment of future generations of Toowoomba Region's youth. The previous government had a proud legacy of supporting education, research and development in this country. Over the last 9 years, we increased the funding to universities by 34% to $19.5 billion, increased the number of government-supported university places by 11% to 640,000. We also invested heavily in research and development. In my electorate of Groom, we were a major beneficiary of this estimated $4.3 billion of investment in the last financial year through the education portfolio, with both our University of Southern Queensland and the University of Queensland receiving great support to embark on new research projects in the Toowoomba region. The biggest of these investments being 2 Trailblazer grants totalling $100 million across 2 universities and creating an estimated 2,400 jobs. At UniSQ, the $50 million Trailblazer grant will be used for the establishment of the Innovation, Launch, Automation, Novel Materials, Communications and Hypersonics Hub, which can be shortened to iLaunch for the marketeering people in the building. This will help Toowoomba Region's burgeoning space industry blast off, unlocking a whole new galaxy of jobs for our young people. UniSQ's research will be happening alongside 23 partners, including 17 small and medium enterprises, ensuring the conversion of this work to commercial application remains front of mind. But along with that, we've seen Boeing's Loyal Wingman project set up shop at the WorldCamp Airport, a stone's throw from the university campus, and now Virgin Orbit have announced their plans to launch its first Southern Hemisphere test flight from Toowoomba in 2024. So the opportunities for collaboration are truly endless. And of course, in our region, when we see research into the space industry, of course, we see how that can transmit across into defence. Obviously, at Oakey, we have a proud tradition, as well as at Kabbalah, of our defence industry there. But there's an opportunity for us really to tie these two together as we see the coming innovations, the coming research that we'll need to drive our defence industry forward. And I pause to just note just how much Toowoomba has changed, that we have become, in a very short space of time, on the back of these significant government investments, a centre for space engineering and space research in Australia. This was a town that was once known for its dairy industry, for mining out at Oakey, for heavy agriculture, and now we're changing. We're becoming something more than we were as we grow into a city that has more than just the things you need, but has the things you want. And part of that are the opportunities for young people to have a completely different career path that they can learn, study and have a career in the Toowoomba region in this exciting new field. And that's something that's fantastic in a regional centre like ours. It speaks to the success of the drive towards regionalisation that the previous government undertook. The second $50 million Trailblazer grant was secured by UQ to accelerate our world-leading agri-tech industry and to capitalise on new opportunities for Australian products in food and beverage supply chains. One of the 14 industry partners involved in this project is the Toowoomba region's own AgTech and Logistics Hub. This hub, located at the innovative Atlas Precinct in Charlton is all about providing a space for this blending of research and commercialisation to occur. When I was last there, it was great to see the traditional agriculture businesses, machinery manufacturers, research and tech companies all sharing their ideas together, and it was also great during their time in government to have the members for Hume and Macpherson come and see firsthand how these investments are bringing together different technologies. And I think that's one of the great learnings that we have, is how we can with this investment we can help bridge the gap between research and industry, often referred to as the technology valley of death, something that my time in working for a CRC we saw as very, very important, that this is the one space that government has a real role in technologies, in pulling collaboration together at that point. Technology without an application has no value. That's an old saying that we used to pull out of there, and I think it's so true. The investments that the previous government made were bringing value to technology that had been developed here in Australia and providing that commercialisation opportunity. And I'm very, very glad to report that, for example, the Trailblazer funding for UniSQ announced in April has already seen support from industry come flooding into our region. This is a fantastic funding stream and it must be continued on with.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion by the member for Aston be agreed to, and I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Innovation is absolutely central to our economic progress and our global competitiveness as a country. There is no dispute about that. But innovation is driven by innovators. So let's meet some innovators. Now, I'm someone who has come from an academic background. I was an associate professor at a university and I led a medtech entity at one of those universities. So I do know something about innovation. Let's meet one of those innovators, Sebastian. Sebastian is 4 years following his postdoc, his PhD, and he's focused on developing a battery that does not rely on critical minerals. Now, Sebastian has just learnt that his professor has been denied funding after 5 attempts at writing a grant. And this means that the professor is going to have to lay off staff, including Sebastian. As I speak to Sebastian, he's Googling job opportunities in the United States. Then we meet a woman with 2 children. Let's call her Michelle. Michelle did a PhD, she won lots of awards, and then once her children came, she really struggled to get back into that research pipeline. And this was despite writing numerous grants, middle of the night, weekends, after hours, each grant would take 1 month to write. And she would hope that the reviewer looking at those grants would understand that being a working mother is not easy in the research space. Then, of course, we have Jim and Bruce, 2 entrepreneurs who have successfully got a startup which has a proven working prototype in wave energy. They've been given some funding by the government to take them to the next stage. However, they're now staring down the valley of death because business and venture capital investment in Australia has been declining and they just can't find takers. This is what it is like currently in Australia. So the coalition would have us believe that they have the answers. A new program, lots of money, throw in the word accelerator, trailblazer, pioneer, whatever you want to call it. The reality is that the coalition abandoned universities in their moment of need in the first couple of years of this pandemic. How much money did universities get from JobKeeper? They got nothing. And as a result, we saw the departure of 41,000 jobs from the sector. Those jobs disproportionately affected women. 61% of those jobs affected women. And this is already in a sector which has very low representation of women academics. Only less than 1/3 of the academic workforce in universities in STEM are women. Women comprise 13% of employees in STEM-related occupations in Australia. If we look at the metrics coming out soon, I'm sure it'll be lower as a result of this action. So despite not funding universities, they still found $291 million to provide to a casino. We all know which casino that was. So no money for universities, but plenty of money for gambling. We then saw them also wave away the international students. They actually said to them, go home. That's what the former Prime Minister said, go home. Not only was that callous, it also sounded a little bit racist, to be honest, and it was an absolute violation of the values that we hold dear as Australians, of common decency and care. In terms of the Global Innovation Index, this is a benchmark international ranking system which has shown that Australia ranks 25 out of 132 countries. Under the coalition, we have dropped another 6 spots, 5 under the Morrison government. Business investment in Australia has been declining, and that has really fallen in parallel with the decline of our manufacturing sector. And in terms of our ranking in the OECD for business collaboration with the industry, you can see that we're actually right there, right at the bottom. So, thank you, Deputy Speaker. So we have a real issue in this country. We do absolutely want to increase business collaboration between industry and higher education. And we can look through the Global Innovation Index for answers, because it shows us that there are actually 81 indicators that feed into a multifaceted program that boosts innovation. Things like human capital, focusing on education in the early years, focusing on childcare so that women can go back to work, focusing on improving the competency of maths, reading and science in our 15-year-olds, looking at how we can access better skilled workers in the knowledge industry, and how we can actually take those ideas and then diffuse them through the system. So innovation is a lot more complex, it is multifaceted, and that is why we as a government are taking a multifaceted approach to actually boosting innovation. We are investing in the early years. We are investing in our teachers with a national action plan that will be delivered by the end of this year. And we're also setting up a university accord. This is how you tackle a complex problem with complex, multifaceted solutions.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion by the member for Aston be agreed to. I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the motion and call on the government to support the implementation of the Coalition's Research Commercialisation Action Plan in full and on time. If implemented, this plan will see Australia's universities and businesses partner together to release the currently untapped potential of the excellent Australian tertiary research that is undertaken in our universities. Research is critical to our nation's economic growth and productivity. Australia's research system is world-class. Australian universities have established their reputation for research excellence. Despite these efforts, while Australia produces world-leading foundational research, we currently underperform in achieving commercialisation outcomes. Madam Deputy Speaker, Nelson Mandela said that education is the most powerful weapon we have to change the world. Higher education, amongst other things, promotes and supports research that often leads to critical breakthroughs in science, technology, health and medicine. Australia has excellent tertiary institutions. In a rapidly changing, highly competitive global economy, Australia's future prosperity lies in leveraging the excellence of our research sector through commercialisation that benefits our economy and our society. The former coalition government, Madam Deputy Speaker, led the way by promoting access to higher education, increasing funding to our nation's universities by 34%, with total government funding levels increasing to $19.5 billion this year. Commonwealth-supported places increased by 11%, allowing 640,000 more students to gain access to some of the world's greatest tertiary education institutions. Madam Deputy Speaker, the electorate of Hughes is home to the southern Sydney campus of the University of Wollongong, where students can receive a world-class education in business and nursing without having to leave the Sutherland Shire. Close to the western boundary of the Hughes electorate, in the Liverpool CBD, new campuses of Western Sydney University and the University of Wollongong provide options for undergraduates, including many students within the Hughes electorate, as an alternative to travelling to the more established universities which are located within Sydney CBD. This proliferation and success of these outer Sydney campuses demonstrate the increasing wide-ranging diversity within our tertiary education sector. With Australia's population representing just 0.34% of the total world population, our foundational scientific research output represents 2.7% of the total global output. As a nation, Australia should be proud of the academic expertise held within our universities. This side of the House knows that we cannot have a strong economy and a successful nation without robust support for education, which includes tertiary education. We invest in education to create a nation of smarter people with smarter ideas to boost productivity, create jobs and establish new industries. The previous government's Research Commercialisation Action Plan would build upon our robust educational foundations and pay out dividends in the form of these jobs and industries. Government support for translation and commercialisation of our strong foundational scientific research into a greater economic output would bring us in line with other leading nations such as the United States, Germany, Israel and the United Kingdom. Mr Speaker, the former government's action plan includes 4 key reforms: prioritising national manufacturing, prioritising schemes to ramp up commercialisation activity, reforms to university research funding to provide for genuine collaboration with industry, and to invest in people who are skilled in university-industry collaboration. Madam Deputy Speaker, I call upon the government to implement the action plan developed under the former coalition government to fully capitalise on the potential of our tertiary research. This overarching strategy for research commercialisation will create the next generation of great Australian products and companies. If the reform priorities are implemented, it will supercharge the generation and translation of Australian research into new commercial products, providing the basis of the innovative new businesses and jobs of the future. The government must consider this not as a cost, but as an innovative long-term investment in our nation's future.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion by the member for Aston be agreed to, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Illawarra is a powerhouse of innovation and research. We are a region that hosts a mighty manufacturing industry with a thriving port at Port Kembla. We've got magnificent beaches and subtropical rainforests, and of course a world-class university in the University of Wollongong. The University of Wollongong and universities broadly play such an important role in our society, not only as educational institutions but as incubators for innovation and research, solving problems, inventing new solutions, bringing economic opportunities and even saving lives. Labor has always been the party that supports research. We understand the power of education to change lives. We support our schools, our universities, our TAFEs, because we know that Australians are great innovators. I can think of no greater example of the creativity, intelligence and passion that goes into innovation than our own local champion, Professor Justin Yerbury, AM. Justin is a Professor of Neurodegenerative Diseases at the Illawarra Health and Medical Research Institute at the University of Wollongong. Justin's family history of motor neurone disease and the loss of his mother, his grandmother and an aunt inspired him to learn more about the illness. He enrolled in science at the University of Wollongong and then pursued his doctorate. However, while conducting his research, Justin was also diagnosed with the disease. But Justin persevered with his research, and now, 6 years later, he has been awarded the 2022 University of New South Wales Eureka Prize for Scientific Research. He will also be getting the keys to the City of Wollongong. Overcoming his progressively worsening condition, Justin's research has challenged prevailing thought about the pathology of motor neurone disease and is driving new research into the causes of cell dysfunction. Justin's story of innovation and research is just one of many to emerge from the University of Wollongong. And with our government's commitment of $10 million to build an Energy Future Skills Centre at the university, as well as $2.5 million for a renewable energy training facility at Wollongong TAFE, I am sure there will be many more stories for innovation for our region to come. Brilliant and innovative minds deserve the government's support, because research and development not only bring opportunities to improve lives and societies, it can also bring economic opportunities for our people. The universities that educate and nurture these minds also deserve support. Our universities suffered greatly during the pandemic. 40,000 jobs were lost in the sector, hundreds of courses were cut, we lost thousands of researchers. International students were similarly told to go home by the previous government. These losses have hurt real people and communities where they live and work. In addition to this, those opposite increasingly sought to politicise and interfere in research grants. There were significant delays in the announcement of outcomes, and the humanities, arts and social sciences were targeted. The Coalition's interest in supporting Australian innovation has been patchy at best. Since 2013, Australia has fallen 6 places in the Global Innovation Index. We are now ranked 25. The steepest decline from ranked 20 to 25 was under the Morrison government. We have fallen 2 places since 2018 in the World Economic Forum's Global Competitive Index 4.0, and Australia ranks 91 in Harvard University's Atlas of Economic Complexity. But Labor is committed to education, we are committed to research, and we are committed to innovation. Labor made it clear before the election that we support the University Research Commercialisation Action Plan, and nothing has changed. But we will do more. Labor has committed to 2,000 start-up year loans. These loans will help final year students to bring their ideas to life. Working with higher education institutions, entrepreneurs and investors will be better placed to identify opportunities for commercialisation of university research. Labor also has the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund. This fund will turn science into jobs through co-investment, loans, equity and guarantees. It's a nation-changing investment. Our international rankings have slipped under those opposite, but Labor knows that a government that actually cares about research and development, Australia can do great things. And with brilliant minds like Professor Justin Yerbury and world-class institutions like the University of Wollongong supporting them, combined with Labor's policies and values, research and innovation in Australia will be well placed to solve the problems of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business notice number 2, motion on veterans' employment and training.
And I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to veterans' employment and training in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, we have about 600,000 veterans in Australia, and more than 5,000 separate from their employment in the Australian Defence Force every year. Defence personnel and veterans have highly transferable skills with the ability to work under pressure, flexibility and adaptability, teamwork and leadership skills, all sought after in the workplace. Many employers have reaped the benefits of employing veterans, and we're seeing a lot of veterans setting up their own businesses and employing other veterans, particularly in defence industry. But the sad fact is veterans and their partners remain a relatively untapped workforce for the skills crisis we're currently experiencing across the country. Many are overlooked for jobs because of the stigma associated with the psychological impacts of service on some defence personnel, or a lack of understanding of how their skills and experience translate to civilian roles, or indeed a lack of recognition of qualification by certification or degree. Unfortunately, unemployment can lead to some other problems such as mental health issues, homelessness, incarceration and even suicidal ideation and suicide. That's why, as the then Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, I was pleased to announce before the election that an Albanese Labor government would commit $24 million over 4 years to ensure a veteran's skills and experience are valued and appreciated by the wider community as part of Labor's comprehensive veterans package. I know the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel, the member for Burt, is committed to delivering a strong veterans employment program to give our veterans and defence families more jobs and opportunities. This will involve a range of initiatives, including educating businesses and raising awareness of the benefits of employing veterans, helping businesses to train veterans, more civilian-ready education and training programs, better translating the experience of veterans and in promoting veterans' businesses. And this is why the Albanese Labor government wants to see more veterans and families earning or learning after they leave the ADF. Importantly, some of the assistance for veterans' employment could be delivered through the 10 new veterans and family hubs the government's rolling out across the country, and in tandem with ex-service and community organisations like Veterans Community Business Chamber of Commerce and Veterans in Construction, just to name a few. In my own electorate and the wider community in Queensland, RSL Queensland and Mates for Mates are doing an outstanding job in helping veterans with career counselling, mentoring and job search skills and building connections with employers. In addition, the Veterans Charity Bootstraps in Gatton in the Lockyer Valley is delivering services in my electorate, and they're currently running classes in leatherwork as a form of therapy in the Lockyer Valley, but planning to run TAFE courses in leatherwork, hospitality and mechanics so that ex-service people can skill up for new careers. And I'm encouraging them to relocate specifically in Ipswich and have an outlet in the Somerset region. The Minister for Veterans Affairs convened a series of roundtables on veterans' employment in the lead-up to this month's Jobs and Skills Summit, and there were a number of terrific outcomes from the summit that will specifically support veterans' employment and training. First, the government announced a one-off income credit so that veterans who want to work can earn an additional $4,000 over this financial year without losing any of their service pension. It's a win-win for veterans and the country because it means older veterans over the retirement age will be able to earn more before their pension is reduced, and it will boost, of course, the supply of workers to help meet labour shortages. Secondly, the government will improve access to jobs and training for veterans and other disadvantaged groups through equity targets for training places and 1,000 digital apprenticeships in the Australian Public Service, as well as measures to reduce the barriers to employment. And this will provide pathways for younger working-age veterans to get jobs in the public service and to learn new skills. As well, it was pleasing, I say, Deputy Speaker, to see last month's Veterans Wellbeing Task Force of federal and state and territory veterans ministers discussing the importance of veterans' employment, following on from the release of the Royal Commission into Veteran and Defence Suicide Interim Report. I note the Minister will be making a ministerial statement in response to that interim report in the House today. And it goes without saying that delivering a comprehensive veterans' employment program will go a long way to addressing mental health issues and preventing suicides amongst our current and former defence personnel. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, not only do we have a moral obligation as a nation to support our veterans as they transition to civilian life, it's good for jobs and skills and good for our economy as well. And I'd encourage members to support this motion and speak in favour of it.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And in a momentary lapse of reason, I'd like to commend the Speaker opposite on this motion and its content. I also recognise the service of the member for Solomon and yours indeed, Deputy Speaker. The other thing I want to mention that I do agree with is the additional $4,000 this financial year as a one-off, which covers veterans who still wish to study and claim that amount. So I welcome that from those members opposite. But what I don't welcome, Deputy Speaker, is the removal of the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel from Cabinet. I think that was a unique situation where we had veterans' voices voiced around the Cabinet table, and I'm saddened that that has been taken away by the Albanese government. Nevertheless, they are the government. The coalition government, too, has a very keen eye on and a very sharp focus on looking after our veterans, to the point that we've invested over $11.5 billion into supporting the well-being of around 340 veterans right around the country. Since 2017, all ADF members with at least 1 day of permanent service, Deputy Speaker, can access comprehensive support, those transition centres that are so valuable to defence personnel, and help their transition from the big military life to that of the civilian life. And they can do that for up to 24 months after they leave the ADF. This previously was based on a length of service criteria, but it now simply is on a as-needs basis. Since 2006, ADF personnel who have joined or have transitioned from Defence are automatically registered with DVA and provided with a veteran white card. Another positive. The Coalition Government invested several new programs and initiatives to improve the transition process, including the JTA, the Joint Transition Centre. And, Speaker, can I can I mention the Joint Transition Authority and the role that they do. They send their best officers there, their best staff, and I think that the role that they have done, particularly in the last few years, has been exemplary, and let the record show that I support their efforts. The Veterans Employment Program, which employs and promotes a wide range of skills of our ADF personnel and employers, and rewards businesses for initiatives that support veterans' employment. Our Veterans Card, which gives Australian businesses and owners an opportunity to practically demonstrate their gratitude and respect for those who've served. And there's a lot of businesses on board, and a lot more coming on every day. And I would encourage every business out there that this is a great program, and if you're employing people, and I know people are hard to get, then you can do no better than to employ a veteran. The Coalition ensured that there are up to 10 hours of pre- and post-civilian employment support. That's to cover things like the compilation of a resume, a job interview, practice and the like, to help veterans between that 12-month and 5-year period post their service. We've invested and committed to $414,000 in grant funding over the last 3 years through the Prince's Trust Australia to assist veterans and their families explore and those start-up businesses that we're also trepidatious about starting. And as well as that, our 2019 and 20 budget provided $6 million to each to Soldier On, to RSL, and $3 million to Disaster Relief Australia, Deputy Speaker. And this is an organisation which is aimed at getting veterans together, and they're deployed and posted to various disaster sites around the country, the fires, the floods and the like. It's run by a bloke called Jeff Evans, a former serving member and engineer, and let me tell you, I've seen this firsthand in the devastation that happened near Sheffield in Tasmania, and they run a first-class operation, and I commend their efforts. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, what I would say is the Coalition put a very sharp eye and a very keen focus on looking after our veteran community and their families. And I would welcome the re-engagement of the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel into Cabinet forthwith.
Time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Blair for bringing this motion. Just before COVID locked the world down, I had the privilege of travelling to the Middle East on the Defence Parliamentary Programme. Over about 10 days, I got a unique peek into the world of Defence Force personnel serving overseas at AMAB, ADAB and Camp Taji in Iraq. One of the things that struck me was the extraordinary skill set of serving defence personnel. Some told me about the range of positions they'd moved through during their years in the Defence Force. Others talked about the multiple qualifications they had as they moved through the ranks. Above all, what was clear to me that this is a group of people who, to civilian employers, don't necessarily look good on paper, but who can bring a whole lot of hard-to-define skills on top of their formal qualifications. The ability to work as part of a team or be entirely self-sufficient. The ability to follow orders precisely or be able to think creatively to urgently problem solve. The ability to commit wholly to a role and be clear about the outcomes. All incredible skills. In other words, there is a good fit within a range of civilian workforces for people who've served in our defence forces, and the success stories abound. But we know there are challenges in transitioning to civilian life. I've explained to people of my time in the Middle East that it gave me an inkling of what that transition must be like for some people who've been in the Defence Force, even for a short time. I could see how the Defence Force wrapped itself around you to the exclusion of all else, and it becomes your whole focus. And I could see that leaving it must be a wrench, even when it's your choice, and certainly an adjustment.
We also know, thanks to this motion by my colleague, that many veterans struggle to find work when they transition, and that can lead to other really serious issues, like mental illness, homelessness, even suicide. As the motion states, we know veterans can experience stigma and discrimination in the job market. That's why I'm pleased that the Albanese government will deliver a comprehensive $24 million employment package for veterans, so we're giving greater support to defence personnel as they transition to civilian life. Part of this is about doing more to boost recognition of their skills and experience and provide support for further education and training for those wanting to move into the civilian workforce. It'll also involve initiatives to raise awareness of the benefits of employing veterans, helping businesses to train veterans and promoting veteran businesses. I also welcome the outcomes from the recent Jobs and Skills Summit for veterans. There's the one-off income credit so that veteran pensioners who want to work can earn additional $4,000 over this financial year without losing any of their pension. Veterans will also have improved access to jobs and training pathways under the Australian Public Service Digital Traineeship Program. The program is designed to build our national digital capability by increasing the pool of skilled digital professionals, especially in the public service, and it will help people establish a career in the APS. The employment opportunities for veterans will be flexible and available throughout the year in regional and metropolitan locations starting in December. These two are just two of the 36 urgent initiatives that came out of the Jobs and Skills Summit that we're immediately implementing, and I'm really pleased to see veterans will benefit from these. What I'm also looking forward to discussing with my local defence and veteran community is how employment fits within the Veterans and Families Hub that's coming to the electorate. The hubs connect veterans and families to a range of services which include support for transition, employment, health and social connections, and a space for veteran services and advocacy organisations to coexist alongside these government services. It's a one-stop shop. At this stage, no lead organisations have been determined for the new hub in the Hawkesbury area, and the Department of Veterans Affairs expects to work closely with key stakeholders from the communities around the new location. I'll be working very closely with my stakeholders in the lead-up to make sure that the hubs have the focus on our veterans and what they and their families need. This is one of the things that can be a real change in assisting veterans in transitioning from their commitment and service into civilian life.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Forde.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I firstly thank the member for Blair for bringing this motion to the chamber, and also take the opportunity as well, Mr Deputy Speaker, to acknowledge your service and also that of the member for Solomon. Around 500,000 Australians have chosen to serve our country in the armed forces, whether that be on a full-time or a part-time basis or through the reserves. And I'm incredibly proud of those people who have taken that decision to serve our country in our armed services. And I was disappointed, Mr Deputy Speaker, as the member for Braddon has previously touched on in his remarks, that we see the Minister for Veterans Affairs no longer in Cabinet, and I think that is a great disappointment given the level of importance and the role that our veterans play. And they deserve our respect and gratitude, and that they and their families no longer have a voice at the Cabinet table, I think, is an enormous disappointment. Each and every year, some 6,000 servicemen and women leave the ADF and return to civilian life. And many of those, Mr Deputy Speaker, have a long civilian career and opportunity ahead of them. Now, I also acknowledge, Mr Deputy Speaker, that many of those struggle with sometimes mental health issues in particular, but also other health issues as a result of injuries or other things that have occurred during their service. And I want to take
this opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker, to reflect on some of the work that a gentleman by the name of Kyle Farram, a former Army Sergeant, does in my electorate, specifically based around assisting people who have exited defence but are struggling with PTSD and other mental health issues, and importantly also first responders in other areas such as police, fire and ambulance as well. Kyle has started a group called 2530 Tours, and this came out of his experience on leaving the Defence Force as a veteran with PTSD, also other health and some injuries as well. And he takes groups on long kayaking tours down our major rivers. And he found from his own personal experience that opportunity to get away from the everyday noise of life, the opportunity to talk to others and share their common experiences, how instructive and beneficial that was to him and those that he took on these long journeys. I want to use this opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker, to thank Kyle and his team for the work that they're doing to help our veterans and first responders as they exit and struggle to adjust to life outside the rigours and structure of the Defence Force. And this is just one of many examples I know right around our country of ex-veterans and servicemen and women seeking to help their fellow colleagues deal with the issues they have faced. The other company I wish to speak to, because in part this motion is about employment for ex-veterans, and I want to speak about one of my local companies, GuardTech. GuardTech was founded by 3 former tank commandos, or commanders I should say, and interesting, a lot of the lessons they're applying to their tech, whether it be robotic decoys or robotic vehicles for other purposes, was learnt on the battlefields of Afghanistan. These 3 gentlemen started this business from scratch several years ago and is now growing very rapidly. And not only are they employing a variety of other ex-servicemen, but they are, at the rate they're growing, seeking employees from all over the place. They have the same problems that many other businesses in our communities do. But I want to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst there are still things to be dealt with, there are many good stories in our communities, such as what Kyle is doing, what GuardTech is doing, and many others.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I want to start by thanking the member for Blair for this excellent and timely motion. And I want to recognise your service as well, Deputy Speaker. We dug into the same ground a couple of times in the past, and I want to thank all MPs, such as a member for Ford who just spoke, and others here in the chamber who really care about this issue. It is one of, to my mind, the most important questions that we might consider in this place, and it's one where I am proud to say that I not only talk the talk in here, but walk the walk in my electorate, where I have in the past months got 3 veterans into employment opportunities. It is important how we assist our soldiers, sailors and aviators who have served Australia, how we assist them to integrate back into civilian life with the supports, but also, if possible, into meaningful work. But it's about more than employment. It's about us living up to the social contract and ensure that we, the citizens of Australia, fulfil our duty towards veterans who have donned the uniform, become trained in order to serve and protect our country and our interests. Far too many veterans do struggle with that move into civilian life. Too many veterans are rough sleepers, find themselves incarcerated, have difficulties managing their own mental well-being and do struggle to find a job. And I always say that it is a minority, but it's way too many and we need to do more. Now, we know, because we campaigned hard for it based on the evidence of so many patriots, young men and women of this country who, having served, made the decision to take their own life. And we know that the numbers of deaths by suicide that have been reported aren't the full picture. I also look forward to the ministerial statement on the Interim Royal Commission report later this morning. We know that there is a lot more that we can be doing, and I welcome the interim report to make sure that the Royal Commission is doing the best it can by our people in order that we fix any systemic issues that we know are there in the support scheme. Now, many of our serving men and women, when they transition out of the Defence Force, end up, as a previous speaker mentioned, in our emergency services, our first responders, our police, fireys, ambos, and aren't we lucky that they do, because they really underpin those services, those emergency services, with a lot of skill and knowledge and the attitudes that we need to get after it and to respond where those services are required. However, we also know that many veterans also have feelings of discrimination in the job market, where employers can't see the great employee in front of them when they're applying for jobs. And it is outrageous, but it does happen, and some jobs have specific skill sets. But we know that from those that do employ veterans, that you'll find them to be the most eager, competent and thorough members of any corporate, not-for-profit or government teams. It is those skills that the ADF training gives them, such as the military appreciation process, risk assessment, just as a matter of course in everyday decisions that are made, have some good logic, some common sense, and that a risk assessment process. The mining industry is reaching out to employ more veterans for all those reasons, but we know that we need to do more, and it will help our national productivity. It will help our sovereignty. It will help our industries across the board. So we are committed to doing everything that we can do to make sure that veterans aren't left behind. I welcome the interim report from the Minister later on, and am committed to ongoing work with him to improve the lot for our veterans when it comes to their employment.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker and Member for Clark, and a former veteran. I also acknowledge the work and service that the member for Solomon has done for the veteran community, as well as thanking you both for your service, and to other members for yours as well. Why employ a veteran? Veterans come from diverse backgrounds and bring sought-after qualifications, skills, experience and an ability to work collaboratively under pressure. Those words are from an award-winning company, Executive Risk Solutions, founded by its Executive Chairman, Scott Houston, a former member of the Australian Special Air Service Regiment. Scott served in senior military and corporate roles across a diverse range of international environments, and he's a former national winner of the Telstra Business Awards. He's doing his part to help veterans transition into civilian life, into civilian jobs, into highly paid, highly skilled jobs, but many, many jobs right across the spectrum. He says that there are many, many opportunities for veterans to fit back into civilian life. He says that his recruitment division provides clients with direct access to highly skilled and qualified ex-Australian Defence Force candidates, of course, as well as 5,000 current serving members looking to transfer into civilian careers. Now, Scott's doing his part, and we all should too, and I commend the member for Blair for bringing this particular motion forward, and anything that the government can do to help our veterans, then I'm sure members on this side will support too. Absolutely, because we need our veterans to know that there are many opportunities available for them. And I also need to point out that all veterans are not broken. There seems to be a perception, sometimes pushed by the media, that veterans come back from war engagements, some come back from peacekeeping arrangements, some who've never left the country and worked in canteens in various Army, Air Force and Navy bases around the country who are suffering from PTSD but are of no use to society. Well, they are. Each and every one of them has a contribution to potentially make. Each and every one of them has untapped potential, and businesses should avail themselves of those opportunities to employ one of our marvellous veterans who have done their bit for our country. It's now our job as a nation to do our bit for them. Now, I commend the work being done by Bob Back and his wife Gladys, both awarded OAMs from Bethungra with their Integrated Service People's Association, making the links between opportunities for veterans and the veterans themselves. I proudly come from Wagga Wagga. It's the home of the soldier. You know it well, Deputy Speaker. Every recruit does their basic training for the Army at Kapooka. If you spend any given time in the Royal Australian Air Force, you end up at Forest Hill at Wagga Wagga. And of course, we've even got a Navy base, even though we're a long ways off and say from the nearest drop of seawater. So we are a proud garrison town. We are a proud military centre. I do worry that the $5 million offered by the Coalition for a wellness centre, a wellbeing centre for veterans, potentially may not now be located at Wagga Wagga. If ever there was a centre in Australia that requires such a facility, it is Wagga Wagga, in the heart of the Riverina. I know the Wagga Wagga RSL sub-branch, along with the New South Wales RSL, have plans for an advocacy centre for our veterans. I know the work that Charlotte Webb and others have done in that space for the RSL. I also am well aware of the Pro Patria community-led initiative where they want to take over, and have taken over already indeed, a centre now not occupied by the Carmelite Sisters, and at 19 Moorshead Street in North Ashmont in Wagga Wagga. Their board, led by Lyle Chairman, is actively working to make sure that veterans have a future, that veterans have hope for a brighter, better future, that they have employment opportunities, and I commend those two initiatives and urge the government to make sure that that facility is in Wagga Wagga.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The release of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide interim report in August was a poignant reminder of the toll service can take on our veterans. Just a few days later, I joined returned service members in my electorate of Wills to commemorate Vietnam Veterans Day. When discussing the challenges and the discrimination faced by veterans transitioning to civilian life, of course, our Vietnam veterans know all too well about that. They were certainly not, at least initially, met with the gratitude and ceremony we afford to the commemoration of service in other conflicts. And our returning soldiers from the Vietnam War were met from segments of society with criticism, anger, derision and disrespect that only compounded the trauma that they experienced in the conflict. Now, this is not just the case at the end of the conflict, but throughout. They copped the political flack for what were government decisions. The very governments that were supposed to look after them yet often fell well short in their own duty. Of course, this issue has endured across generations of veterans, where there have been failures by various governments of different stripes in providing the support that they require to transition to civilian life. I know a lot of veterans who found it very difficult to come back to their normal life, particularly in our more recent history from the campaigns in East Timor, Iraq and Afghanistan. As part of the work I did in the Australian Department of Defence 20 years ago, I was posted to Iraq for almost a year in 2003-2004, and I worked closely alongside Australian and other coalition forces It afforded me the opportunity to work alongside our diggers on national security issues such as rebuilding the Iraqi army, demobilising militias and negotiating with tribal forces to fight al-Qaeda in Iraq. Now, a lot of those diggers, those soldiers, were often very young. Some of them their first trip, even overseas, and they had their own experiences. They had their own traumas from what they saw and experienced. Sometimes we call this the horrors of war, the trauma of war, and it affects people very differently. But I think those effects are compounded, certainly, if there is that lack of structure or support to help them transition to civilian life. So that really compounds those challenges that they face. Support to find work, a job in a market that's already difficult to enter, some discrimination, and the lack of that structural support all compound those challenges. And we know, of course, some veterans experience PTSD and they need those support systems across the board as well. And so we see that higher than average incidence of unemployment as well as elements of mental illness as well. Overrepresentation in homelessness, certainly, and incarceration, and tragically, most tragically, suicide rates. More than 1,200 former and serving defence personnel have taken their lives since 2001. That's a shocking statistic, Speaker. Those numbers don't really speak to all the individual human stories. Our men and women who served make enormous sacrifices. They really do, and they put their lives on the line for each of us and for our country. And I think that puts the onus on us to honour that sacrifice more than just in a commemorative sense, but certainly to honour that service by doing what we need to do to ensure that when they return home, they have all the support, the full support, the services, the resources that they need. That's a genuine honouring of their service. And this is a priority of the Albanese Labor government. As part of our $24 million package, employment package for veterans, we will provide veterans with support to return to civilian life. We will raise awareness of the benefits to be had in employing veterans, which we're talking about today, and great to see the bipartisan support for that. We will support veterans' education and training. We will promote veterans' business opportunities, and we'll help train and provide educational opportunities that help these veterans adapt their skills, and there are great skills that they develop in service, to transition to new forms of employment. It's a package that also will ensure we cut the wait times at the Department of Veterans Affairs by funding 500 staff to speed up processing of claims and so on, delivering 10 veterans hubs across the country which will provide important mental health, wellbeing, employment, housing and other services, increase the totally and permanently incapacitated veterans pension, and recognise the increasing cost of living pressures on veterans, and implement a veterans homelessness plan as well. So we're getting to work, Speaker, on this very, very important work that needs to be done to genuinely, substantively honour our veterans and the work that they have done for us and for our nation. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge your service and the member for Will's service. And there seems to be a growing cohort of veterans in this place, which is a great thing. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've never served in the military. I have a great deal of respect for those that have. When I think of veterans, I think of people like my political parents, Elizabeth and Ron Worthington, who served in the Royal Australian Air Force. I think of my next-door neighbour and friend, Greg Keeley, who served as a Navy clearance diver. And I think of all the men and women that I've met in my role as the member for Fisher through organisations like the RSL, the various sub-branches in my electorate, Young Veterans, SMEAC, and all those veterans organisations which do terrific work. Mr Deputy Speaker, Fisher is home to one of the largest veteran populations in the country. If you're going to retire, why not retire on the Sunshine Coast? And that's pretty demonstrative of almost all lines of work. Everybody, it appears, wants to end up on the Sunshine Coast, and why wouldn't they? But that brings certain challenges, and the challenges that veterans face are many and varied. I've spoken in this place often about those challenges, but it's worthwhile bringing them up again. And those challenges essentially arise out of transitioning into civilian life. 1 minute these men and women are flying, driving, sailing, being responsible for multi-million-dollar equipment and sometimes multi-billion-dollar equipment. They have the benefit of what we all long for, and that's a sense of mission, a sense of purpose, something to get us out of bed in the morning. They have that camaraderie that you would well know of. But when they leave the military, they lose often that sense of purpose, that mission, that camaraderie, unless they replace it with something else. And many young men, particularly young men who leave the military involuntarily, either from a disciplinary perspective or a health perspective, find that transition extremely difficult. And this is where it is vitally important that the Government of Australia, no matter what political stripe it may wear, steps in and supports them. And the member for Riverina said something very poignant in his earlier speech, and that is, not all men and women who leave the military are broken and busted, and I could not agree any more. Our men and women who transition from the military are by and large successful, happy, and go on and lead very fulfilling lives, and good on them. But there is a small number of them that struggle. They struggle because of that lack of sense of purpose, that sense of mission, the lack of that family connection that they enjoyed when they were in the military, that lack of being wanted, being needed, being entrusted to use very expensive equipment. And this is where I think we've got a really great opening for governments of Australia. I have, for every Veterans Affairs Minister, I have been to see them and encouraged them to implement a similar concept to what the United States did after World War II, what they call a GI Bill. And the GI Bill provided free tertiary education to US servicemen, essentially, because that's what it was after World War II, men and women, free tertiary education to help reintegrate them, to help transition them into civilian life. It replaces that concept of mission, of purpose. Studying for an undergraduate degree or perhaps even a postgraduate degree is a great opportunity to shift your focus from the military into civilian life. I want to acknowledge the great work that's being done by the Australian Catholic University and Griffith University and the University of the Sunshine Coast in this regard. All those three universities are doing some tremendous work without a lot of assistance from governments, I might add. They're doing this off their own bat. They should be acknowledged. It is so incredibly important that governments get behind these tertiary organisations and, more importantly, get behind their veterans.
And I thank the member for Fisher. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3, motion on paid parental leave.
And I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to paid parental leave in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. This motion outlines a very important need. We need a more generous shared paid parental leave scheme of no less than 26 weeks, lowering the cost of early childhood education and improving access to paid carers leave for parents of 6 children. In February 2021, I moved a similar motion, and disappointingly, despite a change of government, there has been a lack of progress on these key issues for young Australian families. Closing the gender pay gap and facilitating women's participation in the workforce must be a priority. At the recent Jobs and Skills Summit, there was broad agreement from unions to business councils of Australia to advocacy groups that to increase women's participation into the workforce, we need to improve paid parental leave and make childcare more affordable. And yet, as a response, we saw a lot of other policy move, but in response to this very key ask, what we got from the Prime Minister was we will think about it and not now, or let's do an inquiry. And that is, with respect, not good enough. Women and parents are tired of waiting. There is a strong economic case for these changes. Equity Economics has estimated that the cumulative impact of proposed changes like these in this motion could increase GDP by 4.1% by 2050, or some $166 billion. If Australia lifts female participation to equivalent to men, it would increase GDP by 8.7%, or some $353 billion by 2050. We don't just need to look to migration to increase and reduce skill shortages. We need to ensure women in Australia have the ability to participate in the workforce. There's a health imperative as well in these measures, because we know, and I presented a petition last week in relation to the World Health Organization guidelines and the national breastfeeding strategy goals of children having the opportunity to be exclusively breastfed for 6 months, and yet we don't have a paid parental leave scheme that even facilitates that. So a fairer, more widely accessible paid parental leave scheme in tune with 21st century families, we know working families, working parents, is urgently needed. The current paid parental leave scheme was introduced in 2009. The makeup of families has changed. The new scheme must take into account all families, double income, stay-at-home dads, stay-at-home mums, and far greater proportion of single-parent families. We lag behind developed countries. At the moment, best practice, the average in OECD is 55 weeks, and yet we have 18 weeks to the primary carer and 2 weeks for the other parent. At the last Father's Day, the Grattan Institute released research showing that shared paid parental leave not only boosts mothers' earnings, but it can boost our entire GDP. By increasing the entitlement to 26 weeks shared between parents, it would cost some $600 million per year, but it would return $900 million per year, as well as boosting a mother's lifetime earnings of $30,000. Now, time and time again, we come back to this place and we hear the gender pay gap is not narrowing. Women are still behind. And yet here is the measure. This is how you start to narrow that pay gap. And so don't put it on the shelf. Don't put it away for another inquiry. Actually act upon it. At the moment, you have a system that has no incentive for sharing, and we know men's participation in parental leave is incredibly low. And that's because of the way the system is set up. It is income tested on the women's income, the mother's income. We need to make sure that it's not just a cap of $150,000 per year on the birth mother, but it must be a joint household income, a couple's income, to encourage fathers into caring roles by improving their long-term bond, and it will improve their long-term bond with children, and increase their participation in unpaid work in households, and having an appreciation around the world and the caring. But provide primary carers with that opportunity to return to their career sooner and more sustainably. We know this is so incredibly important to facilitate women's participation in the workforce. We know childcare fees have increased some 41% in recent years. The Productivity Commission last year has found that a massive block is the cost of childcare. The government is talking about increasing that, improving that on 1 July 2023. I say make it 1 January 2023. Bring it, but the changes are needed now.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve the right to speak, please.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the spirit in which this motion has been brought before the chamber. It's great to be part of a debate about an issue that we know Australians really care about and are grappling with, particularly parents of young children. There's lots of us on the Australian Labor Party side that are going through this right now. Whether it be childcare, having recently had a baby or expecting a baby, our side really does reflect that demographic at this point in time. I do disagree, though, however, with one of the comments that was made by the mover, saying that there's been a lack of progress on this issue, particularly in relation to childcare. As we stand here this week, the make-up sitting week, one of the first sitting weeks of this parliament, we are introducing a bill to make childcare cheaper. It was our election commitment. It will make childcare cheaper for majority of families. In fact, over 95% of Australian families, it will make childcare cheaper. That was our election commitment, and we are doing it. We are making progress on this critical issue. We saw, when in opposition, childcare fees skyrocket, locking predominantly women out of accessing childcare on that third or fourth day because of the cost of fees. The reason why it can't be done on January 1, 2023 is actually quite a practical reason. I chair the Employment, Education and Training Committee, and when this question was put to the department, they just said it couldn't be done. It'd be diabolical. We can't get all the mechanisms of government together in time to introduce it. The childcare subsidy system is actually performed by largely by the Department of Services Australia. They said it took about 50 weeks to introduce the previous changes put forward by the government. Meeting the deadline of July 1, 2023 was going to be a challenge that they could do, but they could not do January 2023. So there's the functions of government that mean that this couldn't be possible. It's not just a budgetary decision. We have a very complex childcare system, which is why I welcome the government's plan to review the entire sector. Running childcare as a welfare subsidy, I believe, is not what we should be doing. Childcare should be universal. It should be treated as early childhood education like primary school. There has to be a better way to deliver early learning to the children of Australia. The other point that I wanted to pick up on in the second part of my speech is around access to paternity leave, paid parental leave. It was a Labor government that first introduced a fully funded government-paid parental leave scheme back in 2011. Prior to that stage, we were one of 2 OECD countries that did not have a government-funded paid parental leave scheme. And it was a start, and I acknowledge that it was a start. It allowed predominantly mothers, the birth parent or the parent who took on the primary caring role after an adoption, to 18 weeks of paid parental leave at the national minimum wage. What it also allowed is the primary carer to have that topped up. If their employer offered paid parental leave for the birth of a child or the adoption if they were the primary carer, to top it up. So what we find right now is what most women do is that they take their employer and then they take the government-paid national minimum wage, and then they might take some sick leave or annual leave to get them to either that 9-month or 12-month mark, or as much time that they can get. It's a clunky system, it's not enough, but what we need to do is work out a system which is fairer for all. I am very concerned that we still have dads and partners only on 2 weeks. In that first 2 weeks, having been through it with 2 children now, it is too crazy to be able to really focus on what's happening. If your partner requires a caesarean, the medical advice is that they don't drive for 6 weeks, they don't lift for 6 weeks. Who's there to pick up the toddler in week 3, 4 and 5 if the dad or partner isn't there at home? We need to be doing more to help couples and to help families in those early months of life. It is about gender equality, because once you get to month 3 or month 4, the partner at home tends to be the one doing the housework whilst they're caring for children. It currently entrenches. So we do need to be doing more around paid parental leave. More than what this motion is suggesting, and that's why I welcome the review of the government.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you so much for having for that. This is an absolutely crucial issue for the people of Wentworth, and this is not just about female gender equity in terms of wages, which is absolutely crucial, but this is also about quality of life for men and fathers and child development. And we have an opportunity by increasing paid parental leave and changing the rules so that men or the second parent have a use it or lose it level of paid parental leave to fundamentally shift how we look after children in this country. So let's start, however, with gender equity. In this country, the latest data shows that there's a 14% gap in terms of male and female earnings. However, this is close to zero when it comes to early careers. So in early careers, there is not a gender pay gap, but it is through the childbearing and the child-rearing ages that this gender pay gap emerges. And I saw this absolutely fundamentally within my own community in Wentworth. People I went to school with, uni with, who worked similarly with their partners in similar sorts of jobs, in similar levels of jobs. And then when it came to having the children, there was such a gendered experience in terms of caring for children. So almost all the parents that I knew had where women took a much more significant time off. And then, in some cases, struggled to come back to the workforce or had real issues coming back to the workforce. And I don't believe this is about misogyny, this isn't about chauvinism, but this is a cultural issue in Australia where the expectation is that women will look after the kids. And this is something where the paid parental leave could really address this. If we look at the statistics around paid parental leave and who takes it, in Australia only around 2% of Australian parents use primary carer paid parental leave. This is compared to an OECD average of 18%, and in countries like Sweden and Iceland, where it's up to 50%, or it's just over 40% of the primary carers' paid parental leave is to men. And this is just a fundamental difference in terms of how Australia experiences the world and how the rest of the world experiences the world. And it's not surprising, therefore, to see that Australia has one of the most gendered distribution in terms of careers and has one of the biggest issues in terms of female economic empowerment. And so this is, I think, a real opportunity for the government to take leadership here. So I support an increase in paid parental leave because I think that's absolutely crucial to families. But what I want is crucial in this design is that we get to a 26-week at least paid parental leave. But 6 weeks of that must be used by a second parent, in most cases a man, and there's a 2-week element that is use it or lose it. Because the evidence shows that if there's such a significant amount of parental leave available, that men will change their cultures, and actually the workplaces will change the expectation of what happens to men when there is a baby in the house, when they have a child. And I think if we can fundamentally change that expectation of men and women's involvement in child rearing, we are going to both increase the economic empowerment of women, but we can also achieve two other key results. One of these is evidence overseas has shown that if men are more involved in child rearing, they improve their connection to their children and they improve their own life satisfaction. And when you see men's high suicide rates and rates of depression, you think, what can you do to actually improve the lot of men? And this is absolutely a crucial part of it. A second piece of research has also shown that male partners' involvement in the lives of their children is increased by them taking more leave at the start, and if they do that, that actually increases child development. So this is a piece that can increase child development, increase men's satisfaction and address gender equity. And at the same price, this is something that costs $600 million. Now, that's a lot of money, but compared to so many different things that we do in this country, the economic outcomes, but also the social outcomes that we could achieve through this sort of a scheme are absolutely crucial to the Invest With. So I think that it's crucial that the government takes leadership in this space. They have spoken about wanting to be led as a really empower female women and the community. This is an easy opportunity for them to pursue and to put us on the path to this, at least in this budget, so that we can get to the stage of having 26 weeks of paid parental leave, 6 weeks of which must be used by the second parent and 2 weeks which is use it or lose it, and that will achieve outcomes on all bases. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the motion about paid parental leave put forward by the member of Warringah. My duty as a member of the House of Representatives is to support families in ensuring a better future for their children. Putting families at the front and centre of policymaking is the guiding principle of the Albanese Labor government. It is the basis of the government's commitment to improving our country's paid parental leave scheme to help parents to find a better balance between work and caring responsibilities. The Rudd Labor government made a notable strides in strengthening gender equality by introducing the first ever government-funded paid parental leave scheme in 2011. At the time, Australia was one of just 2 OECD countries without a national statutory paid parental leave scheme, along with the United States. Since then, the former coalition government have argued that working mothers claiming their full parental leave entitlements are a rort and a fraud, and have accused them of double-dipping. Such comments were hurtful to so many and showed the coalition's lack of ambition in encouraging more parents to participate in the workforce. The coalition fails to understand that workplace diversity and promoting parental workforce participation is not just good for families, it's good for the nation. Encouraging parents, particularly women, to take up work and leadership roles is a huge drive of economic growth. Matching women's workforce participation with that of men would increase Australia's GDP by a whopping $353 billion by 2050, or 8.7%. The Albanese government is considering specific amendments to the paid parental leave scheme. Future changes will guarantee the scheme will continue to meet the expectations of families across Australia and complement the parental leave scheme offered by several employers. These enhancements will be the result of carefully considering the various factors which influence the scheme's success. It is essential to make it better and important to get it right. While improving the paid parental leave scheme is a vital priority of this government, every good idea is only as good as the government's ability to provide for it within the context of the budget. It is impossible to ignore the Albanese government inherited a $1 trillion debt left behind by those on the other side of this chamber. As a result, the government is forced on making sure every measure aimed at improving gender equality can receive the appropriate funding needed for it to succeed. While this will take time, the government's investment of $5 billion into childcare is an essential initial step. This measure will form a part of the October budget. It will do more to support female workforce participation more than anything we have seen from those on the other side in the past decade. Since its introduction, the paid parental leave scheme has encouraged women to stay connected to their jobs, boosted workforce participation, and allowed mothers to spend vital time with their newborn babies. It is crucial to women's economic security and the health and well-being of parents and their children. It continues to be an essential step in meeting an ageing Australian population's economic and social challenges. Treating parenting as an equal partnership helps gender equality and opens more choices for women to participate in the workforce. The Albanese Labor government is committed to strengthening the scheme to meet parenting demands and to improving flexibility to encourage families to share parenting responsibilities. It is aligned with the government's guiding principle to create a better Australia where no one is held back or left behind. I thank the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. A robust, universal paid parental leave scheme with a minimum of 26 weeks would transform so many lives in this country. This is something we Greens have been pushing for a long time. And at the May election this year, we brought a policy of 26 weeks guaranteed paid parental leave. The Greens plan will provide 6 months of paid parental leave paid at the parent's existing wage, capped at $100,000 per annum, and includes super contributions. This would include 6 weeks for each parent and 14 weeks to be taken in whichever combination the family decides. The package would complement, not replace, existing employer schemes. And when I door-knocked in Ryan and spoke to people about this plan, they absolutely loved the idea. So since May, we've seen a growing number of groups calling for boosting paid parental leave. The ACTU want the Albanese government to increase paid parental leave from 18 to 26 weeks, and then map out a path to lifting it to 52 weeks by 2030. A fantastic idea. The Business Council of Australia laid out 26 weeks of paid parental leave as a core policy suggestion ahead of the Jobs and Skills Summit. Chief Executive Women's submission to the Jobs Summit called for an expansion of the Commonwealth paid parental leave scheme. Zali Steggall has now brought this motion to the House, and I support it. According to the economic experts, 26 weeks of shared paid parental leave will boost women's workforce participation. This is undoubtedly a true and a very good thing. But more importantly, I say it will boost freedom. It'll boost freedom for mums and for dads to spend these crucial, beautiful but tiring months with their newborns while not worrying about whether they'll be able to pay the rent or mortgage and whether they'll have a job to go back to once it's over. Coupled with another Greens policy, universal free childcare, paid parental leave of 26 weeks will give families the freedom to decide the best arrangement for them, to work out how much they work in paid employment, how much they spend doing the unpaid child-rearing work at home, and how they share those roles, importantly, equitably between partners. And they can do that without fear of falling into poverty or falling behind in their careers. So in a wealthy country like Australia, we should be able to afford the freedom that comes with proper paid parental leave. In fact, we can. Boosting paid parental leave to 26 weeks and linking it to the parent's existing wage rather than the minimum wage would cost $6.4 billion over the next 3 years. That's a lot of money. That's $26.8 billion over 10 years. It does sound like a lot, except when you think that Labor's Stage 3 tax cuts are going to cost the budget $244 billion over that time. So if we scrap those tax cuts, we'd fund a robust and fair paid parental leave plan, transform people's lives, and still have $217 billion left to play with. And in fact, Australia currently has one of the worst parental leave schemes in the developed world. Shame. In Sweden, both parents are entitled to about 9 months of parental leave. In Australia at the moment, 18 weeks for one parent only on the minimum wage. Australia's current parental leave scheme tends to lock mums into the role of primary carer and undermine their economic security, leading to a loss of work opportunities. This motion and the Greens policy would begin to encourage both parents to share the parenting load and to normalise working arrangements that help families juggle work and caring responsibilities. It's high time we fixed paid parental leave in this country, and it's time that this government comes on board with this plan. I support this bill. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Paid parental leave is an important and vital policy area for the new Albanese Labor government and will remain a focus throughout our term of government. The government understands the social, we understand the economic benefits that paid parental leave provides to not only families in my electorate of Robertson, but to families right across the country. It was a Labor government in 2011 who introduced Australia's first original government-funded paid parental leave scheme, and it will be this Albanese Labor government that ensures the scheme continues to put families at the centre of policy making and that the scheme works for Australian families moving into the future. Coupled with this focus is the Albanese government's $5 billion investment into cheaper childcare. Ensuring more families can access cheaper childcare will mean parents, in particular women, can re-enter the workforce, increasing the nation's workforce participation and overall GDP. It is estimated that if women's workforce participation matched that of men, we would increase GDP by 8.7% or $353 billion by 2050. An effective and strong paid parental leave scheme ensures Australian parents can nurture, Australian parents can care and develop the incredibly important connections with their newborn babies in the early days of their lives. This is achieved by allowing mothers and fathers paid leave from their workplaces following the birth of a child. Up to 18 weeks, leave is provided to the primary carer and up to 2 weeks for partners. During the 2021-2022 period, around 121,000 people received the parental leave payment and over 64,000 people received the dad and partner payment. These payments represent an investment in Australian families and an investment into the future of our workforce. Paid parental leave also ensures that women are not disadvantaged in their employment if they choose to have a baby. The scheme helps maintain a committed and competitive workforce, supports the economic security of women, recognises women as essential and valued workers in the Australian skilled labour force, and promotes the health and welfare of mothers and newborn children. It ensures both men and women have a balance their work and parental responsibilities, and allows for couples to have children and not delay this decision due to economic reasons, and allows our nation to address the declining national birth rate and safeguard our future economic base. Disappointingly, it was those opposite in the former coalition government that said that working mothers who claimed their full parental leave entitlements were double-dipping, and that this was some sort of a rort. Those in the Albanese Labor government, including myself, know that paid parental leave is not a rort, or that Australian couples claiming their entitlements under the paid parental leave scheme are not double-dipping. The scheme was established to assist and help hard-working mothers and hard-working fathers with newborn children and to ensure a fairer division of unpaid care and paid work, improving the family work-life balance. I've spoken with parents in my electorate of Robertson who have told me that they would not have been able to have a child secondary to financial barriers if they could not access the government's paid parental leave entitlements. As with any policy, and any changes need to be considered within the context of the budget. In reality, we inherited $1 trillion of Liberal Party debt from the former government, yet we will ensure paid parental leave continues to support families across Australia and complements the parental leave schemes many employers also provide. The Albanese Labor government, myself, we are all committed to ensuring the nation's paid parental leave scheme works for all Australians. I encourage those in opposition to see the paid parental leave scheme as an investment in our nation and work with the government in this policy area. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Warringah for her motion to acknowledge and address inadequacies in Australia's paid parental leave and early childhood education systems, and I'm grateful to be able to speak on behalf of the people of North Sydney. Initially introduced in 2011, in its broadest context, the Australia's paid parental leave scheme is one of the least adequate in the developed world. The existing paid parental leave bill from 2010 offers families up to just 20 weeks paid leave at a minimum wage. Of those 20 weeks, 18 are allocated to the primary carer, whilst the remaining 2 weeks are offered as dad and partner pay. Reflecting on that for just a moment, the mere fact that this pay is referred to as dad or partner pay immediately relegates the father in a parenting situation to the lesser of the two carers. This is unacceptable. Comparing this scheme to those of our OECD peers, it's clear Australian families are missing out and our society is lagging as a consequence. On average, families in the OECD are typically entitled to over 50 weeks of paid leave. That's 2.5 times more than we offer here in Australia, while in Finland, new parents have access to 7 months paid leave each. Policies such as these have been linked with better development outcomes for children and support a more balanced division of labour between two-parent families. The reality is, parental leave policy settings have a significant and wide-ranging impact on families, children, women, the economy, and ultimately society as a whole. Significantly, they also reduce the employability gap between men and women in the workforce, because if an employer is looking at either a male or a female candidate with the same expectation that they will or could take a significant amount of paid parental leave, the idea of employing one over the other to avoid this timeout is ultimately removed. By encouraging both parents to share the responsibility of caring for young children, we can fundamentally shift a cultural paradigm which currently frequently forces women into the primary caring role, regardless of what a family may desire. To be clear, I'm not saying that to be a primary carer is not the noblest of paths. Being a mother to my 3 children is undoubtedly the most incredible, rewarding and fundamental experience of my life. But what I am saying is that paid parental leave offered here in Australia must allow families the maximum support and the ultimate choice of who is the primary carer and when. As the Grattan Institute noted in a report last year, greater sharing of childcare is one of the best ways to improve women's economic security. Along with paid parental improvements, we also need to ensure that families have access to quality and affordable care to allow those that either wish or need to return to work to do so. The most recent census data tells me there's 110,000 families living in my electorate of North Sydney and the electorate immediately to my north. There are almost 9,000 young children under the age of 5 and a further 9,500 children between 5 and 10 who need supervision when not at school. For this population, there's only 140 childcare, daycare and after-school care facilities. That's at least 65 children per centre. From my conversations with childcare operators, workers and parents, it's clear that more federal government leadership, coordination and support is needed.
Order. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. And I call the member for North Sydney.
From my conversations with childcare operators across North Sydney, workers and parents, it's clear that more federal government leadership, coordination and support is needed. Childcare centres are struggling with school shortages while existing workers are overwhelmed and underpaid. Meanwhile, families cannot find spaces and affordability is a massive issue, with some facing fees of up to $200 a day. As one North Sydney parent put it to me, I've worked extremely hard to work in a management position in the tech industry. My inability to get back to work due to my inability to gain childcare is detrimental to myself and also to the perception of women and mothers in the workforce, something that needs to change. Despite very positive conversations in this chamber today, the reality is our current government has no plans to address the inadequacy of our paid parental leave program. And in fact, we heard earlier this morning from the member from Bendigo that one of the reasons that can't be addressed is because it would take at least 50 weeks to bring about significant changes. It takes 40 weeks to make a new human being and just $600 million to enable us to meet the desires of our community to have 26 weeks paid parental leave. I not only support this motion, I urge the government to heed it and step into what is an unacceptable situation here in Australia. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Reid.
Thank you. For me, the first year of my son's life was filled with awe and joy, as well as sleep deprivation and anxiety, all in equal parts. I had prepared myself for the awe and joy, and many well-meaning parents had tried to prepare me for the sleep deprivation part of it. But what I hadn't realised was the constant hum of anxiety that would permeate that year. Was he feeding enough? Was he feeding too much? Why wasn't he crawling or talking or sleeping? It was a constant loop of questions and fears. But in that first year, there was one aspect of our ever-changing life that I didn't have to worry about, and that was our family's finances. A combination of paid parental leave schemes provided by my employer and the government meant that I could take a full year off to look after my son. It was a year that I loved, and as a new parent, it was a year that I needed. And my son thrived. He grew from a wrinkly and crying newborn to a chubby and babbling toddler. He continued not to be great on the sleep front, but that would come some years later. But it was a magical year. It's been more than a decade since the paid parental leave scheme was introduced in Australia. At the time of its introduction, along with the United States, we were the only country in the OECD that didn't have a statutory paid parental leave scheme. It's now become so entrenched and important a social policy that you sometimes forget that we didn't have it at all. A time 40 years ago when my mother had me, her decision to return to work was governed by our family's financial situation and not my parents' own wishes. So I was placed in childcare full-time at just a couple of months old as soon as the centre would take me. My mum doesn't have regrets about that decision because it wasn't a choice she had the luxury of making. It was simply a reality of the times. Years of research have shown that paid parental leave improves the well-being of families and children, encourages women to remain connected with work, and sends a message that children and parenting are important in our society. I think it's time we looked at paid parental leave scheme again and examine where further improvements can be made. For me, a critical area where we could strengthen what we have at the moment is to encourage both parents to access paid parental leave. Currently, only 2 weeks of leave are available for non-primary caregivers, who are often fathers. Compare that to the 18 weeks provided to the primary caregiver, usually the mothers. The difference is stark. And it played out in my experience in that first year of my son's life. The community healthcare workers valiantly tried to rename our mothers group a parenting group and encourage dads to attend. But in the end, every week it was a gathering of a dozen mums with their kids. At a time when we as a society need to move towards greater gender balance when it comes to caring responsibilities, our policy settings are still entrenching the role of women as primary carers, and I think that needs to change. Treating parenting as an equal partnership helps to improve gender equality and encourage women to participate in the workforce. We should be offering families more choice and flexibility. When the paid parental leave scheme was introduced more than a decade ago, it was a game changer for many parents, including me. I want to thank 2 women who fought tirelessly to get the paid parental leave scheme implemented. Professor Marion Baird from the University of Sydney Business School, who spent decades researching and advocating for paid parental leave, and Jenny Macklin, the Minister responsible for bringing this policy idea to fruition. I thank them both.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, motion on Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day.
Call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper. Earlier this month, my family marked what would have been my daughter Megan's 30th birthday, and in January, my son Michael's 35th. As you can tell, the passing of time hasn't diminished their loss to me or our family, and I think of them every day. But especially at times of momentous occasions like weddings of their siblings, it is their absence that makes the loss more acute. In the last 12 months, another 3,000 families join us on our journey of loss of a child. They joined a club that no one wants to be a part of, and ones where there is no words to describe. Yesterday, there were a further 9 families who got the news that their baby would not survive. This year, an estimated 100,000 pregnancies will end in miscarriage. These startling figures have not really changed more in 20 years, and the incidence of miscarriage, stillbirth or neonatal death are much worse for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and women of culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds when compared to the Australian population. Indigenous families lose their babies at a rate of up to 50% higher when compared to the Australian population, and that figure for cold women is approximately 30%. The National Stillbirth Action and Implementation Plan recognises stillbirth as a public health issue. It was developed in response to the recommendations of the Senate Select Committee on Stillbirth Research and Education report. The plan includes short, medium and long-term actions and with the aim to reduce stillbirth and ensure families affected by stillbirth receive respectful and supportive care. It recognises that some groups have higher rates of stillbirth and includes actions to address these equity gaps. The plan was the result of extensive consultation with relevant groups, including bereaved parents, state and territory governments, researchers, clinical experts and non-government organisations. The plan seeks to fund research and support services like Red Nose, SANS, Miracle Babies in my community and so many others. Support services are vital for mum, dad, siblings, families to navigate the world after pregnancy loss and perhaps subsequent pregnancies. Talking to someone who knows what you're going through helps with healing and to face the new world beyond. When I lost my baby, I didn't know anyone else in the same position. I found SANS and the support of Volunteer Council that did so much for me to help me navigate the world left after the loss. Well-meaning comments like "you'll have another baby" or "at least you can get pregnant" did little to help how I was feeling or my distress. What I really wanted to say was it was actually this baby I wanted, not another one. In our society, grief is difficult to talk about, especially when someone young dies. October marks International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, and the 15th of October is recognised as International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. It aims to give those grieving a voice not always available. The 15th of October, social media will be full of images of candles lit for beloved babies. This event every year gives family an important opportunity to publicly remember and reduce stigma that often follows the loss of a baby. As with all awareness campaigns, there is an encouragement to talk and recognise the loss of a baby by miscarriage, stillbirth or neonatal death. By talking, we are raising awareness, raising money to instigate research to reduce the incidence of loss and find ways to prevent families' distress into the future. What I would say to anyone seeking to support a family, let them talk, remember their child, that's what helps. I encourage and acknowledge all of the researchers, doctors, nurses and families who are contributing every day to finding the answers that will reduce the rates of loss I've discussed today. And I especially recognise all the families who share their stories to make sure that their special children are not forgotten and other families do not suffer into the future. I acknowledge medical professionals, but especially my friends and family who supported me.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Call the member for... Sorry, the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion by the member opposite and thank her for raising this very important issue. The news of a new pregnancy can be a time for joy and celebration for parents as they prepare to welcome new life into their world. Tragically, this is not the outcome of every pregnancy, and not all babies born get to come home. Tragically, every day in Australia, 282 women experience a miscarriage. If we think about that for just a moment, Mr Deputy Speaker. 282 women every day experience miscarriage. 6 babies are stillborn and 2 die within the first 28 days of birth. While these statistics provide little consolation for the loss of a child, it may help to know that couples and families are not alone in this experience. Despite these staggering statistics, 74% of couples report feeling unsupported in their experience. On October 15, we recognise Pregnancy and Infants Loss Remembrance Day and acknowledge those that have lost a child through miscarriage, stillbirth or infant death. There are many organisations providing support for families such as Red Nose, Still Aware, SANS and Miracle Babies, and I thank them for the work they do. I would also like to highlight some amazing people in my own electorate of Petrie that are helping to support families in their loss journey. Karen Hollandale is a midwife who lives in North Lakes. She is a clinical director of My Midwives North Lakes, an award-winning private midwifery practice in Queensland and in Victoria.
Karen has been a midwife for 22 years and has worked with many expectant parents, providing midwifery continuity of care through pregnancy, birth and postnatal care, which sadly includes working with parents in their stillbirth, pregnancy loss journey. I asked Karen to describe the stillbirth and pregnancy loss journey from a practitioner's lens, and this is what she said. Stillbirth and pregnancy loss is never easy. It's hard to find the words to support the families. How do you tell them that life is going to be okay when they are walking in the saddest days of their lives? We help them make choices to celebrate the life of their much-loved baby. We take on some of their sorrow and wish we could give them back the life they lost. We remember their baby's birthdays forever. We are always honoured to share that journey with them, despite the hurt that we share a small part of. I take a part in these families with me always. They forever hold a special place in my heart. What an incredibly beautiful reflection of the shared story between bereaved parents and their healthcare providers. Barbara Armstrong from Mango Hill is another incredible woman in the electorate of Petrie who recently started a not-for-profit called Sweet Peanuts. After her own experience of miscarriage in 2019, Barbara found support from other bereaved parents, helped to deal with feelings of depression, grief and isolation, and now donates care packages to local hospitals in the Moreton Bay region to give other families the same support. Up until recently, the local hospital in my electorate, Redcliffe Hospital, lacked dedicated private rooms for women labouring with a baby that has passed away in the womb. With the combined advocacy of the Redcliffe Hospital Ladies Auxiliary, Hand Heart Pocket and other local suppliers, a specialist care room, also known as the Jacaranda Room, now provides families a purpose-built room for stillbirth, a kitchenette with a fridge, dimmable light, darkened windows and a sofa bed to accommodate support people. The room is set to officially end of October, but has already been in use since June this year. In September last year, the Morrison government introduced an amendment to the Fair Work Act as part of the Sex Discrimination Fair Work Bill, stating employees were to be provided with 2 days of paid bereavement leave for parents who experience a miscarriage. I'd like to thank my former colleague, the member for Ryan at the time, Julian Simmons, for his instrumental advocacy in helping get this bill through. Policy change creates cultural change, and anyone who experiences miscarriage, regardless of gender, deserves dedicated time off. Lastly, my deepest sympathies go out to all who experience the loss of a child. We're with you. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank we're all going to be emotional in this one. I want to thank my friend, the member for Werriwa, for moving this motion. It is so often those who've experienced a loss who'll be brave enough to shine a light on it. And as we near Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day on the 15th of October, I'm very pleased to be supporting this motion. The day on the 15th of October is an opportunity for parents, families, friends and healthcare workers to mark their shared loss, whether through miscarriages, stillbirth or infant death. Losing a baby at any time in pregnancy, in birth or the neonatal period is devastating for families, but each year 20 to 30% of women who are pregnant experience a miscarriage. It's an enormous statistic. And stillbirths are higher in Aboriginal and culturally diverse communities. We have much work to do there. There's no doubt that further research is needed to help lower the overall mortality and to provide support to families who've experienced the loss of a child, as well as help them overcome their trauma in a healthy and meaningful manner. And that's why the $6.8 million of funding the Albanese government is providing to assist families dealing with the grief of stillbirth is so important. More than $4 million of that money will go to Red Nose Australia for their hospital to home program, and a further $2.6 million is for stillbirth education and awareness initiatives. And I want to speak a bit about Red Nose Australia, and particularly in my local area to give a shout out to Richmond High School, who for decades have been raising significant funds on Red Nose Day. Richmond High School students do something that isn't done anywhere else. They don red capes and red clothes, and those of us who go along put on our red clothes, and they stand side by side on the oval to create a shape. Now, when we're doing it, we don't know what the shape is, but above us is a police helicopter, and that's photographing the enormous shape that's being done. And it's only when we see the photo that we know what we've helped create. This year, it was a koala hanging on tightly to a big red nose. I've been really proud to be part of this human shape being formed for a bit over a decade, standing side by side with students and teachers. When I attended this year's event, Pat Pilgrim, who's one of the originators of it, tells me it was very much a team effort coming up with the idea, and she talked about the very first year they decided to do it, and it was all thanks to the dome-shaped assembly hall that they had. Until it was standing there till recently. And the idea was to drape it in red, to create a giant red nose to mark Red Nose Day and to fundraise. It took hundreds of 3 metre by 1 metre red plastic strips. Pat recalls 2,200 square metres in all, which were lifted onto the roof with cranes once it had all been heat welded together. And the plan was to just let it flow over the building, to pull a thing and let it flow over the building, a bit like she described it, strawberry topping falling over the building. It almost went to plan, and I'm told not to talk about any of the safety rules that might have been broken in order to get that red plastic doing what it was meant to do. The event attracted attention, and in 1994 the first police flyover happened so that the image could be captured. It's become a real tradition of Richmond High, and in spite of a lull for COVID, it's back with the next crop of senior students leading the way. They have raised a huge amount of money for Red Nose Australia, and we're very proud of what they do. Also within my region, I've been privileged to get to see some of the work of A Butterfly's Embrace. Naomi Smith, the president and founder of A Butterfly's Embrace, lost her son Lucas in April 2014. She wanted to help support other bereaved parents who've suffered pregnancy and infant loss. This is people who've had an experience helping other people. And as the member for Werriwa said, talking can really help. Naomi wants to see change. She wants to change the little things that should not be the way they are, the things that someone who hasn't experienced a loss probably hasn't thought of. No grieving parent needs added trauma on top of the already heartbreaking situation they're forced to face. And they run an informal parent group that I'd encourage anyone to go to at Ropes Crossing.
Question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you. Beyond all the statistics of pregnancy and infant loss are parents, siblings, grandparents and other loved ones who are grieving the loss of a child. This heartbreak is often private, and understandably so, but it's heartening to see the increasing number of parents who are willing to talk about their experiences in the hopes that others do not feel so alone when navigating their way through a similar experience. Recently, I was contacted by Northern Tasmanian woman Colette Butler, who reached out to me seeking support for an event to be held in late October to raise funds and awareness of pregnancy loss. Colette's desire to support families going through pregnancy loss is a result of losing her own daughter, Amelia, in 2020, and I've asked Colette for permission to share her story in her own words today because, as Colette has said, all babies have a birth story and deserve to be shared with the world. She says, on May the 26th, 2020, I woke at 2 a.m. in spontaneous labour at 38 weeks gestation with my first pregnancy. A pregnancy that was uncomplicated and problem-free. After arriving at the hospital, my baby was found to be in the breech position, which was not detected throughout my pregnancy. An emergency caesarean was called. Moments later, the fetal heart rate began to drop to an alarming level. A code blue was called. I was rushed to the theatre, my husband taken back to the maternity ward to wait as I was put under a general anaesthetic. At 5:50 a.m, Amelia Marie Butler was born still. What felt like moments later, I woke in the recovery room, my husband at the end of the bed and hospital staff around me. I remember looking at a nurse asking, "Where's my baby?" The next words changed my life forever. She didn't make it. Whilst under the anaesthetic, an amazing team of obstetricians, nurses and paediatricians delivered my baby girl, but it was already too late. Amelia was born with her umbilical cord around her neck. The very thing that had fed her life during my pregnancy took her life. Even with CPR and intervention, Amelia was gone. Nathan and I returned to the maternity ward, a ward I had previously worked on as a midwife. We were taken into a birth room I knew very well was the baby loss room, a space that women were admitted to when their babies had not survived. Amelia was waiting for us. She was perfect, beautiful, a head of dark brown hair, soft, silk-like hair, 10 fingers, 10 toes. A perfect baby that I held in my arms was lifeless. Nathan and I were fortunate to have the beautiful Sheridan from Heartfelt Photography capture a few precious moments that would be for a lifetime. With the support of the wonderful midwives, we bathed Amelia, dressed her, held her, knowing too well we would have to say goodbye and would never hold her in our arms again. The next few days followed as such. Instead of learning how to breastfeed my baby, my family and I planned a funeral. Instead of leaving the hospital with Amelia, we left with empty arms to return home to an empty nursery. A nursery full of baby clothes, nappies and toys that would never be used by Amelia. A private funeral was held with just Nathan and I. We stood together watching as a very tiny coffin was lowered into the ground. The months to follow, we were faced with running into people, seeing their faces, having to explain why our baby was gone. Nights, I cried myself to sleep with an empty bassinet next to me. I was faced with returning to the hospital not just as a patient, but also as a nurse. I struggled for months, still do, any time I heard a code blue, walking down certain corridors or collecting a patient from the recovery room. Now 2.5 years on, I still remember that day clearly. I still cry and feel an emptiness I don't think will ever leave me. I imagine each day what Amelia would be like and picture the little girl she would have grown into. Since Amelia, my husband and I have tried to give Amelia a sibling. We have since experienced 3 miscarriages and we've undergone many investigations and tests. 4 babies, keeping each other company while Nathan and I learned to live without them. Prior to my own baby loss, I worked on a surgical ward as a nurse and had a portfolio and passion in pregnancy loss. In this ward, we cared for many families experiencing early pregnancy loss, and it was my passion to make their experience as supported as possible. I strive for changes at a ward level to improve their care. Now, having experienced multiple losses myself and connecting with many others that have, I'm beginning to realise how common baby loss and how little we talk about it. I love to talk about Amelia and my little ones. For me, it is a way of keeping her spirit alive.
Question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to firstly thank the member for Werriwa and the other members for sharing their stories today. I must say I'm profoundly affected by this discussion because it has dredged up even in me trauma from many years ago relating to pregnancy loss. What I would say is that all pregnancy losses are devastating. It is a hidden tragedy and a taboo and associated with a stigma which we in this House are striving to dispel, and today it starts. The mental health effects are profound and they range from depression, anxiety, PTSD, relationship breakdown and strain, and a loss of productivity. The impacts are wide and they reverberate through the ages. Even many years after my own pregnancy loss, I'm still so badly affected because I remember how profoundly alone I was in that loss, and I really felt that no one could reach me. Sorry. Miscarriage is very common, as you all know. It affects at least 1 in 5 women with a known pregnancy. And it is defined as being occurring before 20 weeks gestation. Stillbirth, on the other hand, occurs after 20 weeks, and it's less common, but affects 6 in 1,000 live births in Australia. And that means that every day around 6 babies are born stillborn. It's just devastating. In many a case, we actually don't know what causes these terrible outcomes. We think that they may be due to genetic or congenital abnormalities or other types of maternal conditions, things that are known like gestational diabetes, preeclampsia or smoking. But even then, for those 20 to 45% of families who do not know what has caused this, it is absolutely devastating. And they're left not knowing, absolutely bewildered, like deer in headlights, in the aftermath of this grief, which can be all-encompassing and engulf them. Stillbirth, like many health conditions, as you know, tracks with disadvantage. And in my maiden speech, I talked about the social determinants of health, something that I'm very familiar with as a doctor. Poor education, social isolation, poverty, racism, unemployment. The rates of stillbirth are in the general population around 6 to 7 per 1,000, but much higher in Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people, ranging at 9 per 1,000. Women from migrant or refugee groups, it's higher still. In women living in outer regional areas, it's 7.5 per 1,000. Women in remote Australia, it's 14 per 1,000. That's double the average rate. And in women younger than 20 years, again, it is 14 per 1,000. It's unacceptably high. We know that up to a third of stillbirths can be preventable if optimal care is provided. And I would like to commend the previous government for their National Stillbirth Action and Implementation Plan. And we have accepted all of those findings, and I look forward to seeing this actually come into fruition. I would say that there are certain interventions that do work, and it's important we talk about them because we can all be ambassadors for these interventions. Encourage smoking cessation, very important. Improve the detection and management of impaired fetal growth. Encourage women to understand babies' movements. Fetal movement is a really important but subtle sign that can be missed. And avoid sleeping on your back when you're particularly in the latter stages of pregnancy, mainly because it impairs blood flow. It squashes the big vessels in the back. All of the above can, of course, be addressed with really good antenatal care. And we have excellent antenatal care in Australia, but it's just poorly accessed in a lot of parts of Australia because we are a big, wide land. And so we know that this is a particular problem, particularly for First Nations women. Only 63% of them in 2017 accessed antenatal care. That just seems extraordinarily low for a first world country. I would say also that education shouldn't just stop with women. It needs to be extended to health professionals like myself. I'm not an obstetrician, and it was really this talk which gave me the opportunity to do a deep dive and and try to understand some of the factors. But we need to now multiply this across the whole medical profession so that everyone understands what's going on. I would say finally that we do need better research to understand the causes of stillbirth because the trauma can persist for decades. And this is why it is important we have excellent grief counselling that is of high quality and timely so that we can mitigate the impacts on families and their loved ones for years to come.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this private member's business because it acknowledges the deep and profound impact of pregnancy loss. 1 in 5 pregnancies end in miscarriage. I speak from personal experience when I say that it is devastating, and in many respects, the sense of loss never leaves you. I'm conscious that this speech is going to be cut very short, so I'm going to try and wrap it really quickly. I want to talk about pregnancy loss from the point of view of vulnerability, because when we have a pregnancy loss, we're in a state of vulnerability. I did a thesis on this and the dependency, the irreversibility and the unpredictability that we find ourselves in, a status that is very difficult to mitigate, to resolve, to come to terms with. My thesis actually speaks about adoption choice, very similar subject with many of the same pieces of data. But I think from a personal point of view, it is possible to put this sociological framework around pregnancy loss
and to come up with solutions that are hopeful, that are interdependent, and that can bring some resolution to the past. And I thank the Chamber.
The time allotted for the debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber is now suspended until 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Started? Yeah. Well, we've already lost one. It's a team effort.
Order. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Chair. After 2 long years of COVID lockdowns and restrictions in Western Sydney, it was an absolute delight to see my electorate of Fowler come to life again for the Moon Festival. More than 80,000 people travelled to Cabramatta to experience a cultural event like no other. However, for many residents in South West Sydney, it's also a slice of home. In Fowler, over 32% of the population speak Vietnamese or a Chinese language. The Moon Festival is a significant East Asian event around the world, marking the day when the moon is at its fullest and brightest for harvest. It's also a special day to spend with your loved ones and community. I want to acknowledge the leadership of Fairfield Council for bringing everyone together to celebrate and witness line dances and cultural performers entertaining the audience, a fantastic lantern parade, attendees enjoying the diversity of offerings from local shops and stall holders, from pho to sugarcane drinks to donuts, local businesses and RSL clubs supporting the day, and our local New South Wales Police keeping the community safe amongst the huge crowd. I'd also like to acknowledge my state and federal parliamentary colleagues who joined in on these activities, including the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, and New South Wales Minister for Multicultural Affairs, Mark Curray. Premier Dominic Perrottet even brought along his 7 children and his wife, Helen. To everyone who had attended, worked or performed the day.
I thank the member for her contribution and call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in this place just over 79 years to the day after Enid Lyons and Dorothy Tagney entered through the doors of Old Parliament House. I note the member for Tagney in the chamber today. 2 incredible women, Enid Lyons, the first woman elected to this place, and Dorothy Tagney was the first woman elected to the other place. I'm speaking today in honour of another trailblazing woman, Catherine Helen Spence. Like Dorothy Tagney and Enid Lyons, Catherine Helen Spence has the auspicious honour of having one of the 151 federal electorates named after them, namely the division of Spence that I have the privilege to represent in this place. Born in Scotland in 1825, she moved to South Australia in 1839 with her family. She was a governess, a novelist, an advocate of the suffrage movement. Her first passion was that of writing, with her novel Clara Morrison being the first novel set in Australia that was written by a woman. She was a considerable advocate for the women's education, playing a vital role in the establishment of the Advanced School for Girls in 1870. This school was the only public academic school at the time preparing women for entrance to the University of Adelaide. Later, she served as Vice President of the Women's Suffrage League from 1891 to 1894, a year that the South Australian colony granted women a right to vote. Unfortunately, in March of 1897, she would be unsuccessful in her attempt to become Australia's first female political candidate. Thank you.
I thank the member and call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. The cost of living crisis is hitting hard, and it is especially felt by renters. In my home electorate of Brisbane, 53.5% of dwellings were rented at the most recent census. In the June quarter of this year, the vacancy rate in Brisbane dropped to 0.7%. That is a lot of renters with very, very few options of where to rent. Low vacancy rates have been coupled with massive increases in weekly rents. In the last 18 months, the average weekly rent for a 2-bedroom home has increased by almost 20% in Brisbane. A 1-bedroom apartment, up 15.5%. These rental increases aren't just numbers, though, they're people. One of my constituents, Dominica, is facing an uncertain future for her and her daughter as she must contend with unsustainable rent increases and an almost near zero vacancy rate. Susie and Bella are two young workers in Brisbane and have had to offer far more than the listed rent price for every single rental application they have submitted. This to even just remotely be considered. These are just two stories from the countless messages our office has received from renters and families in distress. It is time to freeze rents. This will provide immediate cost of living relief and economic security to millions of renters across the country, and particularly people in my electorate of Brisbane. We cannot expect charities and community organisations to bear the entire brunt of the housing crisis. The government has a responsibility to step in and have people's backs.
I call the member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to pay tribute to the inspirational Barbara Siddall. 30 years ago, Barbara did something truly amazing. She founded Cornerstone, which is a much-loved community institution in Dandenong. It's a drop-in centre to welcome and care for people in crisis. I've visited it many times, and it's much more than just the meal. I was honoured to attend Cornerstone's 30-year gala, celebrating the contribution of so many people, the volunteers and the partners, the Rotary Clubs, the Lions Clubs, the Australian Tax Office in the centre of Dandenong, their breakfast club, where for decades they've supported Cornerstone, the laundry providers, the showers. And Barb Siddall was there with her family. The highlight was unveiling a plaque renaming the iconic Dandenong Centre, and as someone who went to school in Dandenong, I know my friend the member for Holt knows this place well, it's been renamed the Barb Siddall Drop-In Centre. Now, typically, Barb was completely horrified by the attention. She confessed to me that she didn't actually want to come because she didn't want to be the centre of attention. But then she got up and spoke absolutely beautifully to the gathering. She spoke of her Christian faith that moved her. After she retired, she knew nothing about youth work, she said, and homeless people, but she felt moved to do something, and her tenacity. And she's built something really special. She'll probably hate the fact that I got up now and mentioned this in the National Parliament, but given the significance of Cornerstone to our community, it is loved and known right across the community. It's appropriate that I record our thanks and gratitude to Barb Siddall.
I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you. North Sydney is an electorate that cares deeply about our impact on the natural environment. We want to see the nation take action on climate change, and we're willing to walk the talk. The Tantallon Oval Pavilion in Lane Cove is one of the recent success stories in North Sydney's journey to becoming one of the first net zero urban energy zones. The new facility is virtually off the grid, with 60 kilowatts of solar panels, 2 101 kilowatt lithium-ion batteries, energy-efficient lights and glass, and 20,000 litres of rainwater harvesting tanks to irrigate the oval. It also features innovative green ceramic tiles that are created from waste materials, including old club jerseys. The $2 million project is an example of collaboration done right. It is backed by all three levels of government, federal, state and local, spanning the political spectrum, as well as community clubs like the Lane Cove Junior Rugby Club, Lane Cove Tigers Junior Rugby League, Lane Cove Cricket Club and the Lane Cove Seniors Rugby Union. By working together, the community has truly delivered a sustainable, future-focused sports facility that will serve many for years to come. This development thoughtfully addresses not only the needs of the community today, but also future generations. We must see more of these projects in the future as we pursue our ambition to become one of the first net zero urban energy zones in Australia.
I call the member for Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to commend Global Kids Clothes, which is an outstanding group of women in Robertson on the Central Coast that meet weekly to knit and sew clothes for girls, boys and babies in some of the world's most disadvantaged countries. Global Kids Clothes has been operating since 2015 on the Central Coast and was started by founder Denise McKnight, who I recently had the pleasure of meeting at one of my mobile offices in the beautiful suburb of Bensville. Denise mentioned to me that since the creation of Global Kids Clothes, members of the group have gone on to knit and sew almost 10,000 items of clothing and distribute these to 31 countries across the globe. The group meets every Wednesday during school terms from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the greenhouse at Coast Community Church. I encourage any Coast resident equipped with sewing or knitting skills and looking for a worthy cause to go along and contribute to one of the group's meetings and help make a difference to the lives of young children around the world. My appreciation and thanks go to Denise McKnight and her husband Peter McKnight and all the ladies involved with Global Kids Clothes, in particular Doreen Warriner, Sue-Ann Rose, Brenda Briggs, Ellen Paul, Diane Merrifield, Chrissy Crawley, Julie Garnsey, Patricia Manning, Enid Brew, Mari Dolan, Murray Gear, Diane Prosser, Colleen Jones, Glenda Edwards and Margaret Farmer. A small group making a big difference in the world.
I call the member for Clare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's not every day that motorists stumble across a procession of 17 tractors chugging along at 20 kilometres an hour on Central West roads. But on the weekend, the slow, colourful parade of tractors clocked up almost 250 kilometres around the Blaney, Carcoar, Millthorpe, Neville and Barry areas, all in the name of charity. And today I rise to pay tribute to the organisers and drivers who donated their time and tractors to raise $80,000 for Little Wings, a charity that provides free transport to sick country children to access medical services. $80,000 will cover the cost of 60 flights to Sydney. And it's all thanks to the outstanding people behind the event, including the organising committee led by Malcolm Porter, then Denise Wilson, Debbie Porter, Nick Clancy, Barry Wilson, John Sharp and Kevin Porter, and also to the tractor owners and drivers, including Cameron Dunstan, Graham Press, Roy White, my old mate, Dennis Coops, Graham Eslick, Sam Sharp, Charlie Bartolo, John Cooley, Brian Tonkin and Pat Kilby. You all exemplify the spirit of Australia. The funds raised on this year's trek brings to more than $350,000 the support raised for Little Wings to date. On behalf of this parliament, I formally recognise and thank everyone involved in this year's trek for their outstanding efforts, and I certainly enjoyed catching up with all of the trekkers in Blaney on Saturday night. It was a great night and a great event for a very worthy cause.
I call the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm a new member of this parliament. I was a police officer and became well known across my community for my police work. As my colleague would know, a lot of this job is spent knocking on people's door. I have done a lot of door knocking as a police officer, but in the leads up to the election, I'm knocking on doors in the hope to represent my community. And many people say this to me, Sam, this is crazy. You are a police officer, highly respected. Why do you want to be a politician? What's wrong with you, Sam? I won't use unparliamentary language here, Speaker, but I trust that you have a strong imagination and can understand what Australians may think of politicians. And I cannot blame them because in the past decade, Australians have witnessed lots of wrongdoing of their government. It paints a terrible picture of what the public perceive about politicians. Australians at last have a government that believes in the role of government. And this government believes deeply in integrity and accountability in politics. I'm looking forward to have a federal ICAC to ensure our politician is engaged in the work of changing heart and mind, and at the centre of it all, our nation for the better. Thank you.
Call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure you will agree with me that it's important we celebrate sporting events in our remote areas. Recently, the remote Cape York community of Kawanyama held its Bob Sands Memorial Weekend. One of the significant events in the Kawanyama was the Kawanyama softball competition. It's the second year running. It was coordinated by Tanya Major, who was our 2007 Young Australian of the Year. The first time it was held, Madam Deputy Speaker, I reached out to Liz Frezier of Cairns Softball, who generously provided the necessary second-hand equipment. It was such a massive success in 2019, Tanya was determined to do it again. This year's challenge was shortage of umpires, so I reached out to Liz and she was able to help this in a time of need. Without hesitation, local softball icons Effie Sanna and son Samson said yes. The next challenge was to get Effie and Samson to Kawanyama. Skytrain's CEO Alan Milne was quickly mobilised his crew to book flights, and off they were for the weekend. The event was a roaring success, and the team Mara Japar winning over the top-end Raiders 15 to 3. I want to congratulate Tanya, Alan, Liz, Effie and Samson for ensuring this special event has occurred. I'm certainly looking forward to the 2023, where the teams will be playing for the federal member for Leichhardt's Cup in the third softball competition in Kawanyama.
I call the member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, Australia has a growing community of people from Iran and people with Iranian heritage, which includes people of the Baha'i faith. The 2016 census recorded approximately 60,000 Australians who were born in Iran, and that increased 70% from 2011. My own extended family encompasses Iranian heritage, and that's something we cherish. There's been an active Baha'i community group in East Fremantle for years, and I'm grateful for the way they've engaged with me on a range of humanitarian and human rights issues. Sadly, persecution of the Baha'i minority in Iran has intensified in recent months, according to Amnesty International. Deputy Speaker, the death of Mahsa Amini, who was assaulted and detained by police for infringing the hijab-wearing rules, is absolutely abhorrent. It has rightly horrified people in Iran and around the world. There can be no excuse under any religion or any system of government for that kind of senseless, ugly, violent conduct towards anyone. The courage being shown by citizens protesting in Iran, especially women, is incredible. Deputy Speaker, it will never be my approach to draw attention to human rights issues in other countries as if Australia doesn't have these issues too. The rate of incarceration of First Nations peoples in Australia is not acceptable, nor are deaths in custody. But persecution is persecution wherever it occurs, and what's happening to citizens in Iran is wrong and it's unconscionable. It's not in keeping with the fundamental values or human rights of the Iranian people.
Call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to bring to the attention of the chamber the status of the flooding in the Parkes electorate. As you'll be aware, with the La Nina summer or spring that we're having, we've had above average rainfall, and every river in the Parkes electorate, from the Lachlan River in the south to the McIntyre River on the Queensland border, is in a state of flood. Two of my communities, Weewaw and Warren, are surrounded, but at this stage protected by levees and hopefully should be safe. But the damage so far to community infrastructure with roads, culverts, bridges is quite extensive, as well as we're now starting to see massive crop losses, particularly out in the Namoy and the Guida valleys. Crops that are close to maturity now underwater, which is a tragedy in itself when all that money has been spent in getting a crop to that stage. Sadly, we've seen, I think, over 30 rescues by the SES over the last couple of days. Tragically, we lost a 5-year-old boy on the McGrain Way where their entire family was swept off, and the parents and the two siblings clung to trees for 3 hours before they were rescued. A terrible tragedy, just indicating that, saying if it's flooded, forget it. We are ready for the next rainfall, and hopefully it won't be so bad.
I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Last week I had the privilege of visiting the Torch, and the Torch is an organisation based in McNamara that goes into our prison systems and works with Indigenous people who are incarcerated and helps them produce some of the most breathtaking art I have ever come across. And all of the proceeds that go from the sale of those pieces of art go into programs and support for the artist to turn around their lives and to help support them as they come back into our community. And it is an incredible success. Not only is the art completely and utterly brilliant and awesome, but the program has been a success story. For people like Thelma. Thelma Beaton is a Palawa woman living in St Kilda. And for her story, she's sold over 135 pieces through the Torch. She's built a sense of self-worth and has been out of incarceration for over 4 years, and we're really proud of Thelma. We also, in my office, are so pleased to have a couple of works from the Torch to be on display, including a new one which will be done by the artist Codes, and it was titled One Mob, and I'll read out his description. This painting shows a strong, tall kangaroo who's looking back at his past and spent time in prison. He's ready to move forward with the support of all his brothers he met on his journey and the family on the outside. He knows in his heart this time he will succeed. And it's for stories like that that the Torch is just remarkable.
I call the member for Page.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the wonderful life of Robert Johnston, who sadly recently passed away. Born in Lismore, Robert was well known in the working dog community. He won multiple titles at local, state and national levels. At the State of Origin trials, he had the top dog for 13 years and won the Australian Working Dog Championship 3 times. He left school at 15 and worked full-time with his father, droving and working dogs. He learnt young how to work his dogs and would do this via horseback. At an older age, he then switched to quad bikes. He was always learning, looking for better ways to develop his craft. He sold his pups, which were highly valued not just in Australia but around the world. He also set up a training arena at his Tatham property where people would attend to get trained by him. Bus tours also visited the property to witness him training his dogs. Robert's funeral service was held at Casino where over 500 people attended to farewell him. Also in attendance, very importantly, were his 10 working dogs. I extend my thoughts and prayers to his wife Narelle. Robert had 3 children, Kim and husband Rick, Alyssa and husband Danny, Robbie and his wife Sian. He had 7 grandchildren, Taylor, Grace, Mitch, Jack, Harry, Clay and Kira. May he rest in peace.
I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, yesterday, Sunday, 25th of September, I attended the opening of the bowl season at the Adelaide Bowling Club. And I was accompanied by Lucy Hood, the state member for Adelaide. We were honoured to put down the first bowl to start off the season. And it is the Adelaide Bowling Club is one of the oldest lawn bowls clubs in South Australia. It was established in 1897. It also proudly hosted the nation's Masters tournament in April 2022, earlier this year, which was broadcast around the world. But this is also a wonderful community club that brings together people of all ages, and that is why I was so happy to fight for this club to get some extra funding so that they can continue to provide such a vital service. Deputy Speaker, I supported their application for the Stronger Communities program. The club was successful in getting $15,000, and they also secured a further $160,000 to refurbish their kitchen. So it was a great day on Sunday. It highlighted just how popular the Adelaide Bowling Club is. I commend the club's president, Bob Burton, their committee, the staff, the volunteers for the amazing work that they do. And we all know in our electorates, clubs such as the Adelaide Bowling Club provide such an important social, community and recreational service. And I sincerely thank them for everything that they do in the community and in my seat of Adelaide, providing people the opportunity to get together, play a bit of sport and just have fun.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I would like to place on the record my congratulations and appreciation for the incredibly brave actions of Corporal Hayden Guilfoyle from Shepparton in my electorate of Nichols. Corporal Guilfoyle was commended for brave conduct in August 2022 for his actions during the rescue of teenagers from floodwaters in Townsville, Queensland on the 4th of February 2019. At approximately 2 p.m, Corporal Guilfoyle was responding to calls for emergency assistance with colleagues in an Australian light armoured vehicle throughout flood-affected parts of Townsville when they noticed 4 teenagers clinging to a street sign in fast-flowing neck-high water. An officer parked the light armoured vehicle approximately 25 metres away from the stranded teenagers so as not to risk the vehicle being swept away in the water. Corporal Guilfoyle and a colleague left the vehicle, waded through water, dragged a rope with a heavy shackle on the end towards the teenagers, and Corporal Guilfoyle and the colleague fixed the rope to a speed sign, creating a handrail between it and the light armoured vehicle. Using the rope, Corporal Guilfoyle and the colleague took each teenager back through the water to safety. Australian bravery decorations recognise acts of bravery where people selflessly put themselves in jeopardy to protect the lives and property of others, and I would like to personally acknowledge and celebrate Corporal Guilfoyle's deserved recognition. His bravery in this instance is also a shining example of dedication and commitment of ADF personnel to serve others at home and abroad.
I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, Australian Ambassador to the Holy See, Chiara Portal, and her husband, Rain Shawhouse, visited Australia, and they came up to Darwin, spent time in Darwin, including a visit to the Nauru Aboriginal community. Now, yesterday, the Ambassador's husband, Rain, represented the Vatican, the Holy See, for the first time in history in the Road Cycling World Championships that were held down in Wollongong. However, the purpose of the visit went well beyond cycling. Rain said that he was representing the Pope's belief in the symbolic parallels between sport and life. As we know, sport brings people together from all walks of life to cooperate and support one another to achieve shared goals. With this in mind, last Friday, the Vatican delegation visited Caritas Australia, which is a charitable branch of the Catholic Church, to learn about truth-telling and reconciliation. with First Nations Australians, including Uncle Roger Jarrett, a survivor of the Kinchela Boys' Home. Now, Ambassador Porro has also said that she intends to use her appointment to bring a Pacific voice to the Vatican and to encourage Pope Francis to engage with and visit Australia and our region. We look forward to welcoming Pope Francis to Darwin. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Banks.
Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, St Luke's Catholic Church in Revesby is an absolute linchpin in the Banks community. It was great to visit Father Darius Basiaja, the new priest recently. St Luke's, which has been around for a very long time, more than 70 years, Deputy Speaker, has an incredibly important role. People come from all around the area to be a part of the congregation and to participate in the many good community activities that St Luke's is involved in. So I do want to thank Father Basiaja for the time that he took on the day. Also Pauline Siyun, the parish secretary, Elena Nandan, the youth coordinator, and everyone who is involved in making St Luke's the remarkably important institution that it is in our community. Deputy Speaker, the St George Academy of Performing Arts teaches dance at the very highest level. The Academy offers ballet, jazz, hip-hop, lyrical dance and adult fitness classes. It's been doing so for a very long time, and students in the Academy work with the Royal Academy of Dance examiners and teachers, demonstrating the very high level of dance that happens down at the St George Academy of Performing Arts. I want to thank Lucy Liu, the owner, who does a fantastic job, and it was great to meet Olivia Gao recently, who has volunteered there for many years and gives a great deal back to our community and helps young people learn the art of dance.
I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about the situation in Sri Lanka and the Albanese Labor government's response. Sri Lanka, the country of my birth, is experiencing an unprecedented economic crisis that has resulted in the shortage of medicine, petrol and, most importantly, food. Last month, I met with the acting Sri Lankan High Commissioner, Chamari Rodrigo, to receive an update on the health and well-being of the Sri Lankan people. I also discussed Australia's $50 million in official development to assist Sri Lanka, which Australia has increased by $25 million since that meeting. The $75 million in support will help relieve urgent food, healthcare and needs while supporting long-term solutions such as investments, social protection, nutrition and women's health. Australia is home to a large diaspora of Sri Lankan origin, many of whom call my seat of Holt their home. I commend the efforts of several Australian Sri Lankan organisations for their work in assisting Sri Lanka during these times of need and extend my thoughts and prayers to the Sri Lankan people. I thank the House.
I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Augusta and District's Community Childcare Group. Since 2019, this wonderful group of women led by Kylie Lucas and Jasmine Ma and a group of local women have been working their hearts out to secure a childcare service and a facility to house it in Augusta. In 2021, the Augusta Margaret River Shire voted to support upgrading the Augusta Rec Centre to provide the venue for childcare in Augusta. However, recently the Shire voted against this project. Now, given the Augusta Margaret River Council is unwilling to use council funding to upgrade the Augusta Rec Centre, I call on the federal government to fund the next round of local roads and community infrastructure grants, and I call on the council to dedicate this funding to upgrade the Augusta Rec Centre for the families, the community and businesses in Augusta itself. Now, the Augusta Child Care Group, you can understand their purpose. Their purpose is to provide a nurturing, enriching childcare service in our rural location, which increases the livability and inclusivity of our community for the young, the old and the in-between. I can't think of a better purpose for funding than for the Augusta Childcare Group that have worked so hard for so long, and I support them in their endeavours, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm running a schools climate project for students in my region for the second year in a row. The Corangamite Schools Climate Challenge is a project that started in 2021 to help schools to monitor and reduce their carbon emissions. I'm already impressed by the passion and enthusiasm of many primary and secondary students in this year's challenge across some 15 schools. The challenge is also about raising awareness within the broader community about the impact excessive carbon emissions are having on our planet. Recently, I visited Oberon High School in Armstrong Creek, where students are examining the environmental benefits of recycling clothing for the challenge. They're focusing on reducing the amount of clothing going into landfill, and among other ideas, they're running a second-hand clothing fashion parade to promote recycling. Students are also learning to collect data on energy use in their schools and communities and calculate how many tonnes of CO2 they can save if they implement simple measures such as Oberon's clothing recycling project. The Climate Challenge is a great way to integrate climate learning into subjects like maths, science, English, communications, art and design. Importantly, it gives students the opportunity to feel empowered to take action on climate change. It is something we want all in our community to do. I look forward to acknowledging the efforts at an upcoming award celebration.
I call the member for Dawson.
Deputy Speaker, I bring great news from Dawson. Two brothers, Adam and James Gilmore from Gilmore Space Technologies, are taking on the world space race by building an orbital spaceport at Abbott Point, which is located 20 kilometres north of Bowen and ideally located 20 degrees south of the equator. This is the ideal place to launch small satellites into low space orbits. Why small satellites? There's more technology in this phone than what was used to put man on the moon. So size does matter. These satellites will be able to be used for communications, for weather determination, for monitoring the health of the Great Barrier Reef and fire detection. Within a few minutes after a fire breaks out, a satellite can contact the authorities and then action can be taken. There is a sovereign risk if we do not get behind this project. We could be vulnerable and be left behind. In 2023, the first small rocket, Eris, will be launched from this site. Then there will be many, many more rockets. There is opportunities for tourism, for people to come to Dawson and watch these rockets go up, be able to be viewed from Mount Nutt, Flagstaff Hill and many other sites. There's also defence opportunities. To the stars, Gilmore Space.
The member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to congratulate the amazing women's football team of Castlemaine. Recently, we held our Central Victorian Women's Footy Grand Final. It was a contest between the newcomers to the league, Castlemaine Football Club, and the reigning premiers, the Golden Square Football Club, who've dominated the previous seasons. Great club, Golden Square, one of the clubs that I support, but on the day, the flag went to Castlemaine. What a remarkable outcome for Coach Cochrane to take the club from in their first season all the way through to the grand final, 38-19. Women's football is alive and thriving in Central Victoria. The competition has grown again, with more clubs entering this year. The league stretches from Bendigo down to Kyneton, and each competition is fierce and more balanced than ever before. Congratulations to Castlemaine. What a win from the beginning of the season. I know that the town and the club are exceptionally proud. You've achieved more in your first 12 months than many clubs would hope to achieve. Women's footy has a long history in Bendigo, from the North Bendigo women, who were one of the first teams to start, to the growth of Bendigo Thunder, who've competed all over the state, and now to the success of Castlemaine. To all the clubs this year, good on you for getting out on the field. Let's hope we have the change rooms for you in the future to make sure that more women can participate in the clubs when they choose.
Thank you. Member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning, the Albanese government's betrayal of the Australian people was put on display for all to see. The announcement of $50 million for alcohol and drug treatment services is an admission that the abolishment of the cashless debit card will see alcohol and drugs pour back into vulnerable communities. This is an admission from Labor that they are happy to pursue their twisted ideology, even if it risks plunging areas that have struggled with domestic violence and social dysfunction back into chaos. I can assure you it's no laughing matter. Always happy to play political games, now Labor are rushing through amendments to the CDC legislation to save face against the backlash they have received. But it is too little, too late. It is clear the Albanese government prioritises ideology above the needs of at-risk communities. There is no doubt that the cashless debit card has saved lives, helped individuals manage their income and put food back on the table. The minister says she has consulted the affected communities prior to the decision to abolish the CDC. Please, Minister, please do not respect my community of the East Kimberley, and please do not take them as fools. It was a Labor Party election commitment in opposition to scrap the CDC, so any consultation was merely window dressing. I think we all can agree on that. The inner-city Labor elite may not care about the effects of removing the cashless debit card, but we on this side care about the 17,000 people whose lives may be torn apart as a result of this reckless decision.
I call the member for Cunningham.
I speak today on a fantastic event that was hosted by Wollongong over the past week. The 2022 UCI Road World Championships brought over 1,000 riders from 70 countries to compete. The UCI is one of 3 international cycling competitions that form the Triple Crown of cycling. The Tour de France is also a part of this. Against the beautiful backdrop of our coastal home and over multiple courses, world-class cyclists race towards the finish line to Wollongong City Beach. The event attracted people from all over the world to Wollongong and put our region on the map as an area of outstanding beauty. This event could not have occurred without the hard work and dedication of those involved. Thank you to Stu Taggart and Dean Dallavale and your whole team for your vision and the experience you brought to the planning and execution of this event. To the amazing volunteers who helped make this event the success it was. You were all so friendly and helpful in assisting our visitors, and everyone was so complimentary about the work that you did. Thank you to the Wollongong City Council staff who worked tirelessly in the lead up to and during the event. Your work in planning, fixing roads, keeping our streets clean during the event was so important. Wollongong looked amazing. And thank you to the police and emergency services who ensured a safe event. And finally, thank you to the people of Cunningham. There were inevitably some disruptions to our roads and schools and to business, but thank you for persevering and making our visitors feel so welcome.
I call the member for Flynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to raise my concern with the Queensland Labor Government's Department of Main Roads, including lack of planning, funding shortfalls and delays. The former member for Flynn, Mr Ken O'Dowd, secured $100 million for access to the Port of Gladstone project to provide an alternative route for heavy vehicles accessing the Port of Gladstone. This has still not been done. With Gladstone being identified as a future renewable hub, is the government prepared? There are 4 bridges in the Gladstone area that have oversized load and weight restrictions on them. These bridges need to be repaired and present huge logistical problems for the proposed multi-billion-dollar alternative and renewable energy projects in central Queensland. On top of this, lack of funding to road infrastructure has already been clearly identified by the Auditor-General's report, with a projected $9 billion shortfall. Bridge and culvert refurbishment and road resheeting are operating at under 20% of their budget need. We then have continual roadwork delays. Laurie Street in Gracemere in my electorate of Flynn is a prime example, this project taking over a year to date. Yet the government still has little regard for the businesses that are struggling to keep their doors open, denying them any form of compensation. It is quite evident that the Queensland Labor Government is not interested in addressing the logistical problems associated with their renewable and alternative energy proposals.
I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Speaker. The sting in the tail of this pandemic is long COVID. We estimate that between 5 to 30% of people will develop long COVID. As of July this year, there may be up to 400,000 people affected, but numbers are sketchy. The plethora of symptoms is as long as my arm and ranges from fatigue to brain fog, chest pain and tummy upset. This multitude of mischief relates to this virus invading our blood vessels, which incidentally are throughout our bodies. This makes it a multi-system disease. Who is at risk is not fully understood, but we know that women, people who have experienced 5 or more symptoms during the acute illness, and people with pre-existing problems are more at risk. People living under a cloud of insecurity are particularly vulnerable. For too long, these have included essential workers, minorities, women and young people. Precarious people have a higher risk of exposure to the virus. They may be more vulnerable to poor outcomes because of health problems and often experience different impacts because they have fewer social protections, like sick leave, family supports or money. Many people suffering from long COVID have felt unheard by the medical profession. Today, we end this testimonial injustice. I am pleased to be part of a parliamentary health committee that will take long COVID seriously. We want to hear from you. Make a submission. Your leaders are listening.
For the member for Moncrieff.
On Tuesday, 30 August, I visited the Gold Coast Regional Botanical Gardens, where I had the pleasure of launching the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Avenue and Woodland Walk. This project wouldn't have been possible without $18,215 in funding under the Planting Trees for the Queen's Jubilee program, a coalition government initiative, and the dedicated work of the Friends of the Gold Coast Regional Botanical Gardens, the Friends as they like to be called. This project has created a lasting legacy of the late Queen Elizabeth II, whilst generating positive environmental impacts for our local community. I commend Friends President Alex Jacomoff, founder and project director Kate Heffernan, Secretary Catherine Simpson, Education Coordinator Rana Baguli, and all of the wonderful volunteers for spearheading this fantastic project. I was honoured to be asked to plant the first tree of the project, a Syzygium morae, which will grow to be quite large. It was great to see students and teachers from Benoa State School and St Kevin's Catholic School, beautiful schools in my electorate, who worked closely with the gardens at the event planting some trees. Thanks to Kate for taking us on a walking tour where we saw an amazing 300-year-old Kauri pine. We ended at a magnificent gum tree with all kinds of wildlife calling it home for a lovely homemade morning tea. I can't wait to see the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Avenue and Woodland Walk once completed. The memory of Queen Elizabeth II will live on at the Gold Coast Regional Botanical Gardens.
I call the member for Wills.
Deputy Speaker, last week my community marked a sombre date. 10 years since 29-year-old Jill Maher was raped and murdered in a Brunswick alleyway on her walk home. That night, Jill was, as many people do, seeing off the week with after-work drinks alongside colleagues on Sydney Road. Sydney Road goes right through the heart of my electorate and is a popular place to head out for dinner, drinks, to spend time with family and friends. But on that night, it was the site of a brutal crime that not only shocked my community but the nation. 10 years on, I know just how frustrated people are that gendered violence remains a scourge it is in our community. That week after week, a woman is killed in Australia at the hands of her partner. That year after year, there are more vigils for women killed as they go about their daily life. Just like Vicky Cleary, who in 1987 was murdered outside her workplace in Coburg. A story like Jill's that my community is all too familiar with. I particularly want to acknowledge Vicky's brother Phil, a former member for Wills, who has been a dedicated advocate for victims, their families and for changes to the law. The fact that many women still don't feel safe is just unacceptable. They are tired of bearing the responsibility of advocating for change. So we must remain committed to the necessary action that addresses gendered violence, such as programs that address the source of the problem through education, in addition to the 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave that the Albanese government recently legislated for, and more community sector workers and crisis housing, because whether it's on Sydney Road, at work or at home, all Australian women deserve to be safe.
For the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Parkes is boomtown in the central west of New South Wales, and there are jobs and more jobs going there right at the moment with GrainCorp. And I'm so pleased that myself and the Nationals and the Coalition generally fought so hard to keep GrainCorp in local hands, in Australian hands, when there was the potential takeover by Archer Daniels Midland. We didn't want the grain price being determined by a boardroom in Illinois, in the United States of America or anywhere else, and that's why we fought so hard to make sure that GrainCorp stayed in local hands. And indeed, at Parkes at the moment, they're adding 125,000 tonnes of storage capacity. This is what GrainCorp's doing. They are actually investing in infrastructure, and that is so important. But they need workers. 180 positions in the Forbes Parkes region in the central west of New South Wales. But you look right throughout the Riverina and it is absolutely booming and blooming at the moment with canola, with wheat, with every other grain variety that we're growing there. Wyalong area, 200 positions just with GrainCorp alone. Griffith Barellan, 120 positions, Lockhart Borey Creek, 130, Temora and surrounding districts, 250, Junee, 150. So there are jobs there, and they are good, well-paying harvest jobs, and our farmers are looking at the third bumper harvest in a row. If it would just, believe it or not, stop raining so they can get their heavy harvest equipment into the paddocks, but boom time in the Riverina, as always.
I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And today I want to honour the incredible life of a much-loved and highly respected Novocastrian, Alf Carpenter, OAM. Alf served in the 2nd 4th Australian Infantry Battalion and undertook active service in the Mediterranean, Middle East and New Guinea. At 105, Alf was one of the last living Anzac veterans who fought in the Battle of Crete in 1941. He will be sorely missed, especially by his fellow members of the Merewether Hamilton Adamstown RSL sub-branch, residents and carers of Maroba Aged Care, the Merewether Mackerels, his family and friends. Alf was larger than life. He lived his 105 years to the absolute fullest. Until recent years, Alf would swim in the Merewether baths every morning, regardless of the season, which he credited for his long life, that and to his old beer. Alf was recognised in the Queen's Birthday 2012 Honours List when he was honoured with the award of Medal of the Order of Australia for his service to veterans and their families. He was also honoured by the Greek government in 2015 for his role in the Battle of Crete. The former Labor Minister for Veterans Affairs, Warren Snowden, had the pleasure of accompanying Alf overseas for commemorative events in Crete and Alamein, and he, like everyone else, shared a great fondness for Alf. We will never forget Alf Carpenter and his remarkable service to our nation. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them, lest we forget.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment. Motion to be moved by the member for Herbert.
Member for Herbert.
I move the motion in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Yep. You can speak.
Today I honour the brave contingent of the Australian Defence Force personnel for the evacuation operation conducted in Kabul. This was no ordinary deployment. In the face of extreme danger, brave soldiers from the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment, along with other military attachments, put themselves in harm's way to rescue others. Despite the images of chaos being beamed around the world, pictures of men, women and children clinging to aircraft trying to escape the Taliban, the ever-present threat of a terrorist attack, our men and women answered the call to serve without question. The selfless actions of those deployed enabled the rescue of more than 4,100 people, Australian citizens and refugees, from a life of oppression at the hands of an illegitimate government. While the Afghan people may have lost their city and country, our ADF ensured that they did not lose their lives. Today I call on the government to honour the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment and military attachments with the appropriate battle honours, to highlight the unique operation that was conducted in the most hazardous, chaotic and challenging circumstances. I ask those brave soldiers to share some stories from the ground. They are real and they are raw. They demonstrate why 1RAR deserves commendation, battle honours. Here is recollection from one member. Being the 1st platoon in country, we had little to no idea what the situation was to look like on the ground, despite orders given in as high detail as possible, but we'd all seen the mayhem on the news. Once in country, we learned immediately that it was the Wild West, with sounds of constant gunshots, either being warning shots around the entrance points to the airport or contacts happening locally. My shifts at the North Gate serve as the most memorable. Looking out upon terrified, suffering, helpless men, women and children surrounded by gunfire, razor wire, the Taliban. Death, newly made corpses and the complete feeling of helplessness become a commonplace. On one of the section shifts, I'd noticed a man standing in a crowd of crouched civilians waving at the gate's general direction, roughly 40 to 50 metres from the entrance point from where I was standing. He was dressed in black body armour, had a heavily modified AK and no recognisable patches. It became obvious he was Taliban. Almost as soon as I worked out who he was,
He unloaded a burst point blank into the crowd he was standing over, hitting at least 3 men with rounds, one of those 3 men receiving a round directly to his head. As there was an enormous crowd of people between me and him, there was little I could do, and I was helpless to act. These were the horrors our brave men and women faced. But in amongst the horrors were stories of success. Another member states, "As we were working on Abbey Gate, I remember pulling a family up from the canal. They were covered in whatever mess was in the water. The mother and 3 girls were completely dehydrated, barely able to stand by themselves. When I checked their paperwork and accepted they were good to go, I walked them from the gate to our Australian checkpoint, about 300 metres away, carrying their bags and a child on each arm, while the third held my hand and kept kissing it, saying thank you over and over again, will be some of the most memorable things that I remember for the rest of my life." Another story states, "Myself and another guy found this girl, 8 or 9, wandering around very close to the Taliban-run checkpoint down the side of the canal. Once we asked where she was going, she replied in the most purely Australian accent that her and her mother were Australian and that she needed help getting there. She told us her mother was back at home, so she had to phone her and tell her to make her way to the gate. After several hours of waiting, the little girl was being so polite and patient as she waited for her mum. Fast forward, her mum made it to the gate and we pulled her out about 12 hours later. I hope they're living their best lives in Australia." Deputy Speaker, these are the acts of the extremely brave men and women. These things happen on the battlefield, and more than 4,100 people out there, they owe their lives to the Australian Defence Force on this deployment. It is only fitting that we recognise their contribution and their recognition and give them the recognition they deserve. The brave men and women who deployed into the belly of the beast, there was no rule of law. We saw a country fall, no quick reaction force, no support close by that was afforded to me and others when we were in combat in Afghanistan. These people didn't have that. They literally were standing side by side with the Australian flag on their shoulder, the nation behind them with no support. And I believe we should pay them the recognition they deserve. And I commend this motion to the House.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion. Reserve my right to speak, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Herbert for bringing forward this motion today. And let me say from the outset that those Australians that were engaged in the evacuation of Afghanistan at the Kabul airport should be acknowledged and should be commended for their meritorious service. I'm sure all members remember the chaos of last August as the Allied troops withdrew from Afghanistan and Kabul fell to the Taliban. Who could forget the images we saw of the airport flooded with desperate Afghans fleeing the incoming regime? The panic as we raced against the clock to help as many people as possible. This motion is important. It reflects on the efforts of soldiers from the 1st Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment, the Big Blue One, but also other attachments, many other attachments, who work to rescue Australian passport holders and some of those loyal Afghans who supported our nation over that 20 years, some of those. They worked heroically in a desperate situation to rescue as many men, women and children as they could. They worked tirelessly to save as many lives as they could. They were brave and they were selfless. And I'd like to share with you some reflections from some soldiers on the ground of what those rushed weeks were like. One said, and I quote, "It was extremely mentally fatiguing operating within that environment. Thousands of people shouting, babies getting crushed and young people getting injured, people getting shot. It's a little known fact that our guys were involved in a contact when a suspected vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, or IED, rammed the North Gate." He goes on to say, "Our combat medics were treating multiple casualties with everything from heat illness, gunshot wounds, respiratory injuries from the non-lethal ammunition fired by coalition partners, and crush injuries, to name just a few. We also had the heartbreak of having to tell family members that although some of them qualified to come to Australia, other family members did not, having to explain that and watch the family say their perhaps final goodbyes to loved ones. Some of those family members begged us to shoot them right then and there, rather than go back outside the gates to face the Taliban. All of this has left a big hole in our hearts and a large moral injury on the young men and women that served in Kabul." End quote. Deputy Speaker, that soldier is completely correct. It is a truth, and we need to tell truth in this place. The former government inflicted a huge moral injury on our troops when, despite months and months of warnings from the United States, they failed to plan for our withdrawal. They failed to process visas for our loyal Afghan colleagues who saved so many Australian lives at great risk to their own lives. Their inaction and incompetence is what caused those scenes as I've just described them. It is not right and it is not fair that those brave Australians from the 1st Battalion and the attachments on the ground in Afghanistan should have to bear the weight of that moral injury for failed government policy. It cannot be understated that the decade of neglect of the Leave visa program by the former government had left many loyal interpreters that assisted our soldiers in Afghanistan and stranded. Now, it has been heartening, Deputy Speaker, to see that some interpreters' families have been united with some of the visas coming through in the last few months. But still, that took a year to occur. The Albanese government is getting on with the program, and I commend the Immigration Minister for his efforts. I know it's appreciated by many Australian troops who served over there in Afghanistan. There are many challenges ahead, but returning to the motion, I commend in the highest terms the actions of those that were deployed from Australia in order to facilitate the withdrawal from Afghanistan at the Kabul airport. They conducted themselves in an incredibly meritorious way, that Battalion Group Plus, and I commend them for those actions. But we should not be repeating history about the failure of the former government to do it effectively. Thanks.
I call the member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Prior to me making comment, I would like to acknowledge the fact that the member for Herbert has always been steadfast in his resolve when standing up for veterans' issues and for standing up for our ADF personnel. He is, and I think always will be, straight of eye and true of limb when it comes to that task, and the people of Herbert are well served, in my opinion. You've got a fair dinkum bloke there that's doing the right thing for you and your electorate. In introducing this important bill, I'd like to read to you now from the member for Herbert's press release. As we remember the fall of Kabul to the Taliban, today we mark a year since the deployment of the brave contingent of the Australian Defence Force personnel for the evacuation operation. Despite the images of chaos being beamed around the world, pictures of women, men and children clinging to aircraft and trying to escape the Taliban, and the ever-present threat of terrorist attack, our men and women answered the call to service without question. The selfless actions of those deployed enabled the rescue of more than 4,100 personnel, Australian citizens, refugees and internally displaced personnel. From a life of repression at the hands of an illegitimate government, while the Afghan people may have lost their city and country, our Australian Defence Force ensured that they did not lose their lives. Now, this was no ordinary deployment. In the face of extreme danger, brave soldiers from Townsville's 1st Battalion, the Royal Australian Regiment, along with attachments, put themselves in harm's way in order to rescue others. Now, the 1st Battalion has a very esteemed history, Deputy Speaker. 1st Battalion, the big blue one, the Royal Australian Regiment, first formed as the 65th Australian Infantry Brigade in 1945 and since that time has seen active service in the Korean War, the Malayan Emergency, Vietnam War, Unified Task Force in Somalia, East Timor, Iraq, Afghanistan. That battalion has also been deployed on peacekeeping operations in Rifle Company Butterworth, in Timor-Leste, on the Solomon Islands, in Tonga, in the Philippines, and many more. The 1st Battalion remains one of the Australian Army's most heavily deployed units, and that unit has contributed to domestic support on countless occasions. It's been a year since the 1st Battalion evacuated Kabul, and I recall now 2 brave young junior NCOs being awarded the Jonathan Church Good Soldiering Award. Their names were Corporal Quinn Jensen and Matt Reid, and that award is annually awarded to junior soldiers and officers who personify compassionate and ethical soldiering. The Hassett Trophy for outstanding junior leadership was also borne by these 2 when they located and evacuated a group of young female soccer players and evacuated them safely. Together, they were part of a team that facilitated the evacuation of more than 4,100 refugees and IDPs. And in affording recognition, most would be aware that the Australian Active Service Medal has a 30-day qualifying criteria. And again, I'd like to commend the member for Herbert's action and support in fighting for the Operational Service Medal, which was awarded to that unit. But they deserve more, Deputy Speaker. This was an operation like no other. And we sit in this place often, and we listen to the speeches that are made, but rarely, so rarely, do many understand what really goes on the ground. And I think this motion has merit. I think this motion personifies the effort that the 1st Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment and those attachments displayed during that evacuation, the professionalism that that unit has always shown. And it is deserving, no doubt, and has my highest support for a higher award when it comes to unit recognition. Finally, I want to thank the officers and the soldiers, all those deployed on that dangerous operation. I want to sincerely thank you for that from the bottom of my heart. You should be eternally proud of the job that you did, for the people of Afghanistan, from Kabul. You should be resolved in the fact that you belong to the finest battalion in the Australian Regular Army.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I love the chance to talk about the very important work our Defence Force does in Australia and around the world. My electorate has a huge defence presence, with HMAS Albatross and HMAS Creswell based in Nowra and Jervis Bay, respectively. The Shoalhaven is Australia's centre for naval aviation. We train both Navy and Army helicopter crews, and our defence industry supports both Army and Navy, building Australia's defence capabilities locally. We've also got a fabulous and active veterans community who work every day to support each other, our community and those who are still currently serving. Our veterans are nothing short of amazing, the things they do in our community. So it is no surprise that the fall of Kabul and Australia's efforts to evacuate Australians and Australian supporters hit local people hard. We know all too well what it means for our troops to be sent in during an operation like this. We know they are putting themselves on the line for us. We know it takes bravery and a selfless sense of duty, and we know the lasting impact it can have, both seen and unseen. But we also know why they are doing it. After the fall of Kabul 1 year ago, I was contacted by many local people concerned for Australians left behind. Many were also worried about the Afghani interpreters and others who supported our Defence Force during our 20 years in Afghanistan. Local veterans called my office asking about those they knew, those they had worked with, who had been left behind. Not-for-profits who had worked with Afghanis doing great work asked for help. Local people who had family members who couldn't get out, and more. All were begging for the government to help get these people out. All were distressed at what the future might look like for those they cared about. For our serving and veteran Defence Force personnel, this was a deeply traumatic experience. They genuinely care about those that helped and were devastated about those that were left behind. Some 39,000 Australians served in Afghanistan. On top of that, Australian diplomats, non-government organisations and aid organisations. So many Australian people undertook every effort over so many years to bring democracy to that country. Their work was invaluable. It was hugely important, and what happened when the Taliban retook Kabul was nothing short of devastating for everyone. That's why I know that the members of the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment and all those who were deployed for the rescue operation in Afghanistan did so selflessly and without hesitation. Their bravery saw more than 4,100 people rescued from a harrowing situation in the middle of all the chaos that was unfolding in this city, in this country, our troops had spent so long defending. Sadly, this mission couldn't get everyone out. That's why we are continuing to prioritise the processing of visas for those who remain in Afghanistan. We saw a huge surge in those applications in the wake of this tragic event. I know the Minister is committed to getting through those as quickly as possible. But this was one of the largest humanitarian airlift operations in our history, and every person involved deserves our heartfelt thanks and appreciation for the actions they took. Thank you. Soldiers, government officials, everyone who worked together to make this happen. We are indebted to you for your brave work. I'd also like to give a special shout out to the fabulous defence industry in my electorate, supported by the Shoalhaven Defence Industry Group and many of its partners, Shoalhaven City Council, the University of Wollongong, the Shoalhaven Business Chamber and all our defence industry organisations. Our Defence Force is supported to do what they do because of defence industry providing them with state-of-the-art capabilities and equipment. I recently attended the Shoalhaven Defence Industry Showcase at the University of Wollongong Shoalhaven campus, highlighting some of the amazing work that local defence industry is doing, a truly fabulous event. I couldn't be prouder of the fact that my area is a major contributor to defence capabilities across Australia. Thank you for all you do. Deputy Speaker, once again, I say to all of our defence personnel, those involved in this particular event, but also everyone who serves and has served to protect Australia and our interest, thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like all Australians, I looked on in horror at the situation unfolding in Afghanistan a year ago, with 4,100 people evacuated on 32 flights from Kabul. Anyone who saw the mobile phone footage of people holding onto planes as they took off, or the crowds at the airport gates, will never forget those images. And I don't think, Deputy Speaker, we can imagine the fear and desperation those people felt at that time to take those actions. The air evacuation in Kabul was one of the largest humanitarian airlift operations in Australia's history. The evacuation involved hundreds of Australian Defence Force personnel and government officials working together on the ground in Afghanistan, in Canberra and in the United Arab Emirates. And each and every deployed Australian soldier put their own lives on the line to save strangers. These soldiers saved people from another country, another language, another culture, another life. But these things did not matter, for our soldiers and those in Kabul shared one important thing: the innate human drive for freedom and safety. After the evacuation, I had the opportunity to have a deep conversation with a gentleman who was evacuated from Kabul. When I heard his story and saw his videos and those of others evacuated and what they'd had to endure to reach the airport, their determination and bravery is obvious. They were fighting for their lives, and in many cases there was no alternative. I saw a report from the commanding officer of the 1st Battalion, Royal Australian Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Scott Holmes, who said the efforts of his regiment resulted in getting more than 1,000 people out of the crowded airport choke points and onto military aircraft. We were over there to help those who had helped us significantly. The work was really rewarding, he said. The same soldiers formed a unique bond with Afghanistan refugees rescued when they were deployed to ensure the temporary camps used to house evacuees were well run. It was at these camps where soldiers realised there were some familiar faces. Private Buttrock had pulled several people to safety from a vast crowd in a canal at the perimeter of the airport. During a shift at one of the camps back at the Middle East base, Private Roljic saw some evacuees he had helped to safety, who are now healthy, rested and waiting for flights to Australia. They just came up to me, gave me a big hug and shook my hand, he said. Their stories also allow us to appreciate the amazing bravery of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment. The soldiers who were committed to ensuring these vulnerable, innocent men, women and children had every chance to escape and to live. These Australian heroes must be honoured at the highest level of our country, and for that battle honours must be awarded to the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment. Not only must we honour these brave soldiers with battle honours, we need to ensure that we are continuing to support these soldiers with any mental health challenges they will face post the evacuation, particularly post their service. I've been fortunate to be a member of the Lilydale RSL and often spend time with local RSLs in Casey and hear their stories of their support of veterans. They do such valuable work supporting our veterans. They not only provide advocacy and access the services and support they need, but camaraderie, mateship and the opportunity for veterans to bond through shared experiences. It is vital that governments also continue to support our veterans and implement the findings of the Royal Commission. The war in Afghanistan has created a new generation of veterans, and we have a moral responsibility to learn the lessons of the past and ensure we are assisting them through any challenges they may face in the future. The last coalition government invested over $11.5 billion each year to support the wellbeing of around 340,000 veterans and their families, and it was great to see the announcement today from the new minister in regards to the interim Royal Commission. So I join my colleagues to call upon the government to honour the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment with the appropriate official public recognition of their extraordinary actions by awarding battle honours.
Yeah. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, this is a motion that I think all of us should be supportive, and supportive without going through the faux patriotism and that. Let's be really honest and brutal about what this is about. Having spent time in Afghanistan myself, along with the member for Riverina, who I hope got rid of those photos, we actually got to see firsthand what went on and the difficulties that the people face. It's a very, very tense area, and what we've seen happen with the airlift with the first RAR and everyone involved was something that I don't think we've ever seen the likes of that outside of a full. Probably, I think the last time we would have seen that would have been the fall of Saigon, of those sort of photos of helicopters and aircraft removing people. It was chaotic, shambolic, badly organised, but what you do know is that when our defence personnel get given a job, they do it. They don't just do it, they do it well, they do it to their best ability, and they do this nation proud. And that's why it's important that we have a look at these things. And, you know, today is the day that we had the ministerial statements on the Defence Veterans Royal Commission, something that most of us fought long and hard to get happening because we know the challenges. We know what people face, and if you've been to Kabul, it's not a great spot. I can remember travelling through Kabul where we had families in the streets just sitting in bomb craters, begging for food and money. You know, as we're going past, it's fair to say that, you know, our apprehensions were high that day when we went into the city. And to see this happening in real life, you just know why those images of people scrambling onto planes happened. because they wanted to get out there and for their safety. And I fought very hard and very disappointed that I've never been able to achieve the ability to get our interpreters out of Afghanistan. It's something that I think we should, as a nation, be very, it's almost shameful that we haven't been able to get them out. These people that fought with our soldiers and probably saved hundreds of lives that we didn't know about because of the work that they did. And that's why I think it is important that we recognise the work of the 1st RAR and what they did. Because what they put themselves through, what they did was very extraordinary. And I can recall my friend, former Senator Kimberley Kitchen, and what she did at a time where, you know, there was people calling from Afghanistan trying to get out, and she went and arranged and did all this amazing stuff to help get people out at a time when it was chaotic. And I remember at her funeral, you know, listening to the story of what she did with the girl in the yellow scarf. I mean, you could almost make a movie out of it. But what Kimberley did and what she went through and able to help that, just get one person safe, let alone the amount of people that we were able to transport out there on all the different flights that we had. You know, it is, and I know that the trauma that the men and women of the ADF are going to face with those moments, especially if we go back and look at that footage. It's a horrid thing to see people fleeing for their lives, desperate to do anything they can to get them and their families out. And, you know, we can all put ourselves in those same shoes. Because without a doubt, if we were living in an area or a situation like that, not one of us would not want to do everything possible to try and get out and, you know, risk your life for safety. And it's the ADF personnel are the ones that are at the front of that. They're right at the coal faces. People are scrambling through canals, climbing over fences, doing everything they can to try and give themselves a chance at a life that we take for granted. But we have a responsibility to those people when we come back, when they come back, to make sure that we give them every opportunity. And last week I talked about MC Labor and the great work they're doing with giving veterans opportunities in jobs that come back. You know, not all scars are physical. And I think they're the ones that we don't see enough of and we don't recognise enough. They're just the pain that people go through and what they see and do. You know, my pain in Afghanistan was spending 2 weeks sharing a bunk with the member for Riverina, but that was, you know, that was about it. It was a small price to pay. But so when it comes to this thing about looking at, you know, where we give decorations and that, we know there's a process. It's always been the same process, and it is a slow process, absolutely. But we should make sure that when we give out citations, we give them out properly and appropriate, and give every opportunity to make sure that people who do put themselves in harm's way, people that we ask to go and do these things, get given the recognition they deserve. So I support this motion, and I think that all of us could take a moment and just reflect on what those men and women went through and think about what they're going to go through in the coming years.
The Speaker's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I would like to commend the member for Herbert for bringing this important motion to the chamber, to the House of Democracy, to the federal parliament, which down the path of the opening doors of this place is the Australian War Memorial, that keepsake place where the memories are stored of battles won, conflicts lost, but service given, sacrifice made, supreme sacrifice in the name of democracy, so that we can have free speech, so that we can have a free parliament. And indeed, 103,010 names are etched into those bronze rolls of honour at the Australian War Memorial. The member for Herbert did his recruit training at the Australian Army Recruit Training Centre at Kapooka, Wagga Wagga. It's the home of the soldier, Blamey Barracks, named after Thomas Blamey, who was born at Lake Albert, not far from Wagga Wagga. Indeed, the bravest of the brave go through Kapooka. You know that, Deputy Speaker, member for Clark. Others know it, and I thank those members of Parliament who have given service, but I thank all men and women who have proudly worn the Australian uniform. When others flee from danger, It's our uniformed men and women who charge to it, to save, to protect, to defend, to do what they can, whether it's in Afghanistan or elsewhere. And I acknowledge the words of the member for McEwen. Yes, we went to Afghanistan together, and yes, they were apprehensive days. We were kitted up, but obviously not with weaponry. But I can't even start to imagine how brave and nervous people like the member for Herbert must have been when they were going into those battle zones. And we owe them a debt of gratitude. And I note that the member for Herbert has called on the government to honour the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment with the appropriate battle honours to highlight the unique operation conducted in the most hazardous, chaotic and challenging circumstances. He's right, of course. He's very, very right. The 1RAR was founded in 1945, and it's in their DNA to protect, to serve, to sacrifice if need be. It's those brave people we do owe a debt of gratitude, and if it means a pin of medallic recognition on their chest, then so be it. That is a small price that we pay for what they put themselves through, what they indeed put their families through, because the worry of their loved ones back home must have been absolutely hard to take at the time. 41 lives lost on duty for Australia in Afghanistan, and we see at the moment in Afghanistan it was a sacrifice that has led to better outcomes for girls and women, particularly who have been given the opportunity for education and employment that they otherwise would not have had. But we've seen how things have gone awry with the Taliban retaking over that country. We see how it's on the impending disaster with famine about to be declared, and this is an absolute tragedy given the sacrifice that Australians and Americans, nearly 2,500, lost in that conflict. The brave soldiers who put themselves in harm's way to rescue more than 4,100 people from the chaos at the time when there was the withdrawal. And I would like to note, and whilst I appreciate there was great work done by our soldiers, great work done by our diplomats and bureaucrats, just a special note by the member for Mitchell and Senator Maurice Payne, who probably haven't been recognised as well as they should, to facilitate much of that activity in getting people out. They worked around the clock, and I know that, and neither would ever seek credit, nor would they, but they do deserve credit for the efforts that they went to, working around the clock with our diplomats, with our wonderful bureaucrats, to get those people out in that mad scramble that was evident at Kabul and other places. So I commend the member for Herbert. I commend this motion, and whatever we can do as a parliament, whatever the government can do to ensure that these people are recognised, has every credit and every commendation.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank my colleagues across the aisle, across the parliament, for their contribution to this motion, particularly those that have served our nation in uniform, the member for Herbert, the member for Solomon, the member for Braddon. Thank you. For many of us in this place, the events that occurred in Afghanistan in August 2021 remain fresh in our memories. How could we forget the tragic photos, the footage, the planes packed full of people, the victims of violence and the destruction at the hand of the Taliban? To the thousands upon thousands of emails, calls and representations from people to our electorate offices across the country, we all saw the tragedy unfolding before us. But however tragic those scenes were for us here in Australia, one can can't really imagine what it was like for the brave Australian men and women deployed during the evacuation, in particular the members of the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment and more than 250 Australian Defence Force personnel, who along with military attachments led one of Australia's largest humanitarian evacuations. That included not only Australian citizens but Afghan nationals who bravely put themselves and their families in harm's way to support our operational efforts. In total, more than 4,100 people were evacuated by Australian service personnel. Whilst we were all watching from the safety of Australia, these people were going back into harm's way to rescue Australian citizens, passport holders and other non-combatants from Kabul in what truly was a rapidly evolving and perilous environment. I've seen firsthand the chaos of a war zone, but I also saw, as we did in the evacuation of Afghanistan, the bravery and commitment of Australian servicemen and women amidst that chaos. I also saw in Iraq the contribution of interpreters, both in Iraq and Afghanistan, and local staff who supported operational efforts. And many of these interpreters and staff, of course, were let down by the previous government. It's hard to do these motions without being partisan or bipartisan. That's important. But the fact is, many of us in this place were screaming for the actual evacuation and the effort to start earlier, months earlier, and it was happening in this place. And that takes nothing away from the sterling effort of our Defence Force personnel and our people who conducted that evacuation. For many it was too late, the rescue, or not at all, despite years of sounding the alarm about the danger both to them and their families that they faced after aiding Australia's efforts. This is personal for me, Deputy Speaker. I will never forget the interpreters who supported our efforts in Iraq, people like Ali. He was so excited about rebuilding his country. He was half Sunni and half Shia, and he wanted more than anything to bring his country together. Ali was found by the roadside, killed. He was beheaded by insurgents because he was identified as having worked with us, with the coalition. For years I have, and I still do, thought that if he hadn't worked with us, he may still be alive. There are very similar stories that come out of Afghanistan, of the people left behind. And I know that it is equally personal for the defence personnel who worked with them, who served alongside them, some of whom have contacted me to share their grief. Whilst we can't agree, I suppose, across the political divide, I suppose we can agree across the political divide on honouring the sacrifice of our defence personnel, their service. We can't forget the failings of the past and the need to do better. In the months after the fall of Kabul, the ADF continued to support the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in moving evacuees to safety, and they did a tremendous job. And I joined my colleagues from across the House, including the Deputy Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister and others, in thanking them for their honourable service. In doing so, I also pay tribute on behalf of my community of Wills to the 41 Australian soldiers who paid the ultimate price while serving in Afghanistan, and of course to their families and all the people who returned, yet so often they still carry the lasting physical injuries and the mental scars of their service.
And I thank the member for Wills for his contribution. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6, motion to be moved by the member for Goldstein.
And I give the call, the question is the motion to be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to media diversity in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. The committee recommends the establishment of a judicial inquiry with the powers of a royal commission. It is clear that the current regulatory framework is not fit for purpose and significant changes are required. This is a quote from the Senate Committee on Media Diversity in Australia that reported last year with the support of Labor senators. To quote from the report again, the committee heard significant evidence that Australia's system of media regulation is not effective, importantly including lack of oversight for digital media. The committee heard extensive evidence that the complaints processes for traditional media are insufficient and slow. There was clear evidence that the self-regulation model for print media through the Australian Press Council is woefully inadequate. Equally, the Australian Communication and Media Authority's oversight of broadcast media is slow, complex, onerous for complainants and often inconclusive. This was a majority report supported by Labor senators, and yet, like the last government, this government refuses to face up to and tackle one of the biggest existential threats to our democracy. Information is power. Disinformation, unfortunately, even more so. The contraction of media means that sources of conversations around the country are fewer and less diverse. There is less scrutiny, especially at the local level, with consequences for the quality of governance. In some parts of the country, there are no local print outlets at all. In others, there are several, but they're all run by the same company. According to the Public Interest Journalism Initiative's Newsroom Mapping Project, 31 LGAs have no local print or digital outlet at all. In just the last few weeks, for example, ACM closed the print editions of the Campbelltown Macarthur Advertiser, Camden Narellan Advertiser, Fairfield City Champion, Liverpool Champion and Wallandilly Advertiser, leaving residents of much of Western Sydney and its southern outskirts less well informed. In the United States, a study by PEN America found that as local newspapers closed, local government corruption, costs and inefficiency rose while spending and environmental checks went down. From my own observations, having reported extensively in the US, the lack of local media means that political debate is had at the national level, without reference to local community impact, cost or benefit. This is highly destructive, disconnects people from their government, and in some cases, the void created sends people down the rabbit hole of conspiracy theories and makes them vulnerable to disinformation. The storming of the US Capitol in January 2021 was one example of this. In Australia, changes to the Broadcasting Services Act in 2017 have accelerated the trend to concentration and closure. The 2 out of 3 cross-media control rule was abolished, as well as the 75% audience reach rule. Now, just 2 owners are responsible for 86% of the circulation of all daily newspapers, an oligopoly, if not a monopoly. My intention by proposing this motion is that this be the start, not the end of a process. It will not come to a vote, but I appreciate those who are contributing to this important discussion. I'll conclude with a number of steps designed to give us the media framework to enhance our democracy. ACMA, at the very least, reformed so it has teeth with the resources to initiate its own inquiries. Equally for the Australian Press Council, including releasing regular updates on complaints received and resolved, a framework to ensure truth in media reporting, a fit and proper person test restored to the Broadcasting Services Act, adequate and long-term support for the Australian Associated Press, support to restore broader reporting of affairs at the local, regional and rural levels, and tax deductibility status for not-for-profit media organisations. As the Senate report articulates, public interest journalism is essential to a democracy. Active citizenship requires access to reliable information, and democracy cannot flourish without a diversity of media sources. These are the facts, and they go to the stability of our country. We ignore them at our peril. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Goldstein for bringing this debate and this motion.
The member will resume his seat. Is the motion seconded?
It is.
Thank you.
I want to start again. I want to thank the member for Goldstein for bringing this motion for debate. I know you're very thoughtful and genuine in your concerns regarding media diversity and regulation, your motivations here. For those watching at home, I say the words debate because private members' motions don't get voted on, so thank you for the emails and calls. We can hold the calls, but they are an important way to bring issues for debate. Now, the health and diversity of Australia's media sector is critically important, as has been said, for our democracy and society. And I'll quote from the Senate report, which aptly stated, I quote, "Public interest journalism is essential to a democracy. Active citizenship requires access to reliable information, and democracy cannot flourish without a diversity of media sources and a regulatory regime that protects consumers against the spread of misinformation. The concentration of media ownership is inherently corrosive of democratic practice because it places control over the sources of information and opinion in far too few hands. And the problems in Australia are real and have been steadily growing under the previous government. And the motion summarises these well. I'll just highlight a few aspects. 255 media outlets across Australia closed down over the 3 years prior to March this year. 255. 112 local print newspapers have shut down after ownership of APM was transferred. And one company in Australia, now let's not be coy, it's Uncle Rupert's News Limited, has a 59% share of the metropolitan and national print media market by readership, 59%. And the second has 23%. So what that means is the majority of our nation's newspapers are controlled by one company headed by a US citizen. The Senate report outlines deeply concerning examples of editorial coordination and bias. And by global standards, I was shocked to read this in the motion. The Columbia University study, which you cited, indicates that only Egypt and China have a greater concentration of newspaper ownership of the countries studied. So the question then in front of us as a parliament, and certainly for the government, is what to do. Now, the Senate report, which was in response to Kevin Rudd's petition signed by over 500,000 Australians, the largest petition the parliament's ever received, which certainly demonstrates a degree of community concern. The Senate report and this motion called for a judicial inquiry to investigate the state of media diversity in Australia. Now, I'll just state my view on the notion of a judicial inquiry. It should be uncontroversial to accept that in the future, at whatever time a major inquiry into media diversity is called, that it makes sense that it be at arm's length from politicians. The vested interests are too powerful and the incentives are all wrong for politicians to undertake such a task. At that time, then, an independent examination of media diversity would seem to be an appropriate course of action. There's different forms. You've put one forward, the Senate report puts another forward. No doubt there's others. But I also accept that for now, the government is right to focus on practical actions. Frankly, we've had a decade of inaction by the previous government. Actually worse than that, Deputy Speaker. The few things that they actually did do in this space made the matter worse. Labor opposed the former government's repeal of the 2 out of 3 cross-media rules in 2017, which has led to more concentration, and we fought at every step the Liberals' plans to boot community TV off the air, so important to give voice to local communities. Labor also opposed the Liberals' cuts to the ABC's budget. The former Prime Minister used a funny little trick when he got sick of that. He added about $1 so that we couldn't say, so he thought we couldn't say it's a cut. Well, it was a cut in real terms, and everyone knows that. And the government, I'm very pleased, will introduce 5-year funding terms for the national broadcasters. So right now, though, the government is focused on acting to support the long-term viability and diversity of the sector and implementing a backlog of recommendations. There is a backlog from previous inquiries and taking concrete action. There's just things that the previous government just didn't do. $29 million we're doing into local news and broadcasting transition package, the News Media Assistance Program, the review of broadcasting services determination, the review of the anti-siphoning rules, so important to ensure working families can watch for free events of national and cultural significance. And we'll be legislating a prominence framework to ensure Australian TV can easily be found on smart TVs. Importantly, the responses to media concentration and reform will be principles-based, evidence-informed and consultative. Old-fashioned, I know, nerdy, public policy based on evidence. Now, the minister's committed to developing a meaningful framework to measure diversity, which is long overdue. We need to actually have an agreed measure, which should have been done a long time ago. Now, I'm healthily sceptical, let's say, that these actions will prove sufficient in the long run, but they're absolutely the right focus for now. And I also acknowledge that the regulatory framework, the point you made, has to be updated to take account of the internet providers and the fact that we live in a digital age, which the current regulatory framework doesn't do. So right now we're getting on with action, but I really thank you for bringing an important debate, and I'm sure it's not the last we'll hear of these matters from you, Member for Goldstein. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to strongly support the motion by the member for Goldstein, and I thank the member for bringing this critical issue to Parliament. Media diversity, or truly the lack thereof, in Australia is a severe problem. It is a problem for our democracy, for our society, and for the future of this country. Just over a year ago, more than 500,000 Australians signed a petition started by the former Labor Prime Minister Kevin Rudd. They called on the government to establish a royal commission into media diversity, and specifically the dominance of Murdoch media in our country. The Greens successfully led the push to establish a Senate inquiry in response to this position. We moved for the inquiry and have long advocated for public interest journalism to be better protected. During the course of this inquiry, as we've heard, the problems with the media landscape became increasingly apparent, with the dangerous rise and spread of misinformation through traditional media and new online platforms. We heard about the many Australian journalists that produce high-quality, in-depth reporting with integrity and professionalism. It is those hardworking journalists that are being let down by a broken regulatory system and a corporate culture inside news organisations that allows for poor behaviour to flourish. This simply cannot go on unchecked and unregulated. The health of our communities and our democracy is at stake. After 13 months of public hearings, over 10,000 submissions from the public, news organisations and countless experts, The inquiry, chaired by Green Senator Sarah Hanson-Young, produced a report that recommended the establishment of a judicial inquiry with the powers and weight of a royal commission into media diversity in Australia. The majority report, supported by the Greens and Labor senators, also recommended a number of measures the government of the day should get on with implementing immediately to maintain public interest journalism and prevent a further decline of media diversity in Australia. Only an inquiry with the powers and weight of a royal commission can truly do this issue so vital to our democracy justice. I'm glad to see the member for Goldstein move a motion to establish such an inquiry today. The Greens are proud to support the member's motion and will continue our long fight to demand a fairer and less centralised media landscape. But why is a diverse media landscape so vital to a well-functioning democracy? The public's decision-making abilities rely on the free flow of information. For people to make informed decisions on topics from healthcare to education to who they elect to send to this place, they need a full tapestry of information. Because there are not always two sides to each story, a Liberal and a Labor take. Some stories have one side, some stories may have three or four. The window of conversation is often so much broader than what Australia's monopolised media would imply. We cannot rely on one single company to provide reliable and balanced reporting, because their goal is not always to hold the government of the day to account. It is to turn a profit. Profits which are often driven by clickbait headlines or even headlines which are knowingly misleading and promote misinformation. This erodes trust in public journalism, public interest journalism, journalism more broadly, and inflow our democratic institutions. The pre-election retreat by Labor on addressing this issue shows just how much power, and let's be real, News Corp wields in Australia, and why we must take steps to undo the monopolisation of media in Australia. If we want to live in a country with a vibrant democracy, we must ensure that we all have access to a wide range of diverse voices and views in our media. Supporting this motion is the first step in taking us there. It should not be up to one company to dictate the direction of our country. That power of decision-making should belong to the people. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to participate in this important conversation. I thank the member for Goldstein for bringing the motion forward. The member brings to this place very considerable experience and expertise from her time as one of Australia's leading journalists. I'll make it clear at the outset that I think it's always worthwhile for us to give consideration to the health and good function of Australia's media, not least because a high standard, fair and free press is an essential feature of our democracy. I think it's also entirely fair to ask whether a Royal Commission is needed. On balance, I don't think that's the case right now, and I'll come back to why that's my view. Deputy Speaker, a strong, independent, fair, principled media is not an optional extra in Australian society. Democracy does not only comprise a set of foundation documents, formal institutions and procedures. Democracy is, to an enormous degree, a matter of culture and convention. It's a matter of what we describe as checks and balances, of oversight and scrutiny, of assessment, analysis and judgment. And we need high-quality journalists and media organisations to contribute to those essential elements of our democracy. Without question, the Australian press, like the press in any country, can from time to time be more or less independent, fair, well-resourced and diverse. Media concentration and control is a legitimate issue of concern in this country and has been for some time. But there's no doubt that Australia's media has faced significant challenges in the last few decades, largely as a result of technological change. We've seen publishers or platforms like Facebook and Google emerge as significant and growing sources of news and information, yet we know their model depends on operating largely as cavalier free riders who make use of and benefit from the content that media organisations fund and provide. And let's not forget that in 2021, when the Australian government considered the absolutely justified and relatively light-touch regulation of social media platforms, Facebook responded by switching off pages in Australia. That behaviour begged the question of how we allowed some of these companies to hold such a dominant and yet poorly regulated position in our communication world. But it's also true that aspects of our traditional media structure and culture need to be refreshed and substantially improved, and no one should be especially defensive about that proposition. We can't continue to have Australia's public broadcasters, especially the ABC, run down in terms of funding and reputation, and when there's a clear political element to those attacks. We also can't have Australian political journalism drift towards a sensationalist or trivially combative style of engagement reporting. We can't have a narrow set of media companies with outlets running what to any sensible person appears to be a coordinated and self-interested political agenda on some issues. As I said, Deputy Speaker, culture, convention and principle are as critical to the best practice of the art of journalism as they are to the best practice of the art of politics. That observation has been made by some of the most experienced and respected of Australia's political journalists, and it's an observation that was made in relation to some of the conduct we saw in the course of the recent election campaign. Deputy Speaker, I agree entirely with the way in which the motion describes some of the unhealthy trends and outcomes that we've seen in the Australian media, noting that some of these are the result of technological change and regulatory neglect. I absolutely understand the Australian community's and people in my community's strong interest in seeing more diverse, more balanced, more independent journalism, and for supporting an inquiry to that end. But I don't think at this time that holding a Royal Commission is the way to make practical improvements. And I agree with the Minister for Communications that there are recommendations from previous reviews that have gone unaddressed, and indeed the previous government still hasn't responded to the Senate inquiry concluded in December last year. I'm glad that the current Minister has made clear she's considering those recommendations and will respond in due course. The Labor government has already committed funding to better support small local and regional media organisations. We'll also deliver a news media assistance program to build the evidence base that informs longer-term policy, which we need. We'll increase funding certainty to our public broadcasters, and we will end the thin-skinned bullying that was a dangerous feature of the previous government's style. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, this motion puts before us a critically important topic, and it identifies serious issues in relation to the loss of diversity, the loss of locally and regionally specific coverage, the loss of journalists within the Australian media, and the consequences of all three. We must do something about that. We must do something about that. And I'm glad to be part of a government that's begun the task with a minister who's preparing the ground to do more. The Australian community is right to expect that to occur, and we need to see that for the health of our democracy.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to support the motion by the member for Goldstein for action on media diversity. One of the basic tenets of the free market economy is that the provision of goods and services should not be concentrated in the hands of too few players. Concentration of ownership in any market inevitably leads to stifled innovation, erosion of working conditions, poorer outcomes for the customer and decline of an industry. And that is the concern with media ownership in Australia. What populations consumes news determines what we believe to be true. It informs our views of the world and its issues, influences how we treat each other, and guides how we vote. If we value democratic principles of accountability, transparency and free elections, then we have to guard those principles. The peak of media pluralism in Australia was in the 1920s, when 21 independent media owners owned 26 capital city daily newspapers. Now we have 2 media corporations controlling 2 daily newspapers in Sydney and Melbourne. Every other capital city in this country has only 1 daily paper. The media corporations have extended from the legacy media of print, television and radio into digital news and on-demand services. Australia's print media market is the most concentrated of any global democracy. Over many decades, the hard work of reporters in this building has changed Australia's democracy for the better. Whether it's a decision made by local council or allocations of billions of dollars in a federal budget, the public's ability to trust in our decisions, knowing that they are fair and proper, depends on the media's capacity to investigate and hold leaders to account. Australia's media landscape is dominated by 3 companies: Seven West Media, Nine Entertainment and News Corp. The concentration of the media into 3 main corporations has centralised information. It has eviscerated regional and specialty media outlets, and it has cut thousands of jobs. Media empires can use their reach to make or break policy proposals and change the outcomes of elections. In the last few years, those 3 companies have been responsible in this country for climate denialism, for fostering racial hostility and undermining our response to the COVID pandemic. They have never been held to account for disseminating misinformation. The Press Council is almost entirely funded by News Corp, Nine Media and Seven West. Last year, it rejected 93% of complaints made by the public about inaccuracies and bias in our media. To be clear, it didn't rule on those complaints in the publisher's favour. It declined to even consider those complaints. What recourse does the public have when it reads a story in the paper that contains false information or vilifies people based on their racial background? With 3 companies offering most jobs in the industry, reporters cannot report critically on their own patch. Last year, the Senate heard News Corp employees confirm enforcement of a top-down editorial line from the company's executives. Last month, Nine Media journalists in their enterprise bargaining efforts demanded freedom from editorial interference. We have to critically review the Press Council and ACMA to prevent further erosion of the public's trust in our media. 2 recent former Prime Ministers, Malcolm Turnbull and Kevin Rudd, have come forward after politics to warn of the political influence exerted by these media empires. Our governments have shown repeatedly that they do not have the courage to take on Australia's media empires. The crossbench is doing that today because our electorates have told us that they want to see politics done differently, with truth, integrity and transparency. The concentration of media into the hands of fewer and fewer people should concern all Australians. In democracies, the media should serve the public's right to know. The media should not determine what the public is able to know. A free and fearless media is essential for a transparent, accountable democracy. And that's why an inquiry with the resources and powers of a Royal Commission is needed to guide the way to reform of our media landscape with restoration of diversity, balance and independence.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you. The concept of diversity is enduring and goes to the heart of our democracy. Diversity inspires new thoughts and ideas while discouraging stagnation and increasing the possibilities of finding better ways to address various issues. Diversity enhances creativity. It encourages the search for broad perspectives and information, leading to better decision-making and problem-solving. If we are exposed to diversity, we get to experience different views and how those views arise. In democracies, the media is fundamental to political life. It provides facts to allow us to be better informed about the issues that matter to us. It provides criticism and debate to ensure that information is tested and examined from all points of view. Media outlets have gained an incredibly powerful influence over the past 50 years. With the rise of technology, individuals are now able to share their stories and opinions as they are unfolding. As we face a growing tide of unregulated hate speech, the role of the media is crucial in normalising diversity. As a society, we place a tremendous level of trust on media sources to feed us the information that we need in order to make informed and accurate decisions every day. Along with our immediate surroundings, media also shapes our self-image and societal norms. Body image, self-confidence and mental health all stem from what we see or we hear on a daily basis. Consequently, it's imperative for inclusivity to be encouraged in common media and marketing strategies. Diversity in the media is no longer only about minorities. It is well and truly a mainstream concern. Streaming company Netflix has elected an executive to oversee its diversity and inclusion strategy. British media companies like the Financial Times, The Telegraph and Sky are following suit. It is important to continue to monitor the status of media concentration to identify areas, particularly in suburban and regional areas, that risk losing local news sources. The support and encouragement of local and regional news outlets is imperative to provide educated, concentrated opinion pieces and news articles from the people who are directly affected by events at hand. In July, the Albanese government announced $15 million in funding for local and regional newspaper publishers to help absorb newsprint price hikes, which threaten to wipe out local newspaper titles for good. Now, I know with my local community, they love their local media. They love hearing the stories about children, about families, about seniors, the good news stories, the uplifting stories. The things that people want to have that escapism and reading from sometimes a world full of hatred. And so I often reflect back and I remember the Willesee brothers, George Negus, and the stories that used to come to us through them. They were real, but they were fun, but they were compelling. And they had their stories because people trusted them as journalists. People had that influence on how that material and how their stories from individuals were being portrayed. Note that Labour has also called for concrete, workable proposals to support Australia's media on the table, noting that we still don't have a meaningful framework in place to measure diversity and localism and the availability of local news throughout Australia. To support struggling regional, local and community media providers facing immediate challenges, Labour also committed to deliver a $29 million local news and community broadcasting transition package. This includes a $15 million regional and local newspaper publishers programme to support eligible publishers to absorb rising print costs. In conclusion, the government supports a free, diverse and sustainable media sector. We believe this is critical to the health of Australia's democracy. Together, diversity and depiction brings about inclusion, the commitment to diversity where everyone is acknowledged, empowered and celebrated. Inclusion understands that everyone, no matter their identity, is worthy of being seen, instead of merely tolerated by our differences. We need to embrace the extensive diversity within every individual. I will leave you with the wise words of Mahatma Gandhi, who said, "Our ability to reach unity in diversity will be the beauty and the test of our civilization." Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Our future building system is made up of government, media, business and non-profits. And we need to be able to trust these institutions so that they can move us towards the country we want to become. Trust in government and media is very low in Australia. Government and media are both seen as being unethical and incompetent in this year's Edelman Trust Barometer. We're working towards improving trust in government with the introduction of the National Anti-Corruption Commission Bill this week. But how do we build trust in the media? The success of our democracy depends on free and open exchange of ideas and information. This requires diverse media made up of well-resourced journalists, empowered to investigate fearlessly and report truthfully on those in power. There's a tension between media as business and media as a democratic institution. As well as being companies selling their content to deliver returns for shareholders, our media need to maintain their role as custodians of the public interest. We rely on media to expose corruption, hold authorities to account and provide a platform for debate. The ability of media to perform this role declines as media concentration increases. According to the Centre for Advancing Journalism, Australia now has only 3 national-scale commercial media voices, and it will come as no surprise as to who they are: News Corp, Nine Entertainment and Seven West Media. A landmark study in 2016 showed that Australia had the most concentrated newspaper industry out of any country studied, with the exception of China and Egypt. Yes, we rank 3rd behind China and Egypt. Since that report, our media has become even more concentrated, with News Corp now controlling about 2/3 of metro dailies. In my home state of Western Australia, Seven West Media controls WA's only locally edited daily metro paper, the West Australian, the state's only other metro paper, the Sunday Times, and Community Newspaper Group, which owns 23 local newspapers across Perth. It also owns 18 regional mastheads. That's as well as the 7 television network nationally, Prime TV and related channels and streaming products. Radio and television across the country are little better, with the largest player in both holding a 25 to 30% market share. And while online news is more diverse, it has yet to replace the local reporting done by regional and community newspapers. Even in online news, News Corp still dominates. The tension between commercial freedom and public duty is difficult to balance and so requires some regulation. Currently, the industry is self-regulated through the Australian Press Council and the Australian Communications and Media Authority. Self-regulation of an industry always has risks, and it's timely to review whether this approach is actually working. Now, while there have been multiple reviews into media concentration over the past 3 decades, the scope of the problems has expanded during this time. The internet plays a very different role now, and recommendations need to be considered through this changing landscape. Concerningly, many of the inquiry's strongest recommendations have been abandoned over time under pressure from a few large media companies, confirming the urgent need for reform. I note the government's response in this debate that the government is focusing on implementing a backlog of recommendations. I look forward to seeing these changes actually being made, and I hope that these include recommendations such as limits on cross-media and foreign ownership laws, including a minimum number of owners test, and a restructure or replacement of the Press Council and an expansion of ACMA's few powers. It's in the absence of an updated review, my concern is that recommendations of previous reviews are cherry-picked to suit the interests of the current government with minimal offence to the large media companies. It's not in the interests of politicians to poke the bear. They have too much to lose. Taking any real action on the dire state of our media concentration will require community support and engagement. The most recent review completed recommended the establishment of a judicial inquiry with the powers of a royal commission to settle the heavily politicised policy discussion at arm's length from political and media interference. I back this call for a judicial inquiry in the interest of protecting the integrity of the institutions that our fragile democracy relies on. I implore the government to continue its work on rebuilding trust and improving the integrity of our institutions by considering this call for a judicial inquiry for an updated perspective on how best to address this vital issue in 2022. In the absence of a further inquiry, my community will be watching carefully to see how much courage this government will muster up in the face of powerful media voices. Thank you.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion by the member for Goldstein be agreed to, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Goldstein for bringing through this motion attention to the woeful state of our media landscape and to the many constituents of Hasluck that wrote to me, sharing your concern and support for this debate. The motion calls for a judicial inquiry. A judicial inquiry is an option where there are objects that cannot be attained in any other way. They are serious inquiries with serious powers and occasion serious expense. A serious government is sometimes a better option. If the Morrison government had won the May election and the then Prime Minister, by now also probably Communications Minister, was continuing to fail in this policy area, then perhaps an independent inquiry would be the only alternative. I'm still not sure what the novel objects of that sort of inquiry would be. Election results like we saw in Goldstein and indeed in Hasluck and in electorates across Australia indicate to me that the voters really do want a government that is committed to looking forward to action and not backwards at problems already well understood. And the voters have spoken, and we have such a government now. Prior to the election, the now Prime Minister made it quite clear that a further inquiry was not part of this Labor Party's agenda. We went to the election on that basis. The then Communications spokesperson and now Minister, the member for Greenway, likewise made it clear that she did not see any point in an inquiry into an established fact. Minister Rowland identified the problem as one of a failure to act, not a failure to inquire. We know there are pitfalls in self-regulation. We know the emergence of online platforms has destroyed the traditional business models underpinning the production of high-quality journalism from diverse perspectives. We know the bargaining code, initiated by the previous government to have social media platforms compensate news producers for their content, only worked to further entrench the power of Australia's media moguls.
We know small mastheads are being squeezed out of the market. We also know the diabolical state of media literacy across the entire community. Media consumers like you and I, my mum, my dad, their friends, the next generation of school students, we all require the skills to discern fact from fiction, from spin. This is what most concerns me. A study in 2020 by the Australian Communications and Media Authority found, and I quote, "It appears news literacy in Australia is quite low." One study by Park et al. 2018 found that only 51% of Australian news consumers understood that the ABC is free of advertising and funded by taxpayers. The study also suggested that news consumers with higher literacy can distinguish humour from other types of fake news, such as poor journalism, political spin and advertising. We need an educated citizenry able to recognise what is real and what is not in a world where the virtual and the real are convergent, where deep fakes undermine faith in the media and where opinion masquerades as fact. We know the issues that plague Australia's media landscape, and what we need is to deliver policy solutions to rectify them. Instead of spending millions re-establishing the facts, let's put that money to work in all the areas that have been raised here in this chamber by you, and those that I've touched on, including this media literacy. A great example of our government already taking action, as the member for Pearce referred to, is the Regional and Local Newspaper Publishers Program. Small and diverse media organisations are facing rising printing and distribution costs. This is a major issue facing local, cultural and community press outlets across the country. Let there be no doubt about our appetite for action in media diversity in Australia. In my first speech only a few weeks ago, I made particular mention of my desire to see a cantankerous press void of influence from government and vested interests. A judicial inquiry or a judicial inquiry with the powers of a royal commission or even a royal commission would end up identifying the same issues. We would find ourselves in the same position, needing a government and a minister with the resolve to do the hard policy work and make a difference in relation to each of these issues we are all aware of. The Communications Minister is on record as saying, "It's time to implement a program of work that is principles-based, evidence-formed, expert-led and consultative, one which delivers." I support that, and I invite all members to contribute to that work. I'm sure the government will welcome the input of the crossbench in that work, which will take many years and has already started.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 7, motion to be moved by the member for Page.
And I call the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the motion relating to the European Union Free Trade Agreement in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, I want to get to the European Union Free Trade Agreement in a second, because this will be really, Deputy Speaker, the first test of this new Labor government in nailing a free trade agreement. They don't have a great record in that. And just before I do get to that, the previous government between 2013 and 2022, when we were in government, nailed so many free trade agreements, Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure you're probably aware of this, that goods and services that were covered by free trade agreements when we came into power was around 25%, and by the time that we left government, that had got to all but 80%. So that's a great thing, obviously, for exporting companies. We're an open, transparent, exporting, importing nation, trading nation, and having more access, more customers to people who are exporting is obviously great for all those companies who do that. So the three immediate jobs a new government has to do is bring into force the UK Free Trade Agreement, and I'd like to acknowledge the previous trade ministers, Andrew Robb, who I had a great pleasure of catching up with last week, Simon Birmingham and Dan Tehan, who did a great job in the free trade agreements. And Dan Tehan, the previous minister, did a great job with the UK-Australia Free Trade Agreement. What now has to happen is that needs to go through our treaties committee process to bring into force before January 1. We want it to happen before January 1, Deputy Speaker, because we'll get the tariff reductions and other things like that when it comes into force, and then we would get another tariff reduction on January 1. So important that we encourage and looking to work with the government to do this as quickly as possible. Also, the India-Australia agreement as well has to go through that same process. So we're encouraging and working with the government to get those done as quickly as we can. So that's those two jobs. But again, as I said, then the big test for the new government and the new minister is do they, and what type of deal do they nail with the European Union? Now, this is an important free trade agreement. The European Union is a massive market, has over 450 million people with a GDP of almost 15 trillion. So this is no small market and no small deal for us. The EU at the moment, also, and why this deal is especially important, the EU right now runs a significant trade surplus with Australia. It's around $23 billion for goods and $23 billion for goods and $14 billion for services surplus. To give you an interesting stat, I think that highlights this, Deputy Speaker, we sell $4 of food per person to the EU. Now, you know we're a great food exporting nation, but guess what? They export $200 of food to us. So very imbalanced there, especially given that we are a great food exporter. So what's going to be important, one of the tests for the new minister and the new government will be the type of deals, the type of access they get for our agricultural sector. Now, this is historically proven for other ministers. You have to play a hard game to get a good deal for our exporting food exporters. So these are the beef, the dairy, the rice, the sugar and the grain. So the new minister is going to have to play a tough game and be a tough negotiator to make sure he gets a good deal. To give you an example, and this is one thing they're going to have to watch out for, just to give meat as one example, we have never done a free trade agreement before where at the end of the transition of that free trade agreement that there are still quotas. You might start that there's quotas, you might start that you are getting increased quotas or increased access for meat into a new or into a free trade agreement. By the time the free trade agreement is fully transitioned, though, it's completely liberalised. So it isn't limited to quotas then, it's just completely liberalised. So that's going to also be a test for the new minister, is can he get a completely liberalised market for meat. Many other examples as well, but there is a precedent for this too, Deputy Speaker. We have just done, as I said, a very good deal with the UK. The European Union themselves have just done a deal with the UK, and they are both good models. So I think we'll be looking at this and measuring what the new government gets from, or what they negotiate between Australia and the EU, comparing to what the EU negotiated with the UK, or indeed what we negotiated with the UK. There are bars that I think the minister should meet, and this new government needs to meet to support our agriculture and other exporting sectors. Thank you.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded? Thank you.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Member for Adelaide. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I too rise to speak about the importance of this Australia-EU free trade agreement. There are a number of reasons why negotiations for this particular EU FTA got back on track with the change of government. And Deputy Speaker, no one wants to do business with an unreliable partner. And with the previous government, we looked unreliable. And it's not a good start to negotiations. And I say that because, Deputy Speaker, in addition, with the discussions that have been taking place, one of the most important factors was that this Albanese government has committed to serious ambition climate targets. And we know that the inability to deliver on a meaningful action on climate change by the previous government was a real sticking point with the EU. And it was mentioned last week when we met with members of the EU Parliament here with some heads of our trade committees, and they all mentioned it. We know that excuse me, the inability to deliver on action on climate change was a sticking point. So there's no doubt that the Prime Minister's June visit to Europe marked the real turning point in negotiations, and our position on climate change was welcomed by the EU. Deputy Speaker, in the words of the outgoing EU ambassador, Michael Pulch himself, said there is a renewed sense of priority for the Commission and Member States. The former ambassador highlighted the Albanese government's ambitious climate change policy and said that it will help facilitate FTA negotiations in the EU. So I think it's clear that we have managed to get this deal back on track. The government is committed to diversifying our trade, and this FTA is an important step in the process. Deputy Speaker, for too long we've had too many eggs in one basket, and we've seen what's happened just recently in the past with China. And that's why we're delivering on our commitment to negotiate this trade agreement with the EU, giving Australian exporters new market opportunities. And this will benefit businesses all around Australia and in our home state of South Australia, companies like Almonco Australia, located in Adelaide's Southern Vales. The company's managing director has stated that the EU FTA would give the company the opportunity to expand their product range and compete on a level playing field with their competitors. Then there's Clean Seas Seafood, located on the Eyre Peninsula, who also stand to improve their competitiveness with respect to other producers exporting to the EU. So we have a lot to gain from this agreement. And as I said, we've significantly progressed these negotiations. Just last week, Deputy Speaker, together with the, as I said, with the Joint Standing Committee on Trade, Investment and Growth, which I chair, we met with the EU Members of Parliament Trade Committee, who were visiting here in Canberra, and it was a very promising meeting. The EU is a massive high-income market of almost 450 million people. It generates a GDP of around 23 trillion. As a bloc, the EU is already our third largest two-way trading partner in goods and services, and an FTA with the EU would cover over 9% of Australia's entire world trade. So this FTA is in our mutual economic and strategic interests. Not only would it demonstrate our shared values and commitment to the rule-based order, but it would also help diversify our trade, including in strategically important areas like energy and raw materials. It would also strengthen the EU's economic engagement in the Indo-Pacific. Now, we understand the importance of commitments to the European Parliament, member states and stakeholders, and fundamentally Australia and the EU are like-minded partners, Deputy Speaker, with high standards on environment and labour issues. So the EU FTA is critical and work is taking place to have an agreement finalised by mid-2023. The next round of negotiations will start on the 17th of October, and the trade agreement is a great opportunity to strengthen our ties and tackle the economic and geopolitical challenges and supply chain disruptions currently facing Europe, ourselves and the world. And Deputy Speaker, we can be part of that solution. We already have businesses that are trading with the EU. Just a very quick example, in my own electorate in Adelaide, we have San Remo, who's exporting pasta to Italy, and we have Omega Foods, who exports olive oil to Greece. So these things are happening. We can build on them and create greater trade opportunities for all businesses.
I thank the member for Adelaide. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Sorry, the time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Next order of the day, aged care, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Corangamite.
The question is that the motion for the member for Corangamite be agreed to, and I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, I am genuinely pleased to stand and speak to this motion, and I'm pleased that Labor has, as a priority, made a commitment to the aged care sector. I spoke about aged care when I first came into this place in 2019 in my maiden speech, and I told a story of how, as a young child, the youngest of 5 kids, after church on a Sunday morning, my father, who was the local doctor, used to take us to do his rounds around the aged care facilities to see his patients. And it's no secret, Deputy Speaker, I hated it. I disliked it immensely, not because it was Sunday morning and I was a child, because it was so confronting and it was sad and depressing. And even as a 6 or 7-year-old, as I was, I recognised that. And it was almost a place that elderly people were sent to hide away. And I remember having conversations with them, and those conversations just brought joy to the residents of the aged care home. But at the same time, in my maiden speech, I also spoke about the need for a Royal Commission, and I indeed did support a Royal Commission, and I support the recommendations that have come out of the Royal Commission. But I should recognise at this stage and acknowledge that despite the recommendations, despite some of the stories that came out of the Royal Commission, the vast majority of aged care facilities or homes do a great job. And the people that work, the nurses, the aged carers, they do a fantastic job more often than not, and they do deserve our recognition because they're overwhelmed. COVID made their job even more difficult. So we should acknowledge the great work that they have done. There are problems, no doubt, and we acknowledge that there were problems with the aged care system, but we should actually acknowledge the great work that the nurses and the carers do. Deputy Speaker, as I said, I'm pleased to hear that Labor is committed to making aged care a priority, and I look forward to seeing that commitment in the forthcoming budget. But if I could just not so much offer advice but an observation, there are a few areas that are above politics, things like Veterans Affairs, child protection and, of course, aged care. It should be above partisan politics. They're just a few examples where bipartisanship rather than divisive politics should be applied, and that is what I am happy to do in opposition. I'm happy to work with the government to improve those services, to work with them and offer policy, offer ideas that may be able to better the lives of those who, let's face it, have built this country. In doing so, I think it's important also for Labor to recognise that whilst those systems aren't perfect, whilst in government we didn't get everything right, I think it's important that people do recognise, that Labor recognises, that the Independents and the Greens recognise that there was a great deal of improvement over the past 5 to 10 years. And examples of that was the last budget delivering $522 million in funding for aged care, which brought the total investment in response to the final report for the Royal Commission to more than $19.1 billion, delivering record investment in aged care between $13.3 billion in 2012-13 and $30.1 billion in 2023. Now, I appreciate there is an increase in the funding, but there's also an increase in the population. There's, in my electorate alone, over 28% of my electorate are over the age of 65. So it is a problem that will be ongoing. We have to work together, bipartisan politics working together. One of the recommendations in the Royal Commission is to pay our aged care workers better, and I couldn't agree more. I've spoken to many of them, and the work that they do is tremendous. The pay they get is woeful. As to, and I'm probably getting out of my lane here, as to is that the pay of nurses, and all levels of government should be looking at better pay for our nurses for the work that they do. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I too rise to speak on this important motion and thank the member for Corangamite for her continued tireless advocacy for older Australians and I know that you've as well been an advocate for a long time. But, Deputy Speaker, I think this whole aged care system in the past has been a total mess. And I think as governments of all persuasions will be judged in the future of on how we looked after our older Australians that have paid their taxes, fought in wars and basically built the foundations that we stand on today, in some cases literally through their hard labour. So, Deputy Speaker, since coming to the government, the Albanese government made a commitment and a priority to address and act on the recommendations of the Royal Commission. And the commitment is returning security, dignity, quality and humanity to our aged care system, and that is a priority. For example, Deputy Speaker, we've heard the Royal Commission and are introducing the requirements that have a registered nurse on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this will save thousands of stressful, expensive and ultimately unnecessary trips to hospitals, to emergency departments. What happens now if there's no nurse on the premises after hours, if one of the residents needs medical attention and there's no one there qualified to provide that medical attention, they call an ambulance and they're just taken to the public hospital. This will stop a lot of that. Of course, there will be a mechanism that will ensure that smaller facilities in some of the regional remote areas, and we understand it could be difficult to implement these changes, but that will be taken into consideration as well. But this will only be an exemption that will only be on a temporary basis. In time, all facilities will have to be able to facilitate a nurse 24 hours, a registered nurse 24 hours on the premises. And this is really important, Deputy Speaker, because all older Australians, regardless of where they live, have the right to the same quality of care, whether you're in a city or in a rural regional town or in a remote area. Deputy Speaker, this brings us to another problem, and that's the workforce issues. The pandemic showed us showed us how stretched aged care workers are. They often have to work across multiple sites to make ends meet, and they're undoubtedly dedicated and committed. And I've met some absolutely committed people in aged care facilities that work there because they love the job and they're committed to older Australians. But they're also overworked, underpaid and undervalued. And this is why the government is backing a real pay rise for aged care workers. We have to make a submission to the Fair Work Commission in support of increased wages for aged care workers. And importantly, Deputy Speaker, we have committed to funding the outcome. In addition, they've established a wide range of programs to attract staff and support retention, including those registered nurses. So addressing working conditions for aged care staff is an essential part if we want a good aged care system and the quality of care to improve. We're also committed to capping administration costs and exit fees for people receiving home care packages. Now, one of the complaints I get in my office is that the money that's allocated for a particular home care package isn't actually going into the home care, it's going into administration costs. And this is really important that the money that's given for packages goes into care. And the Royal Commission found that up to 50% of some home care packages were eaten up in admin and management fees. And we saw during the pandemic some of the aged home providers where people were actually dying and care wasn't being provided with their multi-million-dollar profits and Maseratis and million-dollar homes. And it's just not fair on our older Australians. It's disrespectful of the older Australians trying to continue to live independently in their own homes. Deputy Speaker, money should be going on aged care or care in the home. Unacceptably high fees lead to older Australians missing out on the care that they need to keep living at home. So we want the aged care system that puts the customer and their care first. And as I said earlier, it is so important. I think we will be judged as a nation in generations to come on how we've looked after our older Australians. It is not fair for those people in their twilight years when they're putting their hand out for a bit of help and assistance, that as governments we should be doing absolutely everything we can to assist these people.
I thank the member and I call the member for line.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Aged care is a huge industry and a very vital part of Australian life, caring for our nearest and dearest in their twilight years. It's a huge industry and it's under huge financial pressure. Many have seen reports in the aged care literature that up to half of the aged care facilities around the country are relying on their retained earnings over 20 and 30 years to keep them in the black. That is very sad. But that's why we in the Coalition, when we were in government, made huge improvements in the aged care. Everyone is on a unity ticket. We want the best for our older citizens. But I just want to put a few things on the record after I've made some comments about the proposed bill that's coming through for the Implementing Care Reform Bill. The Schedule 1 about the compulsory RNs on-site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is going to be very problematic. I see the sentiment. The government in the last term of government supported the concept but saw that there is a huge shortage of RNs in country areas, let alone RNs to staff on site 24 hours a day. There are many small facilities that are actually closing wards at the moment because they don't have RNs to be on site, even intermittently. And it will be a huge burden for many of my rural and remote and even my larger providers that have got 300 and 400 people. They just can't get nurses. But in the last budget, we put a whole lot of money in to retain workforce and keep them in the industry. Hundreds of millions of dollars, workforce retention bonuses. We've got training happening in rural and remote nursing homes in both occupational therapy, aged care nursing experience, all those things, and a 14-point plan to grow the aged care workforce. But more about that later. The other thing was the exemption for the registered nurse requirement that's talked about. I would like to know more of the details, or how is this exemption? Is this going to be a get out of jail card so that places don't close? I think you'll find whatever the exemption is written up for, they'll be flooded with people requesting exemptions. I have got concerns about whether there'll be penalties or will aged care facilities actually close as a result of that. I'm not saying it's not a good idea, I'm just saying the practicalities of it will be very difficult. Now, the other issue about capping fees in home care, this is a very welcome development. The former Minister for Aged Care, Senator Colbeck, or for Aged Australians, Senior Australians, and the Minister for Aged Care, Greg Hunt, were aware of the problems with some of the price gouging in the home care space. And a lot of these regulations to cap fees are fully supported by us because they were going to be done as part of the workup for the Australian National Aged Care Classification system, the ANAC system that's coming in to replace the ACFI. And just to put in perspective what they achieved, aged care was on a $13.2 billion annual budget from the federal government in 2013 when we assumed responsibility on the Treasury benches in government. And when we lost office, it was up to $30 billion. That's per year. That's per year. There's an extra $19 billion baked into the, well, $18.9 billion, plus there was an extra 200 added for extra workforce supplements. So it's just over $19 billion in the ACFI changeover to ANAC and to all the basic daily fee supplements and the homelessness supplement, and the viability supplement, and loading for rural, loading for remote. There was so much good work done, and I'm really pleased to see this coming in. But please don't let people think that none of this was done in the former government and that it just appears miraculously at the change of government. This was worked up for several years, and we delivered huge improvements, and there's a lot more to go because aged care is so important for our senior Australians.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion put forward by the member for Corangamite. Our older Australians worked hard their entire life to ensure the generations that succeeded them benefited from their contribution to their communities and our nation. We have a duty to look after and care for them in their later years. I am proud to support a government that began delivering on its election commitment to bring back security, dignity, quality and humanity into aged care the day after the 47th Parliament was sworn in. A decade of negligence towards our older Australians by the former coalition government led to the crisis in aged care. It resulted in a royal commission that should not have been needed for a sector that should not have been left to decay, for people who should not have been neglected. The Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety showed us that we had to do better, and the Albanese Labor government's monumental legislation focused on delivering this promise. I would particularly like to draw the attention to the Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill 2022, which will implement several urgent aged reforms that complement the government's response to Aged Care Royal Commission. From July next year, the bill will lift care and quality standards by introducing a new responsibility for approved providers to ensure that a registered nurse is presented on duty at each residential facility every single minute. This will reduce the numerous stressful, expensive and unnecessary emergency room trips and ensure that our older Australians living in residential care facilities have access to the nursing they deserve. A constituent mechanism will provide the framework for tightly targeted and time-based exemptions only applicable in certain circumstances, such as smaller facilities in regional and remote areas. It will recognise the difficulties faced in rural and remote areas while ensuring providers do not utilise the framework to bypass the delivery of quality of aged care. The government has established several programs to attract staff and support retention needed to meet this new responsibility. This includes scholarships, support for clinical placements and new nurses, and nurses' retention payments for up to $6,000 annually. The bill will also put into effect the government's assurance to cap the amount chargeable as administration and management fees to those receiving home care packages. This reform will enable the government to maximise funding available to over 210 Australians receiving home care without up to 50% going towards administration and management. Many of my family members work in aged care, and I grew up hearing stories about the little recognition they receive despite the incredibly challenging nature of their work. Their crucial importance to the health of every Australian was made bare during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Albanese Labor government has prioritised the lives and livelihood of working people since the beginning of this term, and it is not different with those in the aged care sector. Early this month, the government advocated a real pay rise for aged care workers to the Fair Work Commission and committed to bearing the total cost of the increase. This is because the current government believed that everyone must receive the recognition and support they need and deserve. It is essential to remember the government's reforms are only the beginning of its work to solve the aged care crisis. The significant consultation with the range of stakeholders is underway to inform robust and evidence-based policymaking that will be enshrined in delegated legislation. This will be supplemented by new transparency and accountability measures in the bill, which will help older Australians, their families and policymakers make informed decisions about providing care With this bill, the Albanese Labor government is taking the right steps in ensuring we leave no stone unturned and no person left behind. I thank the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, a shout out to all the aged care workers, staff, management, cleaners, nurses, other lines of aged care providers, those people that actually, right now, as we speak, are actually delivering the service to those people, to our older Australians. I've spoken about ageing in place quite a bit. Ageing in place means that you can stay in your own community. It's important to every member of this parliament. Some of our facilities are tiny, some are very large, but from Maui to Trafalgar to Druin to Warragul to Leongatha and Currumburra, from Phillip Island tonight, in Wonthaggi tonight, in Foster tonight, and in Neerim South, for all of those facilities, every one of them right across my electorate. For all of them, I just know that they are providing the best service they can possibly do and afford in the circumstances they're faced with tonight. And so it's a big shout out to all of those people, because they've been so disappointed in some of the things that have come out of the Royal Commission, particularly where they took it on board themselves, where everybody actually thought that they were the ones that were out of order delivering the wrong service. And that wasn't the truth at all. So in regard to the Royal Commission, and listen to what has been said by the members of the government today, the reason I have been very reticent on Royal Commission recommendations is that I have to see how those recommendations actually affect the people in my electorate providing the services to older people. The full-time RNs is one issue. When I don't even know yet who is going to be exempt from such a ruling. Is it going to be a 12-bed facility, which I haven't got in my electorate, but there are many electorates across Australia who have ageing in place with only 12 beds. Is it going to be because you're regional or remote, or inability to get particular staff at any given time? Is that going to be a reason where you can get an exemption? And are we putting another threat over my not-for-profit nursing homes where they will feel that they're under threat if they can't get the nurses? What's going to happen? So when there is a doubt and when there is uncertainty, you put uncertainty into the marketplace for especially management groups that are volunteers. I mean, they'd be the same in the members' electorate. They'd be the same in your electorate. You've got all these volunteers on boards. They're doing a wonderful job, hard job, really hard job, making these facilities work in difficult times. So, you know, there are a lot, very large private organisations that have all of their management and facilities, you know, in one spot, perhaps in a state. It's totally different to what's happening at Lyrebird Village, although Lyrebird Village and Druin have just amalgamated with the Tasmanian company, which is great, not-for-profit organisation, because they have decided that because of the imposts that we as governments have put on these voluntary organisations, they looked into the future and they said, I don't think our future looks very bright. And they were very serious. They took it very seriously about projecting into the future and where they're going to be. So all their overheads are now being taken over by another organisation, which now frees them to just deliver the service and make sure that in longevity that facility is going to be there. They've also said if the new organisation decided to change and didn't want to activate the Lyrebird Village anymore, they would say all the money that if they sold the facility off, would have to go back to the local community. Not a bad deal. So I just want to take umbrage at the proposition that there was a decade of negligence. That's just not true, because I was very close to every decision the government's made all the way through, and a lot of decisions that are coming through the new government today, the new Labor government, are things that have been worked on by a very special public service for a long time to bring it to this point, and now they're coming to fruition. So I hope that the new arrangements will give some respite to some very difficult situations that are facing, but I am afraid we are facing a very, very difficult time in aged care, as we have for a long time. It's changing all the time. My home care facilities is falling to bits in my electorate, so we've got some difficult times ahead, and I hope I'm happy to work with the government of the day to make things better for all of our clients.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to give an update to my communities about the Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill 2022. And when I travel across my electorate from Bombala to Yass, I'm listening to locals on the importance of aged care reform and how much it's needed across regional Australia in particular. And this bill implements 3 of our government's urgent election commitments that put security, dignity, quality and humanity back into aged care. These include supporting aged care providers to get 24/7 registered nurses, capping home care charges and greater transparency and accountability on aged care providers and services. My mum worked in aged care for the last 15 years of her career, and my nan spent her last years in an aged care facility during the initial COVID outbreaks. And I've heard firsthand from my mum about the importance of putting residents front and centre in any care plan. Mum talked about this part of her working life as being a privilege. For Mum, caring for, connecting with and protecting those who contributed to our communities was far more than just a job. But too many of her workers, her colleagues, just weren't making enough money and were required to work over multiple facilities. This government made a submission to the Fair Work Commission in support of increased wages for aged care workers and is committing to fund the outcome of the case. This government recognises that older Australians living in rural and remote areas deserve the same quality of care as those living in metropolitan Australia. And this bill will introduce a new responsibility for approved providers of residential care and of specified kinds of flexible care to have a registered nurse on site and on duty at each residential facility 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this can only lead to better health outcomes for some of our country's most vulnerable residents. Importantly, rural and remote providers will be required to meet that particular standard of care. But there are going to be exemptions in place because we need to demonstrate that we can have appropriate arrangements in place, ensure the quality and safety of residents, but noting there are particular challenges in the workforce at this point in time, we don't want our rural and remote providers to miss out. More than 210,000 older Australians are currently receiving home care packages, many in regional Australia. And I've heard in Braidwood, in Tumut and in Eden the difficulty of accessing home care because administration costs have depleted the approved care package to the point where services cannot be provided. The bill reflects the government's commitment to capping the amount that can be charged for administration and management to people receiving home care packages and removing exit amounts altogether. This measure will provide pricing transparency and enable the government to cap these charges. And it requires information from residential aged care services and provider expenditure to be publicly available also, because we know clear information helps people make clear decisions. I support the transparency of information because it will help to level the playing field between community-based aged care and for-profit aged care centres. We have seen the continual withdrawal of services from the regions, such as the closure of Roy Wootton Gardens in Eden and Currawana in Bombala, and information will better help us understand the forces that are driving withdrawal across the regions. We need to respect older Australians in care and receiving care at home, and I'm proud to be part of a government that is putting care and dignity back at the heart of aged care. And a big thank you to all of those aged care workers, the nurses, the carers, the cleaners, the cooks, the administration. It has been a particularly difficult few years across my electorate, from bushfires where residents were being bussed out of particular areas, to floods, to COVID. We appreciate the work you do. We thank you for the work you do in caring for our families. and we are behind you. We support you, and we want to get this right for you, but for the residents of these centres. Thank you.
I thank the Minister. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Government business. Private members' business. Notice number 8. Construction industry. Motion to be moved by the member for Bowman.
And I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the construction industry in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is hard to overstate the importance of the construction industry to Australia's economy. It is Australia's 5th largest sector, contributing around 8% of our GDP and employing 1.1 million Australians. And at this current time, the industry is facing immense pressure. We've got significant labour shortages, significant supply disruption and inflationary pressures forcing up the cost of materials to levels never seen before. And this, of course, has flow-on impacts across the economy and across our society, perpetuating an undersupply of dwellings that has created our ongoing rental crisis. I've come out of the construction and property sector, and I know the challenges facing the industry and how important the sector is for Australia's economic growth. I also know from first-hand experience that the Australian Building and Construction Commission has played a critical role in promoting integrity, safety and lawfulness in the construction sector. The ABCC has achieved a successful outcome in 103 of 112 cases resolved. The courts have imposed $17.9 million in penalties against all respondents, and the ABCC has recovered $5.53 million in wages for 8,921 employees. Against the CFMMEU, it has been successful in 84 of 92 cases since 2016, with courts imposing penalties of $16.1 million. At such an acute time for the industry, it beggars belief that the Labor government will seek to abolish the ABCC and, in the interim, pull the powers back to a bare legal minimum. This is a purely ideological project. This is already having a significant impact on the construction sector. We've already seen growing lawlessness across commercial construction, and we've seen 200 CFMEU members storm the Transport and Main Roads building in Brisbane. We've seen master builders staff in South Australia have their cars vandalised and CFMEU stickers placed upon them, leading to the South Australian Premier to quite rightly order the return of CFMEU donations. In the last fortnight, we've seen the mining and manufacturing divisions of the CFMEU seeking to break away from the lawlessness of the construction division. Just this month, the ABCC has taken multiple actions against those engaged in lawlessness, both unions and builders. I quote from their recent media release headlines. ABCC alleges CFMEU targeted workers with abuse and threats at Newcastle building site. ABCC starts legal actions against employer over alleged non-payment of workers. CFMMEU and representatives penalised $495,000 over work stoppages at Melbourne University project site. And finally, ABCC takes CFMEU CPU to court over alleged rights of entry breaches at a Brisbane CBD project site. And that's all just in the last couple of weeks. If the new government abolished the ABCC, who's going to protect workers in the construction industry from this thuggish behaviour? Labor will leave this crucial industry and those who work in it unprotected and put Australia's economic growth at great risk at a very acute time for both the industry and the economy. Because we know the fundamental importance of the construction industry to Australia's economy, we know the impact that drawing back the ABCC will have across this sector. Australia is already a high-cost country for construction, whether it be for infrastructure, commercial or residential construction. We simply can't afford another additional non-productivity on top of the pressures the industry is already battling with. But don't just take my word for it. The Australian Industry Group, one of the groups that the Prime Minister lauded for attending the recent Skills Summit in this building, said the decision to disempower the Commission is, quote, a backward step for the fight against bullying and intimidation. EY's cost of abolishing the ABCC report from April this year found that the abolition of the ABCC could lead to a total loss to our economy of about $47.5 billion in GDP by 2030, and output in the construction industry alone could fall by $35 billion by 2030. The EY modelling suggests that up to 4,000 jobs could be put at risk by this move. I call on the government to reinstate the ABCC to its full role and powers as the construction industry watchdog, and I call on members to support this motion. Thank you.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
Thank the member. And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the member for Bowman's motion, because Labor knows that too many Australians are struggling to pay their rent or to buy a home, and too many Australians are homeless. But the Albanese government is playing its part. All levels of government need to come together to address these challenges. This is why we will develop a national housing and homelessness plan to drive action across governments and with industry. It is also why Labor's Minister for Housing has met with state and territory housing and homelessness ministers twice since the election, the first meetings in almost 5 years under the former government. However, there is a lot to do after almost 10 years of Liberal and National inaction when it comes to housing. But this government has a plan, and we're already delivering, Deputy Speaker. Labor abhors corruption and criminal activity in any industry, including the building and construction industry. But as those opposite know, the ABCC is not designed to deal with breaches of the criminal law or corruption of any kind. If a criminal matter happens, then due criminal processes should occur. This is just another attempt by the opposition to curate a myth that they should actually be embarrassed about. The ABCC was originally set up by the Howard government to enforce civil laws and industrial relations legislation. The Howard government originally established to target workers for ideological reasons. It was set up to discredit and dismantle unions and undermine the pay, conditions and job security of ordinary Australians. Under the original Howard-era ABCC, they claimed that productivity in the building industry improved, which of course was not true. Let's revisit the period after the ABCC was introduced in 2005 to put some things into perspective, because productivity was mentioned by the member for Bowman. Building industry fatalities jumped 95% between 2006 and 2008. Cases were brought against the CFMEU and other unions, resulting in over $5 million fines and millions more in court costs, which, as you know, may be good for lawyers, but it's not actually good for the building industry. The ABCC was condemned 8 times by the International Labour Organisation for bias and for breaching conventions that Australia has signed. They were found to have unlawfully interviewed 203 people. So much for respect for the rule of law. When the Gillard and Rudd governments removed the majority of the ABCC's powers and implemented the Fair Work Australia model, we saw industrial disputes go down. We saw fatalities go down. We saw productivity increase. I note that during the period that the ABCC was in place, there were 330 deaths on construction sites. How many investigations were set in motion by the ABCC into those deaths? 0. Not one. Correct. 0. Unfortunately, the ABCC was reinstated by the Turnbull government in late 2016, claiming that the re-establishment of the ABCC would lead to an increase in productivity again. Bernard Keane from Crikey asked in an article recently, productivity is the fundamental purpose of the ABC. How has it performed? Keane's research comes from the Productivity Commission, their annual productivity report. Labor's productivity between 2007 and 2016 in construction has seen annual 2.1% growth. And Keane points out, while some of that period covers the last years of the Howard-era ABCC, most of it covers the period of time that Labor had made changes to the ABCC and then subsequently abolished it. So now we have a bar. How has productivity performed since the coalition exhumed the ABCC? Bernard Keane's data says the construction sector labour productivity fell by 2.4%. 2018-19 was down by 2.6%. The next year, just before the health pandemic, productivity also fell by 2.6%. So really what the figures show is that under the ABCC, productivity in construction went into reverse. And what has the ABCC been doing? Because it certainly hasn't been increasing productivity in the construction sector. Since 2016, the ABCC has hit 252 individual workers with $530,800 in fines and penalties, which is substantially more than the $513,255 they've imposed on employers. Most of these workers were fined for attending stop work meetings or participating in industrial action that would not see workers prosecuted in any other industry. The ABCC spent more than $500,000 in pursuing the CFMEU to the High Court over a dispute where union organisers demanded a women's toilet on a Melbourne worksite. So, as Bernard Keane rightly concludes, the Coalition presided over worsening labour productivity in construction, but re-establishing the ABCC accelerated the decline significantly. We went to the last election with commitment that we would abolish the ABCC, and we intend to keep our promise and do exactly that. And, Deputy Speaker, I suggest that the former Speaker has already spoken on this matter.
I am just about to make— excuse me, order. I am actually about to just remind everybody in this House that I really welcome listening to your arguments and contributions when you are standing on your feet to talk. The interjections are getting pretty loud, and I'm going to rule on them if you keep it up. So, I'm sorry, the member for Deakin, are you seeking the call? Yes. And why? Sorry, what was your point of order?
That the member for Deakin has already spoken on this matter.
No, as is customary, I
did not reserve your right.
Excuse me.
Sorry. Excuse me, just one moment.
Graham, the convention is you speak next.
Yeah, well,
we're going to play this game. You were the next speaker.
You didn't reserve your right.
Have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Quite extraordinary, but unsurprising from members opposite, because we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that you can't bite the hand that feeds you, and it's very interesting to see how defensive members opposite get when defending the CFMEU, the people who abuse women on building sites, who threaten and intimidate many people, including women on building sites, and so the members should be ashamed of that contribution. I want to congratulate the member for Bowman for bringing forward this tonight, because members opposite don't want to talk about the litany of crimes inflicted by the CFMEU. Indeed, their Premier in South Australia got shamed into handing back money that they had taken on the eve of an election from the CFMEU. Now, we hope that that will lead to further members of parliament and leaders of the Labor Party around the country feeling similar shame for taking money from an organisation that is a criminal organisation. And judge after judge in the Federal Court or the Federal Circuit Court have made the point that no amount of fines imposed on the CFMEU will change their conduct. And the conduct is not just small little disturbances on work sites. The conduct includes the most serious and grievous threats to individuals, people who just want to go to work and just want to work. And so for those opposite to defend the CFMEU by abolishing the ABCC is quite extraordinary, because let's be frank, as I said at the beginning, it's very difficult for a political party like Labor to bite the hand that feeds it. But I want to touch on something that's related to this motion from the member for Bowman, and that is the crisis that we're now seeing in the residential construction industry, no doubt exacerbated by the rhetoric that Labor has utilised with the ABCC. But we now see, and today we saw the most recent data from the Master Builders Association that now shows projections which sees new starts each year reducing all the way through to 2024. Indeed, by 2024, we will see 50,000 less homes built in that year than we saw in 2021, the year when the government put in place a suite of measures to support the residential construction industry. 50,000 less homes by 2024, and yet what have we heard from the Labor government or the Labor Housing Minister? Nothing. We've heard absolutely nothing from the Housing Minister of this country to support the residential construction industry. The many hundreds of thousands of people who work and rely on new home sales. We've seen new home sales fall off a cliff in the last 2 to 3 months, and I'd say to members of the government, indeed I'd say to the minister, being in government, you are confronted with problems that you may not necessarily expect, but it is your job to address those problems as they arise. And now we're seeing residential construction falling off a cliff. That's going to affect the entire supply chain of people working. We might not feel it now because of the huge pipeline of work that was left to you from the former government, but it will eventually hit, and it's going to affect the bricklayers and the plumbers and the electricians and those who sell the homes and the architects. And there's, as I said, many hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million people employed in the residential construction industry. So the challenge for Labor and the challenge for the Housing Minister is, what is your plan? You've got a budget in a matter of weeks. We want to see in the budget what the plan is to support residential construction. If we don't see a plan from this minister and this government, then what we will be seeing is a government that accepts that housing starts will drop by 2024 to 174,000, down from the 230,000 that were delivered in 2021. And these aren't just jobs, obviously, for the people that are building the homes, but they are new homes and, in many cases, first homes for Australians. We saw first home buyers rise to their highest levels for nearly 15 years under the former coalition government. We saw in 1 year first home buyers go from about 100,000 to nearly 170,000 people. That is a profound difference to those people. And if we don't see a plan from the Labor Party in the budget on how they support residential construction, how they support first home buyers who are typically the ones who purchase those new homes, then what Labor will be saying is the master builders' forecasts are acceptable, and I think that would be a huge problem for our country.
I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yeah, I've been here 9 years, Deputy Speaker, and you see a lot of motions. You get an opportunity to speak on a lot of motions. But I have to say that the motion moved by the member for Bowman is truly ridiculous, and it's probably one of the most ridiculous that I've seen. To link the ABCC to the domestic construction sector and to the housing and rental crisis that we're currently seeing is so ridiculous that I'd suggest to the member for Bowman, when a shadow minister hands you a motion and says, will you move this, read it first. Read it and ask questions, because to link the two shows you a complete lack of understanding of how public policy has worked in this country. One of the reasons why we have such a rental crisis right now is because of previous government's decade of inaction. They did not build one new public housing, social housing or community housing, not one. That is what has exacerbated part of the rental problem that we have right now and the crisis that we have with affordable social housing. The previous government also introduced Home Builder program at the very worst time, when people already had disposable income, where people weren't travelling overseas, when they had the money for a deposit. All they did was speed up people buying first homes, building them in the ground. That's all that they did. Was what they would have sold in 12 months, builders and said to me they sold in 3 months. Now we have a supply chain lag trying to catch up. The other point I'll make to the member for Bowman and those opposite is I doubt the ABCC has ever walked onto a domestic home construction site. They're not wandering around Bendigo, they're not wandering around the outer suburbs of Melbourne talking to the many subcontractors that work on those sites. The ABCC has targeted the big builds. The ABCC have targeted where the CFMEUs has the concentration of their members. They are not your small, independent, small business owners that you have on domestic construction sites. It demonstrates in this motion how completely devoid of any real policy or focus the opposition have, that they're trying to link the ABCC to what is going on in our housing and renting affordability crisis. Let's just talk about the ABC and how completely hopeless they have been in prosecuting the real criminals and the real problems going on in the construction sector. Wage theft is out of control. Sham contracting is out of control. Yet, regardless, instead of going after those issues and going after those unscrupulous employers that have unsafe workplaces, that put backpackers and labourers without the proper skills in harmful places, that are presiding over gross underpayments, instead of focusing on that, they've focused on prosecuting employers and unions for having Eureka stickers on their helmets, for insisting a women's toilet be on a workplace. So many cases have gone from the ABCC to the federal court and have collapsed in the federal court because of a lack of evidence. And despite all of the ranting of those opposite, the ABCC isn't a criminal court. It isn't. Now, we in Labor say the rule of law should apply to all workplaces, and if you do wrong, you should be held accountable, but it should be the same rules, the same laws for every workplace. If you're a construction worker or a cleaner, if you do the wrong thing, you are held accountable. Nobody tolerates violence on workplaces, regardless of the workplace, and should be held accountable. But the ABCC didn't have the authority to do that. They referred it to the the federal court, or to the High Court, and in every instance, almost every instance, they lost. Their most recent collapse of a case was 2 weeks ago. The prosecution against the CFMEU was dismissed after the case collapsed. It wasn't the only one, there was many. Labor productivity as a result of the ABC in the sector is down 2.4%. It was down the previous in 2017 to 18. It was down in 2018 to 2019. It was down in 2019 to 2020. So the period in which the ABCC existed under the previous government, not only did we see a complete lack of focus on who the true criminals were in the sector, we saw productivity in the sector collapse. If the opposition was serious about getting construction back on track and about solving these issues that we'd have, it would stop trying to link old policy debates, old arguments into this parliament.
Thank you. Give the call to Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the member for Bowman for moving this motion and getting all these on-the-record comments from members of the government deeply supportive of the CFMEU and the way in which they operate in society, which is very helpful. The member for Lyne is going to chastise me for this because I'm slightly revealing something that happened in our party room, which we're not meant to do. But I remember a couple of years ago the then Attorney-General bringing a package of industrial relations reforms forward, and one of them involved changing the Fair Work Act to allow for a union to de-amalgamate. And we all thought, well, the Labor Party would never support anything like this, and we were told, no, look, just on the quiet. The Labor Party absolutely will support this because the mining union, the mining division of the CFMEU, wants to de-amalgamate from the CFMEU. And we changed the law and the Labor Party supported it because the mining union was so embarrassed to be associated with that organisation that they wanted to support a change to the law so that they could not have anything to do with that union going forward. And just recently, of course, we've seen these actions in the federal court, where now the mining division of the CFMEU, in their application and attempt to not be associated with the CFMEU, are having to make legal argument in court as to why they want to de-amalgamate. Their main reason is the way in which the CFMEU continually breaks the law, and they themselves have submitted to the court an enormous number of examples of why being associated with the current iteration of the CFMEU is something to be embarrassed and ashamed about. And the mining division of the CFMEU doesn't want to be a part of that bad behaviour, and good on them for that. Another poor bloke that fell foul of the CFMEU was someone by the name of Aaron Cartledge, who was the State Secretary of the CFMEU in my home state of South Australia. And he wasn't big, bad and ugly enough for the CFMEU, particularly the Victorian branch, and he was hounded out of that role. And the South Australian division of the CFMEU were made moribund, and now the Victorian chapter of the CFMEU runs the CFMEU in my home state of South Australia. Aaron Cartledge, he didn't break the law enough, he didn't do the wrong thing enough, he wasn't acceptable to these people, lifelong union man, proud Labor man, someone that probably cared about things like the welfare of workers. Well, that wasn't what the CFMEU, particularly the Victorian division of the CFMEU, saw as being any form of high-value credential when it came to operating as the secretary of a union. So he's gone. And now John Setka and co are running the CFMEU not just in Victoria, but also in my home state of South Australia. And the Labor Premier of South Australia, Peter Malinauskas, was so embarrassed and ashamed of having anything to do with that guy that he returned the donations from that union that were given to the South Australian Labor Party for the recent state election. That's who the CFMEU are, and particularly their construction division out of Victoria, and that's what they stand for. We've got a situation now where the head of the Master Builders Association in South Australia has had to hire a security firm because he fears his own personal safety and that of his family. The car park at the Master Builders Association, vehicles owned by senior members of that organisation were vandalised in the car park with all kinds of slogans and disgusting, despicable behaviour by people on the basis that they don't toe the line in supporting the new regime that runs the CFMEU in South Australia. Now, when a Labor Premier is embarrassed to be associated with them and returns an enormous amount of money, which would hurt, it would hurt the coffers of the Labor Party, and we know how much they rely on support from the union movement, but when the South Australian Premier says, I can't accept six-figure sums of money from this union, it would be an embarrassment to be associated with them. And when a guy like Aaron Cartledge is not welcome to continue to lead the union in South Australia, then something is seriously rotten with that bikie gang that they call a union, being the CFMEU. And I think those opposite would do themselves a favour to take a leaf out of Peter Malinauskas' book. Don't have anything to do with those people, disavow them, disown them, do what Bob Hawke did with the old BLU, and set a standard for the sort of behaviour, even if it's in the union movement that give you so much money, that you will not accept. And that's why I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you. Member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak against the motion moved by the member for Bowman. I feel that this is an opportune moment to make a contribution about an important area of policy, one that relates to one of Labor's election commitments that was made in the lead-up to the recent federal election, the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission, the ABCC. The abolition of the ABCC was a well-publicised policy of the Labor Party in the lead-up to this year's federal election. It should not come as a shock to anyone in this place, the media, the construction sector, or even the ABC itself, that Labor intends to fulfil its election commitments in government. Far be it from me to say otherwise. As we heard from Senator Hume on Insiders yesterday, the coalition doesn't have policies, but the ABCC and punishing workers and their representatives isn't a policy for those opposite, it's part of their DNA. Former Prime Minister Tony Abbott always made reference to returning the industrial relations pendulum back to the sensible centre. How a body that has such coercive powers to use against ordinary construction workers can be ever described as a return to the sensible centre is beyond me. Building and construction workers should be subject to the same laws and regulations as other workers. They aren't some special class of employees that require additional restrictions placed on them. They should, however, be afforded the same protections, especially when it comes to upholding safety standards on work sites, something the ABCC has been seemingly silent about. But if a union logo was on a safety sign, you'd soon feel the weight of their office upon you. Too often we have seen the ABCC used as a political weapon, only for the end result to be discredited in the courts and the media, again at the cost of millions of dollars by the way of court costs and legal fees. The ABCC has spent and continues to spend millions of taxpayer dollars prosecuting workers for wearing stickers on their hard hats, does very little to improve any of the problems this motion pretends to say that the restoration of the ABCC will achieve. Between October
Member
2021 and March 2022, the ABCC spent $2.15 million on external legal fees. $2.15 million. Very few active cases of the ABCCs involve the underpayment of workers or late payments of subcontractors. Instead, we see cases such as a case where $488,562 was spent pursuing a building company over the Eureka flag being displayed on a worksite. A case where $495,203 was spent taking a case to the High Court unsuccessfully, where a union demanded a women's toilet on a worksite. And another failed case costing $298,127, prosecuting 2 union officials for having a cup of tea with a mate. Those opposite, when in government, did so little to increase the supply of housing stock, especially affordable housing and public housing. They will only raise these concerns when a vestige of their ideological hubris, such as the ABCC, comes under threat. Labor productivity under the years of the ABCC was nothing to write home about. This is despite many of the arguments of the coalition being centred around improving productivity. The name of the legislation itself was the Building and Construction Industry Improving Productivity Bill, after all. As the member for Bendigo recently mentioned, labour productivity down 2.4% in 2017-18, productivity down in 2.6% in 2018-19, and down again by 2.6% in 2019-20. This Labor government has already made the first steps to fulfil this election commitment, whilst also consulting with employer and building industry groups and peak bodies, unions and state and territory ministers for workplace relations. It is about time that the coalition consider the Australian Building and Construction Commission to soon be dead, buried and cremated. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been involved in the building industry for 30 years before I came into this place, as a builder, as a carpenter and joiner, and then as a construction law barrister. And I have never heard so much tripe in my life, apart from perhaps when I was on building sites. But that's another point. Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't make that mistake. I promise you I will not make that mistake a second time. The Australian Building and Construction Commission forms a vitally important role in our industrial relations and construction sector landscape. Now, I've heard those members opposite talk about how the ABCC doesn't do this and it doesn't do that. Of course, the CFMEU are as pure as the driven snow, absolutely pure as the driven snow. There's nothing to see here. That's why, who is it? CFMEU. Now, out of the CFMEU, let's have a look and see, the Mining and Energy Division are so impressed with their construction colleagues. What they've done, they've just brought an application to the Fair Work Commission to seek to be de-amalgamated from them. Such is their disgust in the way that their colleagues in the construction union, in the construction division, how they handle themselves. And they in fact cite in their application, Madam Deputy Speaker, 145 separate infractions, breaches of the Fair Work Act, as to why they want to be cut loose from this mob. That's the second lot. I mean, there's also the manufacturing division that prior to that also brought an application to disassociate themselves from those fine, upstanding gentlemen in the construction sector. So, those members opposite can come in here and talk the big talk about how the ABCC are terrible and they haven't done this and haven't done that. Case after case after case, the federal court has held that the CFMEU are the most recidivist industrial organisation in this country that continues to break laws in this country. Now, that is very hard for those members opposite to hear. Why? Because they continue to receive significant funding from the CFMEU. I understand somewhere around about $10 million in donations to the Labor Party over the last 10 years. Now, I can understand why that is a source of discomfort. Premier Malinauskas from South Australia was so discomforted that he actually ordered the return of those political donations back to the CFMEU. And yet the Federal Labor Party continues to take donations from an organisation that, quite frankly, has made its bread and butter in breaking the law. Now, I have spoken with people I know personally who are involved, and in fact I have seen it in my old days as a chippy working on building sites in Melbourne, albeit from the BLF days. But it is standard de rigueur practice, standard de rigueur process of the CFMEU to harass, to hunt down, and in fact through practices like third-line forcing, deny businesses from stepping foot onto building sites where those businesses do not employ CFMEU labour. Now, we have laws against that. John Howard introduced laws about freedom of association. Prior to those laws coming in, every building site in Victoria had a big sign on the front gate that said, "No ticket, no start." As in, if you're not a member of the BLF, which was the precursor to the CFMEU, you could not get a job on this building site. Now, we brought an end to that, and it was a good thing too. But what we are now seeing is the CFMEU muscling up to small businesses and large businesses alike, but particularly small businesses, and saying, if you don't have a CFMEU-approved EBA, if you're not employing registered union labour, you will not only get a job on this site, but we will shut you down on every other site in Queensland. And that is wrong, and that is what the ABCC is designed to fix.
I give the call member for Ben.
Deputy Speaker, I also rise to speak against this motion. I'm happy to put on the record that I didn't receive any money from the CFMEU, but it's good to see it went to some good purposes. The construction industry is one of the largest employing industries at around 8.7% of the Australian workforce. This is over 1.17 million people, and this figure is projected to grow by over 66,000 workers over the 5 years to November 2026. Furthermore, the Reserve Bank of Australia forecasts the sector to be worth over $424 billion in revenue in 2021 to 22. Deputy Speaker, with such a sizeable workforce that could contribute so significantly to the Australian economy, it is extraordinary how we currently undermine building workers with different laws and regulations than any other industry. They are the only industry with specific unfair workplace relations legislation, and all under the guise of improving productivity. The previous government established yet again the Australian Building and Construction Commission, an accompanying code for the tendering and performance of building work. The very name of the Act that re-established the two is the Building and Construction Industry Improving Productivity Act. The stated aim of the Act is to provide an improved workplace relations framework for building work, to ensure that building work is carried out fairly, efficiently and productively, without distinction between interests of building industry participants, for the benefit of all building industry participants and the Australian economy as a whole. If this is the Act's aim, the Building and Construction Industry Act is one of the least successful pieces of legislation in Australian history. Incredibly, since its re-establishment in 2016, the ABCC has overseen a decline in productivity growth in construction. It has failed the key performance indicator that was apparently established for. But in addition, critical issues such as poor work health and safety, non-compliance with wages and entitlements obligations, unpaid subcontractors and sham contracting continue to plague the industry. What we have seen is a highly politicised and discredited ABCC target workers purely for ideological reasons. They've been more concerned with dismantling unions, harassing and punishing workers over trivial nonsense such as union logos on a helmet or a poster. It's proven it's an unnecessary body and a waste of taxpayers' money. The government went to the election with the promise to end the unfair treatment of building and construction workers, and we intend to achieve that. We understand that the best way to increase productivity in the industry is better cooperation between employers and employees, a relationship built on mutual trust and respect rather than conflict. Importantly, building workers should be subject to the same laws and regulations as all other workers. We have the Fair Work Act and the Fair Work Ombudsman to enforce it across all industries, and the construction industry should be no exception. There won't be a shortfall in workplace relations regulation within the industry. Now, Deputy Speaker, over the last couple of months, we've been fortunate to listen to some wonderful first speeches from across the chamber. However, there seems to be another rite of passage for some in our parliament. If they really want to be properly initiated, they need to have spoken about the CFMMEU, whether their day-to-day lives outside this place have anything to do with workplace relations or the construction industry. This contrasts with the approach taken by the government at the recent Jobs and Skills Summit and by the industry itself. In recent months, in both national and regional forums, employers and unions have come together with government to address common challenges. The grown-ups in the room want to engage in constructive and cooperative politics. The time for the politics of polarisation are over.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I give the call to member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Member for Lyon. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. And the Federation Chamber now stands adjourned until 4 p.m. tomorrow.